Happy Halloween, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. It is Friday, I know that, but it's Halloween night. We gotta have a show for your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness and talk about a perfect way to end our Halloween block for this year as far as the last original game we have. A game actually we started earlier, we're gonna be finishing as our last show of the year, but hope you're having a great holiday as far as out there. And tonight, we're going back to a franchise that we have not played a full game of in about 2 years. I know it's been a while. We did preview Castlevania last year when we looked at the Castlevania Dominus collection, but there's a game in this franchise I know like in our best chat on Twitch wanted to see, and it is our viewer request for this month. It is Castlevania Chronicles. Came out in 2001 for the PlayStation. It came out on May 24th, 2001 in Japan, and then the US got it on October 9th, and a month later in Europe on November 9th from Konami, who published it. It's developed by Konami Computer Entertainment of Tokyo. It is actually kind of a classic game re-release, sort of. It's also a game that has a very limited print run, or at least it did when it came out. It is a re-release of Akumajo Dracula from the Sharp X68000. That was a Japanese computer. I'll have a picture of it when I edit in a couple of days as far as this. It's remaking Castlevania from NES. Came out over there in 1993 on July 23rd. This is its only US release. And as part of this, they also said, we have a special version of this we're going to be releasing with an arranged mode that has some changes as far as difficulty and some other aspects as well, and remixed music and audio. And they said, we're going to ship this at $20 back in the day. It does not cost $20 anymore. It's like $150 so on PlayStation as it is. And they only made about 30,000 copies of it, at least in the US they did. As far as Japan, I don't know if they made more or less. But yeah, it is remaking Castlevania 1. We haven't played that, although we will play that because it is different enough from this one to justify its own show. Gemini 96 will be handling that at some date. But as far as ease of availability, I should say, for this one, this is available on the PlayStation 3. You can download it for $6. It is still available to download off PlayStation 3, which is how I'm playing it. And it does mean also we have the digital instruction manual on tap for the purpose of tonight's show. And also, so we're starting out in the PlayStation 3 menu with this nice theme of Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which I guess kind of tracks because this is the Castlevania game that came out on the PlayStation about 4 years afterwards. And they do talk to that game's producer and the then producer of the franchise, that being Koji Igarashi. We're going to see an interview with him a little later that is added into this game, as well as a nice art gallery. Yeah, we got our stuff ready as far as our look back at Castlevania with a new, old take of it. I'm looking forward to playing this game. That being said, I have been practicing it, but I don't know if I could promise completion of the Akumajo Dracula part of it. We will complete the arranged mode. We're going to have a great time, and yeah, tonight is a horrible night to have a curse, I guess, but we're going to be having a great night to play this game. Let's get started. And since we are transitioning in on PlayStation 3, the feed's going to cut, but when I'm editing, you have the full PlayStation 1 soundscape, which I always love editing in for the PlayStation 3 games we play. Okay, so a little bit about this game, or games as is. I guess we'll talk about the original game as far as Akumajo Dracula. It was directed by Hideo Ueda, who did the direction of Sparkster for Super Nintendo that Edwack played on the show earlier this year. He also was programmer on that game, as well as programmer on Axelate for Super Nintendo, as well as Proteus, Quartz for the Game Boy, Pop and Twinbee, and the PC version of Silent Hill 2, Restless Dreams. As far as this new version, it was directed by Masayuki Umasaki, who made Super Dodgeball Brawlers for the DS, as well as A Cellbird, was on Super Famicom. He produced those two games, and he also was the product coordinator on Ys 3 and 5. It was produced by Koji Igarashi, as mentioned, was for a period the producer of the Castlevania games, starting with Castlevania Symphony of the Night and a lot of other ones like Harmony of Distance for the Game Boy Advance, and actually is doing his own case as far as his own spin-off of Castlevania nowadays, that being the Bloodstained games, which is a new one out next year. And we're seeing this redone cutscene CG-fied, or FMV-ified, I should say, of the opening of the Akumajo Dracula game, where you have a satanic ritual going on where they're tossing the blood from a virgin heart onto the grave of Dracula. He's coming back, and going back to Castlevania 1 elements, there's only one person who can stop him. That's the Belmont clan, specifically Simon Belmont. We're going to be playing as Simon Belmont. He's going to look a little different when we go to the arranged perspective of the game, but I'll list how this going as we talk a couple things about the game. As you do this great music, and it's worth pointing out, I will talk about the music and direction, of course, of both the Sharp X68000 game that is part of original mode here, and also for arranged mode, and also this overall collection, which we'll get into in just a sec. Let's see. As far as the audio for Castlevania Chronicles itself and the rearranged music, it was done by Sota Fujimori, who did music for Gun Gauge on PlayStation, as well as Dance Dance Revolution 5th Mix, Dance Dance Revolution Max 2, which I believe is on the PlayStation 2, as well as Contra Shattered Soldier, also on PlayStation 2, Neo Contra for PlayStation 2, both of the Rumble Roses games, Rumble Roses on PS2 and Rumble Roses XX for Xbox 360, as well as Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, and another Castlevania game, Castlevania Harmony Despair for the PS3 and 360. And we have Gemini 96, speaking of which, rolling in as Poochie. So good to see you tonight. Happy Halloween to you. I was just mentioning you because we're playing Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation tonight. Is remaking the game I know you called dibs of, Castlevania from NES at some point. This is the one Elect first wanted to see. It is remaking it. You were looking a little bit of what we're going to see. This is the Sharp X68000 game, Akumajo Dracula, that came out in 1993, so about 7 years from the Japanese release of Castlevania for Famicom in 1987, so about 6 as far as that. For it, it is Simon Belmont. It is the same case, but it is not the same as Castlevania. Feel free to go into memories on Castlevania itself, Castlevania 1. I know, did you play Chronicles? This was a limited release on the PlayStation, so we're pointing out, and the easiest way to get this thing nowadays is to download on the PlayStation 3 with $6. Nowadays, it's about 150 so on the PS1, because they only made about 300,000 copies of this, at least as far as the US. Again, I don't know if the Japanese version is that way, but you are seeing one of the unique areas you're going to, which is also tying in a little bit of what we see from, or will see when we play Castlevania on NES, which is the cave area of level 4, I think, like the water cave. This is the second level as far as this one, or the second block, as they're going to call that, what they think they have the distinction on NES, as is. So a little bit of a preview we're going to see. It is still Simon Belmont. He does have a different design. He definitely has a different design when we look at the, the arranged mode. And also in the demo, they do eventually get a sense of, okay, we've shown you enough. We need to go fall down the pit and die going do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, as far as that music we're hearing, since it's going to be a case of that, I only played the original. Yeah, it was initially my case too. Actually, my experience with Castlevania is an interesting one because I started with Castlevania Symphony of the Night for the PlayStation because after I got my PS2 in 2004, it was one of the cases that everybody said, this is one of the best games in this franchise. Okay, let me go find a copy. This is back when that game was affordable. It is not affordable anymore on the PlayStation. That's a game that's about as much, like $150, $200 something dollars, because people want it, clearly. And though they have re-released that in a couple places, we released it on Xbox 360, there is a disc version of that. You can download that 360 version on the modern Xbox consoles. And they also remade it on the PSP, and that PSP remake is in Castlevania Requiem Collection. Yeah, the Castlevania Requiem Collection, which is on PS4 and 5, which also has Rod of Blood, which was the last time it came back to this franchise about 2 years ago as far as a full play. This is an interesting game. It's a case where this game is really hard, particularly the Akumajo Dracula half of the equation, because there are things the arranged mode does which do make it a little easier. But it is an interesting case, and since you say your experience with Castlevania 1, you might be curious to see what they do with this one to kind of make it stand out and be a bit of a different experience, even though it is the same concept as far as the way the story's going to go. Yeah, but also, let's see, going back to stuff on music, as far as the Sharp X68000 game that we saw the demo of, and I think the demo also will go into footage of the arranged mode. If not, we'll show that first, because I know I can beat that part of it. I've been practicing this game a bit to make sure that we can be set on this one, and I hope we're ready. This game is hard. It makes, I think it makes the NES version look way easier to some degrees, but also cases where it's a different kind of difficulty. We'll get into that as we go. As far as the Sharp X68000 game, its music was by 3 names. 2 we've heard on the show, and 1 we haven't. The only one we haven't is Shin-chan, whose only credit was this game, as far as, or the Akumajo Dracula game, as is. As far as the other names, we have Keizo Nakamura. We heard him when we played Castlevania Round of Blood a couple years ago. There's the music for Snatcher, a game I'm begging Konami for a re-release of. It got squeaked, and I hope at this point eventually we can get a case of that going. As well as doing this great remix of Bloody Tears from Castlevania 2 Dracula, Simon's Quest for the NES, as it is. It's a very good version. That is right? I was gonna make sure. I did take, Bloody Tears. I was gonna make sure. It's like, I don't know if I was saying the names of the songs wrong. I don't want to do that. And, Keizo Nakamura, he also did music for The Final Round, which is an Konami arcade game. And he was the manager on Let's Pilates for the Wii, so a case where he did a lot of stuff with Konami, kind of went his own way. And that was also the case with Hiroshi Kobayashi. We heard him, we played Contra Hardcore about, that was 2 years ago I can't believe it's been that long. He also did music for Rocket Knight Adventures for Sega Genesis, Lethal Enforcers, and then he went on to work at Metro. That was the company that Buster Group. He was involved with the music on that and sound design on that game, as well as Britney's Dance Beat for the PlayStation 2. Yeah, Britney Spears' game has ties to Castlevania and Contra, as was, and also did sound for Bomberman Jetters on the GameCube. And that's the case as far as the way the audio's going. I did talk about direction. Actually, wait, there's one other name I forgot on Chronicles as far as like the remix cases, and that is Hiroshi Izuka, who did music for Language 3 for the PlayStation. No, Language 3 is on Saturn, not PlayStation 2. As well as Assault Suit Lanos 2, which is a sequel on Sega Saturn to Target Earth, which is a kind of strange shoot-'em-up game. It's on Switch Online. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of it, but it is interesting, if nothing else. Also, the music for Shoji Senshi Sailor Moon for the PC Engine CD in Japan, as well as Maju for Super Famicom and did sound engineering on Rumble Roses. As I mentioned, this game only had 30,000 copies made when it came out in the US. They shipped it $20, so it was a pretty good deal as far as this at the time. But nowadays, it does cost a lot of money. And we're going to see how this game goes. It's going to be interesting, for sure. First thing we're going to do, though, is going to take a look at the options, because for options... We'll take a look later at special options, just to give a little bit of an indication for this. They added this for fans outside Japan. As you play through the game and beat it, whether you do it on the original mode or the arranged mode, you unlock an art gallery. There's the art by Ayami Kojima, who did the art design on this, including the redesign of Simon Belmont. I'm going to give a brief look as far as what this is, because this is how Simon Belmont looks as far as this game. It's a bit different how he looked in the footage we showed of the X68000 game that was going through the track stuff. And also a bit different from how he looked in Castlevania Judgment on the Wii. I don't know if you ever played that one. It's a fighting game based on Castlevania that had art designed by... I always forget the name of him. He did the art design on Death Note. And people said, wait, this looks weird. Actually, I think they turned him like the main character of Death Note as far as the interpretation of him in that game. For the new edition, they have him here with, of course, the good old vampire killer, the whip that slayed Dracula, will slay him technically for the first time, as is chronologically speaking. And his outfits there as far as the chainmail and all that stuff, and the boots, of course. We'll have other stuff as well to show about this, and a lot of stuff that also goes with Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and as I mentioned, also interview with Koji Igarashi. We'll do that a little later. In this case, hit the circle button, go back. You have options of audio for the music for stereo, Monero, or off. You would not want this music off, so keep it on. You also turn the sound effects on or off. You just want to listen to that music. Loading and saving to memory card. It is one block for the purpose of your memory card, or if you're running on PS3 like I am, it's basically the virtual memory card of one block that way. You have adjustive display, so basically set the screen. It is 4x3, so basically just keep it in the center. And then arranged option. This goes to when you play the arranged mode. For this, they make it easier than the main game. I'll show how. But they give you options of difficulty here, so you can run on easy, normal, and hard, which, from what I can tell, the main differences are how it handles damage output. And I think when you put on normal and hard, it increases the damage output as levels go on, the same way that Akumajo Dracula does. You can also start with maximum number of lives of 1, 3, or 5, or actually more accurately, I think it's technically 2, 4, and 6, I think. Because it is a case where 0 is a life. I'm going to stick at 5. I'm going to put on easy, but it's not going to be easy as far as how it is. It's old way of easy, of saying it's not as hard as these two, but I'll have my work cut out for me when it comes to the Akumajo Dracula half of this. And you can also turn the time limit on or off, so like Castlevania on NES. It does have time limit. I will keep that on, though. I will hold on to that way. You, of course, save this to memory card. I will do that just for the purpose of it. Overwrite, yes we will. And in that case, I think we can get ourselves started. Actually, what I will do is I will show the intro of original mode, just to give a sense of this, because it does show the cutscene originally that they redid. And at that point, we'll get started on the arranged mode, we'll come back to this. Because I know I can beat the arranged mode eventually. There's some bosses in that that are going to be hard, but I can pull it out. I did practice this game, not 15 months the way I do with Contra Hardcore, but I will say this, if I can't beat the original mode, as well as a viewer request as far as Electverse is concerned, I will probably come back to this. I'll probably do like Contra Hardcore. I'll practice this like 15 months, and then I'll come back to it, and we'll beat it completely as far as this for a second chance show. But it's showing what's going on, which is, yeah, you do still have the same cult leaders going on. You're seeing in this one's more indicated, I guess, is like a bloody heart that squeezes. It does sort of go on him, sort of onto Dracula's coffin. and that's how he's resurrected as far as this. I don't know how complete that is, or how completely accurate that is, or if that's different from the NES game, or other cases. And feel free also to go into other experiences on Castlevania, other stuff with Konami, as is the case, other great games for Halloween. Maybe suggestions also of Halloween block for next year, including Halloween night, because we will have a Halloween show, and also for end of show, I will come back here for sound mode, because there's one piece of music that's exclusive to the Sharp X68000 version that is not in indication in this release anywhere except the sound test. So I have to come back to it. It's a great piece of music, and I will indicate that when we get there. Alright, so let's get going as far as arrange mode. Also, it's an interesting case here because I'm paying attention to other cases of what are people doing for Halloween, which comes to streaming or YouTube video stuff for representation. And we'll get to that as we go. Like, one channel I watched, Super Game Brothers, they did a play of Castlevania Chronicles doing just the arrange mode a couple days ago, so it might look like, uh-oh, I'm copying them. It's like, no, I was playing this a while ahead. I indicate we're doing it ahead. And also I'm looking at both elements. And I'll go into stuff they didn't, because that's the idea of how we run. As I said, when you beat the game, you also get time attack. You get the art I showed, but also you get the time attack mode. We'll give an indication this later. You also get ranking. That does go to the time attack mode. Just to give a brief idea of this. They do have this going based on block, which means that it's like NES Castlevania, where it's basically a collection of levels as far as how they are. Blocks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Basically, it does do it in about... No, yeah, it's 4 level chunks, each of them, as far as how they go. And Gemini 96, as you said, you experienced with the NES version, it's like that, basically. And we'll show time attack mode later. It does run off of the save files you have as far as it, but I will run this way. As this remix of Something Loopy, which I think I said wrong when we played Castlevania, the Adventure ReBirth, also a remake of an old Castlevania game. I said that they used this for one of the levels. No, they used another piece of music, Load background music, which is actually something indicated differently. Yeah, this is good stuff as far as we're here. Here are my practice files as far as... This is the one I beat the game with, but I did beat this game twice. Okay, since what's going. You have 3 save files as far as both of the games, both for original and in the range mode. I don't know what's saying enhanced. You do deletion as far as that. You can flip the triggers around as far as your buttons. Turn, start, and select on as far as that. I'm going to keep it the same way it is, but we'll give it a name. In this case, we will name after the show as far as it... Or you know what? We won't name after the show. I'll name going to our main character. Good old Simon Belmont, or Simon Belmondo, which I believe is how the Japanese version indicates it. That's also how they indicate it in the sound test. We'll see later as far as that. So we'll say Simon... And you also space it out. Or can you space it out? No, I don't think you can. Alright, so Simon... If I was to put Simon B, why not? Or it could be funny and say, well, we're gonna go as Dracula, but no. Simon B. Okay, so there we go. Simon Belmont. He's all ready to go. Also, I think my PS3 controller is charged enough. I do have the plug in case it comes dead or something. I think we're set as far as we're gonna go. Alright, let me also change the audio because for the purpose of the arrange mode, this isn't great music, but it's also something that it does go a bit louder than I would want, so I do want to change the setup on this just to make sure the sound level is at 17. I'll put down to 16 that I have it as far as everything else. We'll go to other stuff. This is going to be interesting because also it's a case where it has a little bit more of a dance perspective. So it's a case of you're going out as far as Halloween night saying you want to go do dancing as far as this. Yeah, it's going to be party time or rave time as it is for the purpose of this one. So alright, let's get ourselves going. Yeah, there he is. He does have the pink hair going to the design a little bit we saw earlier. Yeah, we're going into Castlevania, of course, Castle Dracula as it is. Let's get ourselves going. Okay, same deal as before. You're moving left and right with D-pad. Jumping is on X, and your whip is on square button. Picking up the hearts. 5 of those will get you 5 hearts for your purpose of weapons. You also get the upgrade for your whip as you go. And you hear the dance techno music. As we're in the court... Oh, no, we're in the monastery. Hearing vampire killers, so they are re-indicating that as we go. Also, tiny hearts are 1 heart, by the way, for the purpose of that. When I get sub-weapon, you can, flashing warning, sort of kind of on that one with the tree coming down. For this one, you can whip left and right like the NES game and do it in air. You can also whip downwards, and also diagonally downwards, left and right. You can't diagonally whip upwards or whip straight up the way that Castlevania 4, Super Castlevania 4 lets you whip in any direction. And Castlevania Bloodlines on Sega Genesis allowed you to whip upwards diagonally. Can't do that on this one. Honestly, I tend to get into a case of forgetting that, oh, I can whip downwards. We do have some great stuff going on here, is that it does look familiar as far as how it goes, but different. I know Electrus was mentioning when we played Castlevania Adventure ReBirth as the door opened, or the window opened, so yeah, the bat came in, so you got to get that taken care of. He did say he actually likes this one better than the NES game. I don't know necessarily what in particular, and also if he's talking about this rearranged element, or if he's talking about the Akumajo version. Okay, but I got hit. We're pointing out, when you're in the arranged mode, you do not have a knockback. No matter what difficulty you select, you do not have that. So when you get hit, you're not flying backwards the way you are on the NES version or in the original mode. But still, this game gets pretty tough as we're walking along and seeing everything going on. And getting the great Gothic architecture going really well as far as this franchise. But as a remake, this game is also going to play around with some of your expectations of the original. But also showing, yeah, the great attention to details of what the Sharp X68000 was doing as far as a computer. A weird case of, I guess, this, which is Japanese computers that had a lot of early examples of franchises on them, like the MSX for Metal Gear, and then this one as far as the Sharp X68000 for this Castlevania game, and many others, too. In this case, yeah, you're walking on the stairs the same way as before. You can whip while on the stairs, but you cannot jump off them. Hit next button's not doing anything. Also, you can use the circle button to whip if you so desire. Also, yeah, the candles have your power-ups and money. By the way, it is 30,000 points your first life and 70,000 points after that, or every 70,000 points after that for more lives. Also, hitting that candle brings out the rosary. Hit that, there's going to be flashlight warning and walking because it's killing everything on the screen. They are gone. And I do have a sub-weapon. It is up in the X or square button, or up in the circle or X button, I should say, to toss it. Also, this game does like to play tricks, as I mentioned, if you know the other one. They're the Gorgonized. I'm going to hate those things when we get to Block 5. I will tell you that right now. Because usually... Ouch. And the bats will keep coming, so do not bother going on. Usually the idea is that, hey, if you hit the wall here, we're going to be able to get a pork chop and have our health recovered. Not in this game, we're not. It's over here. Before I... Let me take that, because I want to show this briefly. Hit there it is. It does give you a recovery of your health. But here's where it used to be in the old game. Hit it now, you have an infinite group of fleamen coming out, and they're gonna come out you forever. So just run away. That's what I'm saying. Run away as you're going down into the water area. See, of course, the mermen. They also keep coming. So hit them with your sub weapon. In that case, the knife. It's pretty basic as far as what it is, but for the purpose of distance fighting, when it comes to this, it's actually pretty useful. Also, for pointing out as you go. We're going to see cases where you kill enemies. Sometimes you get random item drops. That is okay, that was not random. That was the stopwatch. That was in the candle. I did not get that one. If you do get that, it stops everything on the screen for a couple of seconds. It does not work on bosses in this one, unlike the NES games, we're pointing out. So you have to be careful on that, and also be careful sometimes in case the candles are right above Bottle's pits. So, in that case, you need to do whip and jump in order to get them. Or in that case, say, screw it, I don't care. But I am going to go for a hidden item, which is also where it is on the NES. Bust this block down here. Doesn't seem like there's any reason to go down here. Go down, crouch, get the crown going there. If I can get back and get it in time, I'm going to get tons of points. I get 2,000 points. Okay, so I did get it. I do have tons of hearts for the purpose of where I'm going, but I got to get moving because the time is going down. But for this level, it should not be too big a deal. And so far, so good so far. But also, if it does get caught in the ground, it seems weird. Just crouch down. You can then pick up anything that's in the ground. Also, flashlight warning. Anytime I hit a rosary, it's a flashlight warning, just to go into that. Not too bad, but just in case I'm going to indicate it. And each time you go in a door, there's a checkpoint, so if I die here, I'll come back to this. Also, this is near the end, as is, anyway. The rest is going to be similar here, as far as this level, to the NES game. There's always going to be spot the difference between the NES game, in this case, get rid of those Gorgonized. They're 2 whips. Yeah, you want them gone right away. At least in my case, I do. I'm going to also see what's up there. Alright, well, I do want that, the axe. That is the other sub-weapon. It goes straight up. And this boss is going to be useful. Especially when I bust this over here and get the double shot. Use that, you're able to toss 2 of your sub-weapons out at once. Normally you have to wait till that goes off screen. But now, boom, boom, throw off that. And here's the boss. He's indicated with his enemy bar. When you hit him with that, he will come down as multiple bats. The Vampire Killer is stronger when you have it powered up, but in some cases he might be out of the way, so it might be easier just to kind of spam your stuff, especially if tons of hearts like I do. You may as well use them, because just like on NES, the hearts go away as soon as the end of the level comes up. Ouch! And this is the giant bat. I would call him the vampire, but there he is. Oh, he's gone. Get the orb at the end. There we go. If you'll recover your health, you do not get the same piece of music when you clear the levels. And then, yes, there you go. That's the first one. You get points as far as that. I got a life at 30,000. The hearts are worth 100 points each for each you have left. Each second you have left on the clock is worth, I believe... So they might be worth 100, not that, or 1,000, so, as it is. And we'll walk to our next level. That is the Underground Aqueduct. Alrighty, so next... It is kind of playing around with the order of the original game, as is, so you're going to see some differences. But also some really good music. This is, well, actually, one thing to go back to as far as what we heard on Vampire Kill was also sampling Stalker, the do-do-do-do-do-do from the second level of Castlevania Original. This one, it's a different track. This is Thrasher in the Cave that we're hearing. It's a very nice, kind of, very spacey sort of version of this. You also have these things, you gotta knock them free. Basically just keep whipping until they split. And don't do it too quickly because they can hurt you, and also be careful of the bats because the bats just keep coming. There we go. Okay, so that's good. And you can also see where the bats are with the outlining with the purple. It does help, but I will tell you, when it came to my practice game, I practiced a couple ways. I practiced on my work breaks. In fact, I think Gemini 96, you might have seen when I was doing this, where I had my PSP around. Because remember, you can transfer anything from PS1 that you download on PS3 to PSP with great difficulty nowadays because the cable connection was patched out for security concerns. But by doing that, ouch. Also, I fall on those spikes, I'm gonna die, so thank God I don't have knockback yet. We'll come back here with knockback, trust me on that. I was basically able to practice on that, so actually it's kind of hard to see the bats, but we're also seeing the background there. Those are green bats. What they're about. Now we have two ways to go. We can go down below, but we're also seeing, you know, those things. What are they doing? In fact, I'm going to show what they're doing, because they go off screen. They come over here, and they will come over based on the side of the screen they left in the background. So it does behoove you to take a look in the background and see, wait, where should I go? Also, you have choice of where to go. Unless you have a... Oh, if I die again, or if I die here with him, right? I'll go the other way. Basically, keep an eye on that background. Whenever you see the, I guess, the winged creatures coming over here, pay attention to where they come from. That was coming from the left, they're coming from the right. They will stop before they get to you, before they run into you. The Gorgonized are not so kind. Block 5, I'm going to hate these things. So for now, just get rid of them. Okay, I don't want to pick up the knife, because this is like old Castlevania logic, where you pick one sub-weapon up, it gets rid of the other one, and it's not like Rondo of Blood and Castlevania Symphony of the Night and some of the later ones where you pick it up again. It's gone as soon as you pick it up. So in that case, you sometimes might want to be careful hitting the candles if you don't know, hey, where there's going to be a sub-weapon. And also pay attention when enemies are, because there is a random chance they'll drop something as far as an item, sometimes a heart, sometimes a sub-weapon, sometimes something really useful, sometimes money. So you sometimes have to be careful about that. Ooh. You love this music as far as in the cave. Let's see something mysterious here. There's something dangerous as we go. We'll take a look at the background, make sure I'm set. I'll tell you one thing, going to block 4, I'm going to be nervous about the Bone Dragon. They're here. They take tons of hits. Since I have a lot of things there, I'm going to throw the axes to get him out of the way. Because we want to go over there. Except I'm missing. And you can also just destroy the fireballs like before. And admittedly, it is easier to destroy the fireballs in this than it is on NES. In fact, I even put the NES version in the other day just to kind of get a sense of, okay, this is a remake and he is dead. Thank God. If you want to go up here, bash this. We're going to find the monk. He does give you a free selection of items. Or free option items. He's playing his flute. He's like, oh, hey, those are things. If you whip up where the item is, you get the right one if you hit where you want. You can also say, I don't like what you got. Hit him again. So I guess I got money. I got 1 heart, 5 hearts, and double shot. Don't need that. Here I have holy water, the cross, a rosary, and more money. I kind of want to go for this, and also the jar is invisibility and brief invincibility. Yeah, I want to try and get that so I get health. He will come out once. So you can come up here. You do have to get rid of the Bone Dragon to make that happen, admittedly. And then get a case of... Ooh, triple shot. Now let's you throw 3 items out at once on screen before you have to stop. That'll be useful for the boss we're going to have here. That is going to be coming up a little bit. And it's also a case where the next part is going to be pretty damn difficult, especially going the Akumajo way. But even this way, it's ouch. The bats are getting in the way, but it's fine. Alright, so here we go. We got a bunch of hearts. This is going to be good. And just like the NES game, you do have this, and you do have to crouch here, otherwise you're going to be knocked off and die. So be careful. Okay, now for this one, this is something a little different. You have this log raft. And as soon as you destroy that lion statue, you're gonna go up. It's gonna flood the place. Stand on the right to start. It's gonna alternate left and right. It's gonna knock off pieces. And knock off pieces until there's 3 in the way. You just crouch and whip so you don't get yourself hit by the merman. And if you're going the Akumajo Dracula way, yeah, that knockback can be a killer here. It's also a case that, hey, alternate right, left, and until you get to 3. When you know there's 3, like, okay, we don't have to worry. So hang here, just keep crouching, keep whipping. But also when it slows down, they'll go away. I have a chance to jump there to get something. I'm not going to do it. But you have to start jumping now. It's like, boom, boom. I'm not going for what's in the candles because I know there's a sub-weapon there I don't want. As we're going to come up to the boss. This is the Skull Dragon. He's way easier to be here, but still, I got to be careful. And the axe is very useful because he's up in the sky. Hit him in the head. Be careful also his fire he'll throw out. But also he'll put his tail down. It's going to push towards you. Ouch. If you have a knockback, as far as we're going to see, I would have been dead there. But with the triple shot, as far as this, I can get rid of him pretty damn quickly. And because without that knockback, he's a cinch. But even then, you got to be careful. I made it look really easy, but... oh yeah, also, by the way, you're like, why is the phone ringing? Oh yeah, I'm running out of time. And if you do run out of time, it is death for yourself. Unless you turn the timer off. But either way, we're going okay. Okay, so that's stage 2. Not bad so far. Next up, we're going to take our walk to the courtyard. We're going to hear a very nice remix of Wicked Child, which is the 3rd piece of music in the NES game. Sometimes you have to listen, like, wait a second, where is it actually remixing it? Also, where they're taking stuff from other Castlevania games. Those tree monsters come out of Haunted Castle, the arcade game. Yeah, they come by when you're pretty close to the tree, so you be careful. Also, you have these worms. Wait till they go on their back and hit underneath them. They die in one hit. Otherwise, you have to hit them a lot of times. Also, pointing out one other thing about this game I probably should mention is, I don't know if some of the other Castlevania games were like this. Ouch! Oh, right, I forgot. He came back. Right, regenerating bad guys. It's like Kirby or Mega Man. When you go off screen a little bit, they will be back when you return. So you gotta be careful of that. Alright, there we go. Also, the birds coming out, dropping flea men. Basically, just keep walking and whip. As long as you whip straight, they will, you'll be able to hit them even when they're down on the ground like that. And hearing the remix of the music be... It's nice. Very spacey again. I've heard it's kind of like almost like a techno rave case itself, but also kind of... It's like chill. Okay, here's the other deal. The way to avoid them, overwhelming you, is just keep an eye. Just keep walking. And then when they're coming by there, just turn around and hit them. That is how you handle it. And eventually they'll stop when you get to the fountain, more or less. But we got deadly water in the fountain. I mean, we're running the holy water as far as weapon. We'll show it later as far as what it is. So, yeah, Simon Belmont is going to get hurt by this water. I guess it's like Dracula's evil water that is, I guess, reverse what holy water is with him. Alright, so let's get ourselves going. Also, for this... You have to be careful because we have the archer statues there. They take about 5 hits. They will aim where you are. You're seeing them right over there. They'll aim kind of that direction. He's not going to hit me from here, but over there is one that can hit me. I gotta be careful. Also, underneath him on that platform, hit the center of it. There is pork chops. I'm going to grab that. But not until I can. The way the placement of these guys are, it's going to be a little annoying because right here, there's one on the ground, but then there's one there. Basically whip, and then move so they avoid the other one. And you can kill them from below with the axe. In fact, yeah, 3 axes and they're gone. Yeah, in fact, with that makes it way easier to take care of. Okay, so yeah, so far so good. I'm just waiting for the next level and the level after that in particular, which is going to be pretty tough. In fact, depending on what it is, I might take one of the power-ups here. Okay, well, we're in the muddy area. If I get in the mud there, I will sink down. There's also the toads. Be careful of them. You sink down too much is the bottomless pit. Okay, in there is the cross. You know what? That's fine. I can take the cross. Let's show that. There we go. Right before, they called the boomerang, but it's the cross. Oh, actually, they called the rosary the cross in this game. We'll show it with the digital manual on this. But same deal as it is before. Basically goes across. It is really cool. Especially when you have... Alright, I don't have triple shot because... Right, I guess it does last only one level, the way the NES game did. But now we have the Mudmen, or the Mudwomen. It's the only game to have. I'm aware. They take a lot of hits, so you gotta get them over, and be careful also where the Raven is. Ouch. Well, seeing great attention to detail as all parts of the mud are coming off. Okay. Now, down there... You know what? I do think I want to go get that. I was gonna say, I'll go across the bird. Right there. Okay, good. You can walk underneath this. You do want to jump when you get low underneath, because if you get too low on that, you're gonna fall down and die. Now, the item here, you do want to hit the candle and be standing right there. I got the okay, there's a double shot. What I'm using doesn't matter. This is the herb. This is unique to this game. I don't think there's other Castlevania games that have this as far as a sub-weapon. I don't think. When you use this, it takes 10 hearts to use, but when you do, you get a health recovery. So it's something you might want to hold on to that for later levels. For the next level in particular, I might want to have that. Especially Block 5. I am nervous about Block 5. But in this case, we're going down here. We're going into the ice dome. It's really nice. But also, case 3, you have to wait here as far as the platform there to collapse. The only way to go down, you basically stand on this, you just wait. I think also jump on it, sort of to speed it up, but I don't know. If anybody's out there seeing the speedrun tactics of this game, do they do that? Is there another way they use it for this to break? It will break. There you go. I'm getting close to another life. At 100,000, I'll get another. So in this case, I can just keep myself going as far as my hearts and be set. There's a bat. I do want to get rid of him. Just walk up here and wait. Whip him, you'll be good. There's also time stop. I don't want to use that yet. Alright, get hearts. Okay, it's worth pointing out this. This is something kind of weird about this game. You have this, you're going to jump on. It's going to push you upwards. If you're hitting the spikes, you die, but oftentimes the way the jumps go, sometimes it looks like you're not getting hit by the spikes and you die. So don't take a chance. Basically, jump on that, walk off, and then as it comes down, get that going. And for this guy, let him come out. When he comes down, go. Be careful here because you have to keep running because you're on ice. Going all right. But yeah, as you're seeing here, we have a lot of people who are trapped in ice, and that's going to come into play right now. But yeah, there's another Fleeman there. I can hit him, but that block right there, I gotta bust that. And it has another Fleeman in it. And I can't defeat him by doing the whip. So if he whips, he does come out. You can't avoid that, so you have to whip him again to get rid of him. I am going a bit slow on this stage. We are almost at the end, as we're pointing out. They're not long. It's just a case of I'm kind of dawdling a bit and also having the ice skeletons. And also Nosferatu in the background, because it does go to aspects of classic horror. That's the idea of how Castlevania has always operated. But in this one, it's definitely making it a little more interesting. I guess the idea that Nosferatu found himself trapped in ice. Fitting, I guess, because remember, Nosferatu, the concept of that was that it was an unofficial version of, what is it? Of Dracula. Yeah, the original movie from F.W. Murnau from 1922. A wonderful movie if you've never seen it. And you're like, oh yeah, it's an old movie. How's that going to be? Still great. It's a case where, yeah, it is something where it is very heavily indicated on shadow. It's nice stuff. Alright, I'm near the boss. This is not a hard boss as far as the wizard is concerned. Because there's only two things the wizard can really hurt you with. When he's here, you whip him, but if he hits you with that, those are ice platforms. They'll go up. They will not crush you, though, thankfully. You just whip him, you're good. The idea is that he has the knife attack. That can hurt you. That does not hurt you. You whip him away. Actually, I did not know you could whip him away. You get hit by that, you have hearts taken away. You have 3 taken away. You just keep whipping him, he goes away. It's kind of like the wizard guy in Castlevania Bloodlines for Sega Genesis. I don't know, Gemini 96 experiences in that one. That's a good one. We played it years ago, but it has been a while since we played it. Also, this is the other thing that hurt you. He has this monster, he has pentagram out, and he shoots that stuff down. If you're out of the way when he does it, you should be fine, and he's dead. He's not that hard. One thing I will say about this game is you could argue that the boss's challenge is imbalanced. But in certain cases, I'm okay with it because yeah, this game's pretty damn difficult, especially the next level. We're going to Block 4, we're going to the Red Brick Cathedral. We're going to hear that remix of Bloody Tears from Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest, but, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Right from the start, so we'll see how it looks right now. And also giving a little bit of preview of who we're going to see as far as boss. The boss is actually pretty easy on NES if you know what you're doing or have the time stop. Not in this one. Okay, they start you with a Bone Dragon right away. He takes a lot of hits, even with the upgraded whip. Or Vampire Kill, I should say. It is a whip, but still, same idea. Gotta give the Vampire Kill that much respect. Yeah, this, I'll tell you, that one enemy can stymie any run of this level, especially in the Akumajo Dracula part of this thing. And also climb on the stairs. Well, one thing to point out, when you're on the stairs, you can sort of be in line away, even if your head's exposed. Okay, sometimes you can. And still whip them. Okay, now they bring out the Medusa head. They keep coming at infinitum until you get to the end of the area. Especially here where you have them coming there. There are the knights and also the bone towers. I think I said at one point they are some of the most annoying enemies to deal with in Castlevania games, period. It depends on the game. Honestly, with this one, maybe because I've played this one so much, I'm used to the idea of how the pattern is. And it is slow enough how they shoot the fire out, and you can still whip them. And you can kind of just whip your way like crazy, like the NES game. Like, tried down the NES game and said, uh-oh, I'm dying to these things. And I think I said to myself, first I was going through this, like, I don't know, why did I say that these guys are that bad as far as the bone towers? Like, okay, now I remember, it depends on the Castlevania game. As far as avoiding the Medusa heads, basically jump out of the way, or if you're able to time where they're going to be and hit with the Vampire Kill just right, you'll be good. But I don't want to hit that because that's a knife. Right now, I don't want the knife. I want to hold on to the herb as much as I can, just to be safe. I'll say this, if I can hold this until the end of the next level, I kind of want to do that. Alright, now this is going to be a bit hard because you're seeing on the ground, there are the blood skeletons. They keep coming. As far as why, let's get rid of you. Boom. Well, they keep coming back no matter what you do, but they also keep multiplying. Wait a second, why are they multiplying? There's actually great attention to detail that we see at the top of this. So I was like, yeah, why are there ones coming down from over there? Well, actually, because of this. This is the statue of Medusa. Yeah, you have the tears of Medusa. You're seeing the tears coming down. That's not just for show. It drops the tear there. It is the blood skeleton that forms. And they can just keep coming, so you do want to be careful. I'm doing a bad case of this now, saying, hey, just go that way and kind of let them accumulate. Because you can have tons of them coming on screen. In this case, also be careful where the bats come. Because, yeah, there's the one. You can get rid of them. Now, I don't have to necessarily fight the knights here, but I guess you may as well, because they might give a nice item drop. This is actually one of the cases where the down whip is actually pretty useful. Ouch. Well, in this case, they screw it, just go down the pit, I don't care. And bust this here and you get the double shot. But, okay, you don't get it. Okay, I didn't actually realize that. I mean, I don't need it with this thing. You only use it when you have sub-weapons you're using projectiles for, where you can throw out more than one at once. But this one just gives you points. We have these. Unlike on the NES version, these are not a one to kill, but they still hurt. And that candle there has holy water. I don't want that right now. In this case, walk underneath it. You can still crouch underneath this one that doesn't go down all the way. Take advantage of that. And there's a heart there. Both the ghosts come out from behind. And then there's the Goody Knight. Get rid of him. Okay, this part coming up there. This might be one of the hardest parts of the game in a way because of how you have to pay attention to this. It's been, I think, maybe once of the hundreds of times I've tried this. I've gotten through without taking damage. You have the blade coming there on the bottom. You got the one coming at the top here. Pretty easy. You jump over the one. You crouch into this one and wait for your move. But then the idea is, okay, I didn't do that right, but make sure you sit here because they're going up and down. What's the pattern? From what I can tell, the pattern basically, as soon as the one on the top goes jump and duck, but then, here's the other thing about that, which they're doing that. There's also a bat. Oh, and I got through it without taking damage. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's how you do it. The fact that it happened is amazing. It usually does not happen that way. This room is actually surprisingly hard, too, because you have the skeletons. You have to kind of goad them into being off on the side. Basically, they will go over on the side when you go over there and push them towards the group. Do that way and take advantage of the fact that, yeah, it takes time to be on the stairs. If you don't do that, you're going to get yourself hurt and jump and whip. Yeah, this game gets pretty damn difficult when it comes to some of the navigations of itself. And even though you do have in-air control, in fact, I don't know if I mentioned that. You have in-air control. When you jump on NES, you basically jump, you're going the whole way. But in this case, you can change your direction when you're in midair with D-pad. In this case, just whip up there. You go. Okay. Alright, so we're getting close to the end of the cathedral. We have the stained glass monster here, so I gotta be careful with him. Hit him. I'm gonna try and get him over here if I can. Well, the other thing I'm gonna do is when I get rid of him, maybe I'm not gonna be able to. Flashlight warning. Okay, never mind. He's doing that. I'm running. I am not staying here. Or actually, you know what? I am staying here, sort of. Yeah, because avoiding those things. Usually the way I do it is if I have the holy water, I try and get him to do that, and then I walk off that platform and go back downwards. But since I got the skeletons to come back, I don't want to do that. But alright, flashlight warning on the rosary. Boom. Alright, we're almost at the end. Yeah, because with Medusa heads, there's only one boss we could have here. Dracula. No, I'm kidding. It's Medusa. Also, make sure you hit here, because there's a pork roast. I did not know what that was for a while when it came to doing the practice, but alright, here we are. Here's Medusa. Way to handle Medusa, I'll tell you how. Stay far away and whip. Basically, you want to whip, walk, and duck whip. Here's the deal. She'll do that jump, and she'll do the whip cross. And when she does that toss through, crouch and whip. That's how you want to do it. Basically, whip and then walk out of the way. And they stand on the ground and avoid it. But also remember, when she hits you that beam, you get stoned. That hurts. Wait, okay, it doesn't last forever. It doesn't really hurt. It's just in case you're vulnerable. But I'll tell you, the fact that I'm using the lower damage case on this is actually making this boss look like nothing. But this is the way you do it if you're going on in there. In that case, it did look like it was delay, but I did get her. Yeah, if you're playing the Akumajo Dracula, you want to do it that way. I'll show that going. I mean, at the rate I'm going, I'm not even an hour in, and the fact that I'm at block 5 already. You know, we might have time to do that. Well, we're going to show that. I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to say, well, no, we're not going to pay attention to that. Okay, so it is 100 points for each second you have left on the clock, and 100 points for each heart you have. And I'm at 8 lives, Jesus Christ. I'm doing way better at this than I thought I would, but yeah. If there's anywhere that's gonna stop, it's here. At the clock tower. We're hearing, the Tower of Gears as far as the piece of music here. Okay, over there, as we're pointing out, as far as that bone knight, in the wall, there is an axe. If you're going up here, the Akumajo Dracula, you want to go get that, but the other thing is we're pointing out is the way the jump is. I'm not going to show this. You have to jump from when you're basically have your foot off the platform. You have to be dead on, otherwise you're going to miss the jump, you're going to fall on the spikes, and that's an instant death. I am not even bothering to do that with the herb. If I can just hold this damn thing for the rest of this level, I'll be okay with that. It may seem like a cheap idea, but then again, it's also a case of saying, hey, you have your options of running the game, saying, I got a sub-weapon, I got a really good one, if I can keep myself alive, it'll be a good case of being able to run through later parts of the game with that. And I don't know if Gemini 96, you're that way when you play at Castlevania NES. I mean, well, I'll see it, trust me, or we'll see it when you do that for the show at a date of your choosing. Probably after Super Mario 64 again, at a date you're choosing for that one too, as the Medusa heads are back. So get rid of them and be careful. But yeah, so I mean, maybe that thought of saying, what's your strategy really on this game? And I realized that more than anything doing the practice on this thing. A, am I ready for this, number one? Number two, what do I really want to do? I'll tell you this, I'll say this, because we're basically climbing up here, is the clock tower, the Medusa heads that keep coming. You know, to kind of be on the edge, and the bone knights will not get you, and I got another life. Awesome. Ouch. It's been interesting kind of getting the set of this. Hello, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. Happy Halloween. We're playing Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation. It is a remake of Akumajo Dracula from the Sharp X68000. This is the range mode of it. We're going to show the harder version later. We're at the clock tower dealing with Bone Tower. So good to see you tonight. Hope you're having a great holiday. If you let memories fall on Castlevania, more on Castlevania, because we are actually playing a full one this year, as opposed to us demonstrating Dominus Collection from last year. Yeah, this is an interesting one. This is on Luck vs. Quest. It is a good one. It's hard. I think we said, I'm happy, or Happy Halloween. So, yeah, good case of that. Thank you so much. So good to see you tonight. I don't know if you played this one, although this is admittingly a now rare game. You know, they only made 30,000 copies of it. And I'm playing it on PS3 as far as where you can download for $6, but even still, in case that this is an interesting one. And one, guess at some point they probably release this. I'll give my pitch to Konami as far as like what's the next Castlevania collection they should be doing. Now for this jump, okay, there are two ways to do this. If you're playing the arranged mode, which does not have knockback to it, you make that jump right away and be maybe okay. Actually, no, that's if you have knockback on. Basically, run. What's coming here? Jump. There we go. Got it. I got the cross. Okay, I kind of didn't want that. I lost my herb, so I have free health recovery, but I never played this one. Okay, ouch. It is worth pointing out, this is a remake of Castlevania from NES. In some ways, maybe harder than that one. But as far as this one, it's fair enough idea, because I didn't either, because I had it in a PlayStation when it was around, new. And also, it's remaking a game that only Japan got, which was Akumajo Dracula from the Sharp X68000, which is a PC one. This game is pretty damn difficult. It probably is the hardest game I'm playing this year, I think. Especially get to the next part of it, because we are showing the original mode. It is interesting, it is good. It's just a case where, yeah, you gotta be careful, but this arranged mode does help things, especially when the gears come around. They just come around kind of in line. Right here is an axe, I don't want to take that yet. As far as health, it's up here, but they put a Gorgonite over here. I hate the Gorgonites here because they come out usually of nowhere, and you have to get a sense of where are they. There's also a lot of candles there, there's a bunch of nice items there I could take. You have to make that jump very specifically, and I don't trust it, especially because I'm on a time limit. Also, gears. They come randomly. Basically, you have to kind of goad them out. That's how I tend to do it. So you get them out of the way so you don't get hurt by them. Basically, get them out of your way. Also, they'll kind of come off without warning, as we're going to see up here. And the only way you're going to know that is you keep practicing like I did. So like right here, that comes out. It stops. I just whip it and it goes. And if you whip it harder or more, it'll go faster. But that one jumps there. It's coming. It's already spinning, so I can't do much. And it's going down the stairs, so it's like the Slinkies going down the stairs that we had with Mega Man 7 last week. But in this case, yeah, it's a bit nerve-wracking. Okay, the bone towers, though, in this game, not too bad. Except in cases as far as where they place them. This one's sort of annoying in the sense that wait for the fire, but a wheel's gonna come out, or I guess a gear, I should say. You just whip that, and so you can whip the fire away, do that, and then crouch and just whip, whip, whip. They take 5 whips, by the way, to get rid of. Oh, thank God, I got this back. Ouch! But I forgot there's another wheel there, another gear. Crap. Okay, but I do want this. It also comes back, so like, yeah, get going and make sure you get the thing with the Gorgonite gotten rid of. That's the end of that. Okay, good. I'm glad I got the herb because, whoa, okay. Right, I do want to get that. That's money. Okay, is there a heart in that? Please tell me heart's in that. Yes, there are. I want that. But I'm not going to have enough to use this more than once. Unless I get... Oh, okay, now I will. Because the enemies had a lucky drop, so in that case I got 5 hearts. Good, I got it. Okay, because the herb recovers some health at the cost of 10 hearts, and I do need to have that set. This is where the bone tower case is a little annoying. To be on the side of this platform is tilting, whip, whip, and then just jump, and just whip right here. Stay over here. In that case, the fireball's gonna hit you. But the boss, although it's easier with this. Now that health recovery I can sort of cheese this boss. This is the wolf woman, or the she-wolf. It's gonna do the growl, or the yell. Yeah, it's gonna pull parts off of the clock tower, and it's gonna throw them at you. Jump out of the way and try and whip them if you can, or whip her if you can, or whip the objects. But yeah, it's hard because what's happening is she's gonna pull off parts of the side of the wall. So sometimes pull off the numbers off the side of the clock. Eventually, and I think this might be random as far as when she does this, she'll pull up the hands off the clock. When she does that, she stops doing the jump across. And it actually makes this boss really easy. In that case, she'll stay on the ground, and at that point, she'll say, alright, I'll just stick in place. But even later, she'll pull out some sides of the clock. I've seen her not do that, and sometimes just go to the thing with the... Okay, there you go, so I guess it's on health. So here she's doing the full case. She'll do that, so they just keep her distance. Walk ahead, let her do that, and just whip her. I got her. Okay, I got her on the first try. That might be the hardest boss in the game. And the fact that I had the recovery thing is the only reason I survived that. Alright, but that went actually way better than I thought it was going to. Yeah, especially the way she throws that, because it's not always easy to say, oh yeah, just jump quickly out of the way. Because sometimes she'll throw it lower or higher, depending what it is and depending where she goes. Nice work, thank you. The rest of the range mode is going to sort of be smooth sailing after that, but... Yeah, don't look for a repeat of that when we get to the original mode. You'll see why. Alright, but we're done with Block 5. So Block 6 is the floating corridor. We're going to hear the music of Moonfight as far as our way out here. We're getting the great perspective of, dancing in the pale moonlight as far as that looking over there. So climb down the stairs and keep going. Also, feel free to go into other aspects on Castlevania, as we're seeing, yeah, the Bone Knights are back, and also, like, the flying creatures as well. Alright, that's a time stop. I'm gonna try and hold on to this thing as long as I can. It might seem cheap of saying, hey, I want to have constant recovery, but you can do that. If nothing else, I do like the way this Castlevania game has an item like that, A, and B, has a case of saying, in some ways that the other ones do, saying, you have a nice sub-weapon, you can hold on to it if you don't die. So just don't die. And you can easily use it the rest of the game if you know what you're doing, and with practice. Okay, so I was saying we can go into more stuff on Castlevania. Remember when we looked at the Dominus Collection last year, Dawson, I remember you mentioned you talking about the anime of Castlevania, which I've seen. I saw Castlevania Nocturne, which is quite great. You said you saw the original. We did look at those DS games. We should do... Oh, right, there's a hidden money bag. I didn't get that. Basically, go over to the right over there. You can go get it if you're quick enough. Yes, okay. So, yeah, you feel free to go more into that or other cases of Castlevania. You or anybody, really. And also, I guess, what other Castlevania games should we show for next year? Because I'm doing this one because I know Electrus wants to see it. And also because we haven't played a Castlevania game on the show in, fully for 2 years. And also, this is the first show we've had a Halloween night show in 5 years when we played Castlevania Bloodlines for Sega Genesis, which we're going to come back to. But the bridge is collapsing. Get moving and be careful of the Medusa heads. You just run and whip, or just walk and whip. You're not really running. It's not till we get to Castlevania Circle of the Moon on the Game Boy Advance we don't run. You're going to love having running in that game, although whether you're going to love that game, I don't know. Uh-oh, shit. I don't want to die here. But they do hold a little, so it is like the collapsing bridge sections in Castlevania 4, Super Castlevania 4 as is. So we can go through here, so we're going to go into the Tower of the Dolls, which is a piece of music as well. This is a great piece of music as far as how it goes. We're also seeing those treasure boxes. There are going to be things in that I got to be careful about. A lot of times just come up as you're going, and you're seeing like the little dolls there. Hit them, and then get rid of that. It does look really nice, and this is also sort of pointing out the way this range mode is going in terms of the graphics. It is mostly how the Sharp X68000 game looks, mostly, but they did change the design of Simon Belmont here, and they also did do a couple of changes in graphics, a little, not much. It's more changes on the audio, as you're seeing, yeah, the dolls there, they're coming out there. I believe that's a reference to something in Symphony of the Night. Well, okay, now it is as far as the way this release was. Ouch. Oh no, preemptive ouch, because, like, yeah, the dolls are there. Keep that in mind, by the way, for... Wait a second. Why am I forgetting that? Yeah, the game we're doing in 2 weeks also could be constituting a Halloween block game. Which is also our next live show, by the way. Because we're not going to be on next week. But, trying to remember if Castle Illusion has dolls in it. Maybe it does. We'll see in a few weeks. That being said, also, I do have the recovery. Also, when the balloons come up from the bottom of the screen, you gotta be careful. Okay, the pork chop, it's there. I do want to go get it, but the thing is, you do have to make that jump very specifically, so I'll be careful of that. Actually, do I? Or, you know what? I don't care. Let's use the herb. It's the same thing. I don't want to grab that yet. We will show off the other sub-weapons. In fact, if it gets to a case where I go through this quick, I'll go through and I'll show the other sub-weapons. Although, when I get to the end of the game, I will not be showing this. I don't need this for the end of the game. I just need it for... I don't know if I need it. I need it for She-Wolf. In fact, I got through that in one try. This way is good. Yeah, they're hurting me. You have to be... Alright, there you go. Fine, I'll have to use it. Do that. I think it's something they sort of used in, again, Symphony of the Night, although Symphony of the Night came out after this. Ouch. Or after this, as far as the original game. But yeah, look at all those dolls there. Like, yeah, get back, dolls. You need to die. I guess it goes to your aspects of, like, doll case in horror, whether it's Chucky from the Child's Play movies or Annabelle, as far as more recent stuff. Or, Megan, going back to that. Definitely good stuff as far as the way the organ is. Alright, we are in the mirror room. Now, for this case, you see in there that mirror that's up there in the middle of those two candles. It's going to collapse. So get out of the way. Just drop it down. I can use that. Go up here. There's the Axe Knights. Not that bad to take out in this game. Because usually they will not vary their throw downwards. Ouch, but I do be worried of that. The mirrors that come off that are round, they will basically... Oh, shit. Bye-bye to my... Okay, I don't need it for this part. Really. Honestly, the next boss is something where... we'll be okay with it. Also, let's see. Let me get that, number one. Okay, right. Pork chops over here. Yeah, you want to know where the pork chops are. They're not easy to find all the time, and I oftentimes didn't find them. Sometimes your best option is basically whip the walls, but as I showed in level 1, sometimes you don't want to because otherwise there'll be something deadly around the corner. Okay, boss here. This is the Doppelganger. If you're familiar with the game we haven't played yet, Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link on NES. It's like that. He goes around, he sort of mimics you. The easiest way, it's kind of random what he does, but if you're in a case of crouching, sometimes you'll basically be in a case where you get him locked that way and you won't bother to get down and just keep heading. This is how we're going to fight Dark Link at the end of that game, by the way, when we get to it. I don't know if anybody's called dibs on Zelda 2. There you go. He looked really easy, but that's kind of what you want to do. Otherwise, he's basically going to jump around. And well, sometimes he will crouch and hit you, but I got lucky in saying, no, he didn't do that. So his movements are random. So that's kind of the thing that we're worried about on this one. And that was without the herb. We're good. Should we get close to an life? Unless I max my lives out. I don't know if you have max lives, but I'm basically at max lives as far as how this is going. So, alright, I guess that practice I did paid off. Sometimes, look, I've said this before, I'll say it again. When it comes to viewer requests especially, I will practice them. In fact, I will be brutally honest, and the people in chat know this. The two people in chat right now know this. I kind of sort of took the week off of work to get ready for this game. Not completely, other reasons, but I did use that as kind of a pretense. As we're in the torture chamber, and we're going to go to the laboratory as well, to the tune of Etude for the Killer. In this case, you have to be careful of the way the skeletons are, because they're throwing out those bone stitches. I can't do anything about them right now. But my point is, like, yeah, I want to be ready for this game in particular. I was like, am I going to be ready? But I will say, I have been practicing this game for a while. I mean, for God's sake, I was on a trip out to the West Coast. On the plane, I had my PSP. I was getting myself set, and, you know, I'm fine. Let's show the holy water off now. Why not? I was basically getting notes set as far as practicing. I was saying, okay, here's how things are going as I was on the plane going over. So I said, I want to be ready for this game. I know this is a hard game. I'm not making the arrange mode looks hard. This is the easier way, and I'm running on easy, but even then, I did not have this much success even running on easy. In this case, just keep walking. There's also that. You don't have to fight it. You do the crawl. You can whip him in the head and be good, but if I crouch... This is not a hitbox as far as his legs. I love that. That's actually really unique. So in that case, it's like, you just stay there, don't aggravate him, go underneath his legs, and just keep going. So it does give you a lot of interesting ideas. But all right, there's the holy water. I believe it's not as insanely overpowered as the NES game could be, to a certain extent. But, well, actually, there is one part of this, if I live long enough, I want to try that on, if I can. Also, in this case, yeah, I have to kind of lure out the skeletons so I don't get thrown with a bone. But yeah, there are the, like, the prisoners. It's like, help me. It's like, yeah, we're going to have to help you later. If we take care of Dracula, then we can help you. Yeah, I do like Etude for the Devil, the music that plays here. It's actually really nice. Very atmospheric. Great stuff as far as the real instruments. Even as far as on the Sharp X68 version, which was not necessarily real instruments, it definitely sounded with that great gothic style. Yeah, we're seeing the torture chamber there. Uh-oh, there's dead bodies being hung up there for clearance. Alright. In this case, let the Fleeman come over here. Let him come down and then do that. Alright, so for this one, that comes down. This one does not come down all the way, so to make the jump. Ouch. Okay, the jump and then crouch because it doesn't come down all the way, but in the case of this, I do need to get going, and then we're going to play a deadly game of jump rope. Yeah, we're going to have fun in the Halloween games as far as our Halloween show tonight, just for that reason alone, because, yeah, there are the bone skeleton dudes. They're doing that, so yeah, it is kind of going in the background now. It looks really nice. it won't affect that blood skeleton, but I don't care about him. Basically, wait, jump. You can jump straight, and then get him. This one's going faster, so you have to basically jump right at the right moment, and then basically jump straight up, and then jump off. Even though you have time limit, whoa! Oh, there you go. Ouch. Oh, that's fine, that's fine. I don't care right now, because I want to get them out of the way, because there is pork chop in this wall. Alright, that being said, I do want to get rid of them quick, and then walk up the stairs. Otherwise, they'll come to me, and not going up the stairs faster. Also, that spike over there on the ground, it's a trap. So as long as I'm staying here, it'll do that. Also, when I walk over, it's not gonna hurt me. Like, you do have to be ready for it. This game does love to lure the player into a false sense of security and then hit him, bam, with something else. In this case, yeah, be careful of those things. Crouch underneath it. Okay, so this one, jump over. In this case, ouch, hit there. Oh, that big axe, you think that you have to completely go across this, but you can crouch here. It looks like I'm getting my head hurt, but it's not. It's like with Castlevania Adventure ReBirth that we had. Alright, so let's get the holy water running, if I can get it going. Alright. Also, as we're pointing out, they will take more or less damage if you hit them where they're exposed for the Axe Knights. Particularly here, this guy usually is pretty well exposed. You hit him below the belt, he'll usually die in one. Oh, wait, I was gonna say, is that good? I mean, actually, it's sort of good. But we're in the laboratory. Alright, so they're gonna do something with those two guys, that guy and gal over there. Alright, blood skeletons here. You wanna lure them out. You also wanna try and knock them down in a group. I mean, why? Well, do that, because as you go, there's gonna be more that are gonna come by. Basically, get as many of them up, because you have to be really quick when it comes to going down the stairs, and you're gonna be vulnerable. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take them over here. Whip them, there you go. So that goes all 6. Whip them there, get rid of them, and then make my move. In this case, whip him. Fine, there's a double shot. It's going to go away before I can get it. I don't care. It's really hard to avoid that because oftentimes, because the way you go slowly downstairs, the blood skeletons can be trouble. Also, there's something in here that actually is going to give me a lot of trouble. Once I say screw it, I don't want to fight him and take a shot. Alright, so here we go. Frankenstein is in this game. Or Frankenstein's monster, I should say. Boom. He takes tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of hits. If I can get him back and knock him over, he'll go backwards enough. Or I say screw it and go. Or I do it this way, he'll go backwards maybe. Okay, I got him. Yeah, he takes tons and tons of hits. The fact I got rid of him is a good thing. I mean, you can get hit and then go away. And also, we have like those fetuses coming out of the tubes. Gotta be careful here. I also get moving. My time is low, and my health is also low. I also want to get my ass out of here quickly. This is actually where having the axe is useful, because in that case, even though it doesn't do too much damage, I can hit the fetuses walking around. That is what they are. I guess throwing those plasma things at me, whatever they are. I can use that to get rid of them, and they will not respawn. Some of the enemies will respawn as far as what they are, and there's the door. That means my checkpoint, so it's okay as far as this, but I do need to get myself going. I might not get through this without dying, but if I do die, I'll come back here. But it'll also be a little bit of a disadvantage. Alright, Bone Dragon. Oh, no. Bone Tower. Okay, there we go. Got another life. Okay, so there we go. I got 11 lives. Shit, I can't believe I have this many. Also, that is... Oh. Actually, yeah, the blood skeletons would be good to use or get rid of with this thing. Then again, I don't know if I can get to the boss here and beat him in time. I might be taking too long. That is probably I don't think I'm going to be able to pull this off. I'll try. We'll see what we can do. Actually, I'm trying to remember. Do I have... Oh, there's health here. This is probably worth getting. Because the boss is up here, but I don't know if I can get up here quick enough as far as what he is. Get rid of him, please. Ah. Yeah, this is gonna be close. You hear that noise when my time's running down. Our boss here is Death. Can I beat him in 30 seconds by the time I get there? I don't know. Uh-oh. Oh, man. I don't think I'm going to be able to make this. I'll try. We'll see. Because also it's the supermarket sweep rules where, you know, when he dies, I have to get my hands on the orb. I don't know. This is going to be close. Okay, I'm dead as far as that, so fair enough. It's probably for the best anyway, because if nothing else, it means I come back here, even though I do have a lot of my upgrades off, including my whip's gone. I do have some time, although it's worth pointing out this game does scale the time specifically so that you usually start levels fully with 500 seconds, but for this, when you get to a later area, you have less when you start it. And you have to build your whip up from square one. It was probably better as far as how I handled that, because in that way I wasn't giving Death the case of what I need to, really. In this case, I do have the cross, which I do want to use for now. And I do need to build up my hearts. Because Death isn't too bad if you have the cross, and also if you're good at dodging. He's actually not necessarily dissimilar to the Rundle of Blood version we fought 2 years ago. In some ways, although to be fair, he's kind of like that in all. Kind of like that in the NES version, sort of. Though, full disclosure time, I have not beaten the NES version, which M96 has. Ouch. I probably will, by the time we get to that, just because, well, if he's beaten it, I probably should beat it too. Ow. Oh, yeah, be careful. Yeah, you're seeing the way the Medusa heads are, and even though the axe knights are better in this because they don't throw the axe downwards as well, it's a case where it still can get in the way. Alright, so just keep getting hearts. Keep my way out of them. You'll see the nice detail in the background, like, yeah, it's water, or whatever that is. And they're like, oh my god, help us, help us. Like, yeah, well, I don't know if we can help, we're trying. Alright. Here's Death, let's try that. What you want to do is whip him, and also when he throws out the size, use the cross. Actually, then again, the cross hurts really badly, honestly, so... Honestly, that might be a good case. Be careful when you toss the scythe. But down to lower health, he'll have the black hole. It doesn't necessarily kill you if you get caught. But I might not live. Ouch. Okay, I'm kind of glad this is giving me trouble, but then again, I have all these lives. So honestly, this is pretty good because it's only when I lose all my lives that's game over and I have to restart this level again. I don't think I'm going to have to do that. Yeah, don't expect that when we get to the original mode. But we're at least beating this one. I'll try on the original mode still as is, just to give a sense of what it is, and also explain why it's harder. I mean, it is the original version. This is basically just that game, plus some changes here and there. Some to make it easier, but also ones that make it a little more approachable, but also the case that it's still going to be hard. I mean, look, I put this on easy with 5 lives. Even then, it's still going to be challenging. It's how easy it used to be when it came to going back in the days where they say easy, normal, and hard. Easy sometimes the case where, yeah, it is still pretty tough. Not necessarily for the game we're playing in 2 weeks, but even then, it's something where that's a game you have to be on your toes. And talk about covering the entire difficulty gamut on that one. Yeah, one mode that's insanely easy for the purpose of first-time players and children. One that's the normal way, and the other way, which is insanely hard and gives you no continues. So, and worth pointing out with this game, you do have infinite continues. Not every Castlevania game does. The NES version of this does. But Castlevania Bloodlines on Sega Genesis is not infinite continues. That'd be tough when I come back. We did play that 5 years ago on this day, but I need to come back to it again show up Eric Picard's missions, or his play of the game. You do the John Morris part again anyway. It's been so long. Okay. So not bad so far. And time's not the concern. Now it's just basically cheating death, or getting death. And the axe does, or no, the, well, fine, his scythe covers a large amount of the screen. I'd say the cross covers a large amount of the screen, too. I think I should be able to get him. Honestly, the axe works, or I keep saying the axe, the cross works way better on him than you'd think, and I can't, unfortunately, hit him upwards. What do you think this is? Castlevania, what was it, Bloodlines? Or, Super Castlevania 4. I only whip him downwards, but alright. So yeah, this is gonna be a bit of a struggle. Honestly, just the black hole case, and then when he gets the scythe going, but I just have to be set on that one, it should be okay. I mean, I'll say this specifically, we're not getting even this far with the original version, but I'll try. As I said, if I don't, we'll eventually come back to it a second chance. I'll do 15 months, not like I did on the Contra Hardcore. Speaking of Konami games that are really hard, although, I don't know, I get the sense I sometimes have more of a hard time with this game than I do with that one. And that game isn't one it kills. Like, wait a second, why am I finding that one easier? I mean, mainly because I guess your mobility is more in that game, because of the kind of game it is, and also just because of the way that game operates. Some of the difficulty of this game does come around from the fact that it is... the controls are stiff, really? Or necessarily the primitive, or the bad. Which is the case that other Castlevania games that do some of the things this one does, you don't have some of those things to it, but as I mentioned, you do have some of the benefits in this game that you don't have in those, like with the case of saying, hey, I have that herb, I can use that for the purpose of recovering health during a boss. Now, the other Castle games let you do that I know of, unless, chat, you know of one that is like that. I know NES doesn't do that as far as that one. Alright, there you go. Okay, got it. I was like, yeah, first, like, wait, did I get the Medusa head there? It looked like he was just about hit me, or I got him with the Vampire Killer, which, yeah, it's a good case. We're almost there. Also, the other thing is, I could get lucky with an item drop from something, but it's not always going to be a guarantee. So, usually when you get really good items off of enemy kills, it's something that, yeah, you take it when you get it, but it's cases where you don't rely on it. And nothing else, I guess, then use it for the purpose of getting points. Alright, so let's try death again. Yeah, just avoid the sight. That's the hard thing, and then the cross is not a bad thing to use. It is the only sub-weapons available to me normally as far as this, because you see in there, it takes off 4 things of health. And in this case, yeah, if I can get rid of the... okay, go left, right on the skulls. Get rid of those, because you're basically, for all intents and purposes, stuck when he does that. Alright, I got him now. Alright, so bye-bye, death, you're done. I got another life. Awesome. And I said, if I was in the case of my time, it's like one of those cases that even if I kill him, the timer's still running. And remember, it's like Supermarket Sweep. You have to have your hands on the $5,000 for the bell rings. And it's a case where, yeah, if I don't get to 0, if he counts down to 0 before the thing comes down, I'm screwed. In that case, death is gone. So we have only 1 level left, but it is going to be a bit of a long one. And we're not done with the show. We've got a lot more to go. Okay, so we make our walk, and you are seeing up there Dracula, of course. This is his castle, so we're going to take him down next. To a great remix of the theme of Simon Belmont for Super Castlevania 4 from Super Nintendo, the It's good stuff. Ouch. Yeah, in this case, we have the armored knights. Some of it axes, the other ones have crossbows. You can knock the arrows out of the sky if you time it right. But I'm not. Alright, there you go. In that case, I can at least get him with holy water. Now, there are a couple paths to go through this. To the point where... I don't know. I do want to try and show off a couple of the paths. There are only a couple of us that are like this. But this is one of them. The second world is... Or the second area is one of them like that. So we can go up there. Ow. Yeah, those guys are annoying to defeat. Yeah, especially also in that case, yeah, he comes out, but also there's the one that has the crossbow. I'll take that. So I can climb up there. Oh, right. He's coming off screen. You can kind of hear him. Like, I was like, uh-oh. I can go that way. You know what? I'll hold this. So I either go up the stairs on the left or go up the stairs on the right. I mean, it's either way, really. They do eventually take you to the same place. I think I might want to go along the right, sorta. In this case, the good news is that he has the mace over there, but he's staying still. And the cross does not take many hearts to use, it's only one. So you can use it's quite a bit. Now, you hit the wall over there, go through that, or I can go up. In fact, I will go up. Oh, yeah, for the double shot, I'm definitely going to go up. So in that case, I can throw two of those out at once. Alright, now this part's going to be a little weird. You see the chandelier, that one I can't really see. Yeah, that one's going to fall. Yeah, the place is on fire. It's not going to burn me, but the enemies are going to be on fire. And ouch. Yeah, that guy's throwing out the fire there, and the chandelier will come down, and that will still hurt me, so I got to stay out of the way. Basically, pay attention to each side of yourself. So in this case... Oh, crap, I'm dead. Basically, pay attention to the left and pay attention to the right. Although... Actually, since it didn't give me a checkpoint, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll show the other paths. Ow. Also, probably should stay not as close to them. Well, there we go. In that case, if I'm standing, I can whip out the arrows out of the way. Sort of, but there's the one that's, like, right next to me, so in that case, I can whip the first one standing up. The other one I gotta crouch for. And that one is use the distance of the whip to get him. I do hear this great remix of this music. So it's even one of those cases where even if you're not someone who's played a whole lot of Castlevania, and that was me for admitting a long time in my life, you kind of end up getting to know a lot of pieces of music in it. Just from, you know, I guess happenstance, or I know the anime goes into that, or just in case of people's like, oh yeah, you know the names. Ouch. And I'm letting myself get hurt badly, I gotta be careful about that. Get that. We'll go to the left this time. And it's worth pointing one thing out. On this level, this is a long level. Ouch. But if I get to the final boss here, if you get a game over, you start at the final boss. You do not have to go through the rest of this level again. The only level in the game is like that, so take advantage of that. As long as you get there. In this case, coming up here, we are seeing the, I guess, the armory of, oh crap, of Dracula. Yeah, me not paying attention to that made it so I get shot in the face. In that case, yeah, what I should be doing with those knights is, when they stop moving, they'll have basically a stop in their animation, they'll then do a slice down. So you in that case, I can crouch underneath him. Oh, but he shoots twice, I didn't know that. Actually, in that case, no. Then what you want to do is you want to crouch down. Yeah, he shoots one, and then he shoots two. Did you see how it's kind of loading in? Okay, I do want to get that. That has invincibility, or visibility and invincibility. The last few seconds, you hear the sound going, bing, and you hear it again, you hear the bing. The second time means that you're coming out of it. Well, that's about 5 seconds, more or less. There's hearts. Yeah, I guess I will. it's worth pointing out when we get to the final boss, this is not one of those Castlevania games where they give you a lot of upgrades to get yourself ready for the final battle. Although, in this game, you don't necessarily need it when you get the pattern down. But like I said with Mega Man 7 last week. Alright, there's a cross right now. In fact, I'm getting it early. There's one underneath that candle right there. If you already have it, it's hard. I'll go left because I didn't show it correctly because I got myself arrowed in the face. Oh, go! In that case, get rid of him. Let's get more hearts. I just get myself built up. Although, as I said, for the final boss, you can kind of just use Vampire Kill, sort of. Although the cross is useful. And actually, the Holy Water is also useful too, and as we're pointing out, those are the only two weapons you have access to in the final boss in the room if you're like, hey, you die or something. Get rid of him, go up this way. We are going to go up this way. Yeah, because the other way you can do is basically bust through that wall, come through here, and go up. It will take you to the same place, saying, hey, I come up that way, and we're going into the room again. Get through this, especially with that double shot, that's going to be very helpful. In that case, just throw out two crosses and reset. Yeah. Yeah. There's another one. It's coming from behind. Those look kind of hard to see where they're coming from as far as their attacks. Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage. Okay, yeah, fuck this, I'm going. Whew, okay, I got through the room. Okay, that is checkpoint, by the way. That could be useful. Okay, this part is kind of hard because we're gonna have the giant bats, the boss of the first stage. They're gonna appear again as enemies. But one thing to know about them is... Okay, me dying to them, number one. But when they come towards you, they'll stop. So you can kind of go backwards, and you can kind of get what you need. In this case, as far as getting them. In this case, I have the axe now, so this is pretty useful. We're almost there. We only have two more screens to go. In this case, yeah, basically walk away, he'll stop there, and then just whip him. So you're going to whip it good, indeed, on this game. Or use your sub-weapons, but especially here, because we're over Bottomless Pit. And if I was playing the normal mode of this, remember, you have knockback when you get hit. So in that case, you're probably falling into that pit. In this, no. Even on the hard difficulty of a range mode, you do not have that. In this case, even with the time limit, being patient is going to help. I don't, actually, I haven't shown this yet. I could show that. This is the time stop. Use this, and the action stops for about 5 seconds on normal enemies. On bosses, this thing does not work. You have to make that jump very specifically at the end. Basically have Simon's foot out there on the edge at basically the last minute jump. Otherwise, you're not making that. Here he comes. Ow. Oh, I didn't want to crouch. Now I can... Or... Oh, I don't have enough juice for that. Right, it's 5 hearts for a usage of the stopwatch. In this case, another specific jump made it. Okay, good. Alright, so yeah, the mouth opens, we're going in. We've got one more room to go through, and as soon as we get through this, we will be at Dracula. Actually, pretty quick. Oh, okay, I didn't mean to necessarily use that, but alright, I'm glad I did. You have the, like, the Deadly Mage are kind of like ninjas flying around with scythes. Like, yeah, she seems very polite, like, oh yeah, we'll service you any way you need. But, like, and then, panthers as well, or black cats. Ow. And also, yeah, they have fire. It's like, yeah, gotta be careful of them. Yeah, in that case, yeah, just get rid of them. Yeah, the cross will do. I think I might have shown all the sub-weapons as it is. Okay, one more thing. After this, we're gonna be getting our way. Alright, here we go. Also, it's worth pointing out, this is not like Castlevania 4, where you can walk off that and find hidden items as far as helping you with this fight. No, you die if you walk off that, so don't do it. But we're good. This is the final boss. we're really quick on this. Don't expect that on the other one. In this case, basically just get the money and get the hearts. And in that candle over there, that is holy water if you want to use that. For now, I'm not gonna. Dracula has 2 forms, as is usually the case. Depends on the game, maybe he has more. But for this, here's how you handle them. Or how I handle them. I've seen other ways of how people run them. Sometimes you use the cross for this, and I will sort of use the cross. When he comes over, whip him, and be on the ground when he throws the fire. Because if you're on the ground when he does that, so you have to time it. He will throw it out like that, and you can jump over. The other thing you can do is you can use the cross, and you can make it so that you whip the fire out of the way. But if you're in the air too much, what will happen, or you're too far away, what will happen is he'll shoot it out in the air, and you kind of curve it. Like that. And when you get him down to about half health, maybe a little less than that, he'll throw out more fireballs. It starts at 3, and he throws 5. I think next hit's gonna happen. It's not an easy pattern to get down. It took me some time, but also in that case, if you don't make the jump like I did, you're in trouble. Yeah. Okay, he's become more exposed, so he has, as far as the demonic side, so he's throwing out more of those now. And I might die to this, which is okay for now. Because I need to come back with full health as far as this fight, which I'm going to have to do now. It's probably for the best. And it does start you right here. Even if we get a game over, I'm going to start right here. But with the lives I have, we should be good. Okay, 5 lives. Alright, so far there's actually much smoother sailing for this part of it than I thought. You never know. I mean, I always say that when it comes to the shows. Like, I want to put a good show. I want to do everything I can to give the game and show a skill, as is the case, but also get a sense of just sometimes you don't know. Sometimes you get in the perspective of the show. I sometimes get a sense of maybe I'll do better, maybe I'll do worse. It sometimes depends. I'm not going to say no amount of practice is ever going to really prepare you, but I'll say that in case of basically getting stuff ready for the show, sometimes it may go down differently than you might think. But I do want to also be set. Especially with the viewer request. When I first want to see this, I said, I'm not leaving them out in the cold. I'm not going to say, oh, we play this game next week, and I show, like, no skill. And, like, oh, it's like, it would then come off as the case saying, out of respect his request on this. Like, oh, yeah, I'm definitely showing that. One thing this show has indicated above anything else, I definitely respect from the guests, as far as people who are on the show and people coming to our best chat on Twitch. Ouch. Okay, right there. You're seeing right there, if nothing else. I jumped too late, so he had the fire going ahead of me. Now, you can use the whip if you time it right, or you can use the cross. And I'll use the cross here. But if I'm too far away, it might not come down fast enough for me to be able to curve over it. Ouch. I'm honestly not in good shape as far as the next part of this, but if I play my cards right, it might not matter. Ouch. And there are a couple of methods I kind of played around, saying, okay, what do I do to him? My first thought initially, I think, was basically timing the jump enough so I could whip him. Oh no, I think I used the... No, I used the cross for that. And then I basically whipped the fire out of the way. The other thing you can do is you crouch down in your right position, and you're able to anticipate where his fire is going to go. You can whip it out of the way. Or you can use the cross to get out of the way. And you can sort of use the holy water to get out of the way, but... I guess you could when it's on the ground. But you have to time it, of course, when the holy water hits the ground for me to toss it out. Oh, there you go. Okay, so yeah, I got the timing, I've got the method. It's just about executing. That's always the case when it comes to this game or anything, really, which is... yeah, unfortunately... Right, because I'm too far away, it's going to go after me. What? Oh, no. Okay, there we go. Now, when you get in a rhythm, that's the idea. Getting into the rhythm and understanding... Ow. I shouldn't have done that. Getting in the rhythm and then just basically being able to execute on that. Memorizing that pattern. That's something unique, I guess, when it came to this and really in any game like this, which is saying, what are enemies doing, and what do I do as far as... In fact, I know... I'll go back to this. The Sonic the Hedgehog games said this, particularly Sonic the Hedgehog 1. in the instruction manual, it says sometimes, yeah, you're on a time limit, but also sometimes sit back and watch what enemies do, what bosses do, and when you do that and understand it, it can help you out as far as getting a sense of what you need to do to plan your attack and survive. Especially in Castlevania, any of them, but especially this one, that's something very helpful. Ah, crap, it was too high. Alright, one more hit, and we got him to start. Alright, off with his head. But we have one more form to go, and we're going to hear the main theme as far as his boss, that being called You Goddamn Bathead. That's the name of the track. You want to stay close to him, because if you're close to him, he will throw out the fire, you won't get hit by it. But if he does something with his knee, as far as leaning towards you, that's going to be a problem. When he does the walk, basically wait till he does that, and then walk underneath. Held down low enough, he'll jump off the screen, he'll do that. That's hard to avoid because of how that goes, and I might not live. I'm trying. Okay, never mind, I will live. Got him, he's dead. If you're quick and you're able to avoid that and you basically make it so that... Depends sometimes on what he does, because sometimes he'll do that thing with the knee, he'll lean forward and slash you. He didn't do that at all. So I got lucky. In that case, yeah, we beat it. We're done. But, we're not done completely. That is the end of the ranged mode of Castlevania Chronicles. The final score of just under 500,000. With that, we are also getting this nice FMV cutscene of what usually happens whenever Simon Belmont or anybody takes Dracula down. Castlevania, or Castle Dracula, it's collapsing. In that case, Dracula's no more, at least for now, because let's not kid ourselves. He'll be back again in elements of this franchise. Also, where he is, how he comes back, sometimes different, but a new day is dawning for the world and also for the Belmonts. Yeah, Simon Belmont, he did live up to his element. Actually, I'm realizing we have not shown Simon Belmont in a game yet until tonight, because we played Ronald Blood, which was Richter Belmont. We played Bloodlines, which was again the credits. We played Castlevania Bloodlines, which is John Morris, who is descended from the Belmont, so he has the Vampire Killer, and also Eric Ricard. We played Castlevania The Adventure ReBirth from Wii. Still waiting on the re-release of that 3 years after we did that show, but I believe it's coming. I believe they'll do it. In my heart of hearts, they're going to do it. I know M2 is going to get to that eventually for the next Castlevania collection, which I'll pitch again tonight, tying with this game what I think it should be. We played as Christopher Belmont. That was going back, it was years after Simon Belmont, I believe. Oh no, it was years before Simon Belmont, I believe. I'm trying to remember where that falls in the timeline, as far as where he comes from. And we did preview Dawn of Sorrow from DS, where we're basically playing as the reincarnation of Dracula in terms of Soma Cruz. We played demo of one after that, Portrait of Ruin, which we had Jonathan Belmont with the son of Jonathan Morris, the son of John Morris, and Charlotte Allen, of course, as far as his helper. And then Orviclesia, that was Shinoa, who was kind of off on her way as far as how it was, not tied to the Belmonts. Marie Renard from Round of Blood is tied to the Belmonts as well as is Richter Belmont. Okay, we did sort of show Simon Belmont a little bit when it came to Haunted Castle preview and its remake preview as was. But there you go. So we did do it. We beat the game. I'll do an override on this. When you do beat the game, you unlock the time attack mode. I will briefly show that. And then we go into the other part of this. I will show this for one aspect. You basically get a case where you run through blocks. It's all 8 of them of the game, so all 24 levels. I won't show all of them, I'll show a couple. Basically, this case, you just go through and you go for the best time. And then also you're into that great dance remix take of Vampire Killer again. Oh, they're giving me the triple shot right away. Also, you don't have lives, so as soon as you get a death, it's over. In this case, even though I'm going on time, it probably should say, well, just keep going, but if I need something to survive, I'm going to get something to survive, or I'm going to get some item for the purpose of this. Actually, I'll tell you what I can do. I can also show the older path in Stage 2, which I cannot show. Whoop. Right, out of the way, cat. Oh, yeah, the cat's going away. Yeah, some of the sound effects are going to be a little different from what we're going to hear in Akumajo Dracula, which will show off in a little bit. I guess I'll segment this into timestamps when I edit, I guess. I mean, I guess it makes sense as far as the idea of that. I do have that element going on the dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Flash warning, boom. Yeah, the power of Christ compels you, you're gone. Oh, and we'll do the reading in the digital manual. Remember, this is the emulated version from PlayStation 3. So when that's the case, it means that the digital manual is always on the table. Bye-bye to the Gorgon, I want him out. I don't need health, I'm mostly fully at health, so I don't care. Just keep going. In this case, just get rid of the Merman. Sometimes it can be annoying, although honestly the place where they're the most annoying, if anything else, was in Dracula's dock in Run of Blood. I love that level, but Jesus Christ, having those over the bottomless pits was nuts. But God, I love that music there, for sure. Because I love the music in this, and really all the Castlevania games. Even Castlevania games I'm not that hot on, is where I'll say, yeah, the music's really, really good in them. I guess I'll put this to chat as well. What do you think our next Castlevania game should be? After we do this one. I mean, as I said, I want a second chance Bloodlines, but we did do Bloodlines already, so as far as other ones, I'll do Symphony of the Night at some point, but I want to prep on Symphony of the Night because there's a lot shown. We have to go through, the castle twice. There's the extra stuff that unlocks when you go through it the whole way. As I realized, the PSP version has extra stuff in it as far as how the Symphony of the Night element goes, and it's in the Castlevania Requiem collection as well. So that's something we could use for showing that. I know Crusader64 mentioned to me at some point that I think you want to be in on the two on the PS2, those being Lament of Innocence and Curse of Darkness. I don't know. I'm not sure if he's saying, like, hey, he wants to do that, because his focus really now for the show is basically the rest of the Shadow Hearts games, which means Godelka, which is going to be part of a Halloween block next year, and Shadow Hearts from the New World eventually. We'll do Castlevania NES. I know, Gemini 96, that's yours. I need a lot of practice for 3, because 3 is insanely hard, especially running the US version of 3. Because 3 is harder for us in the US than the Japanese one. I do have access to the Japanese version within the Castlevania Anniversary Collection. There's 2 Simon's Quest. Everybody knows that one. We probably should play that at some point, but I don't know if I'm set, as we got 3 minutes and 29 seconds and 8 milliseconds for the purpose of 80 milliseconds as we go. The other ones. There are those 3 from DS, which you haven't shown yet fully. They're the 3 from the Game Boy Advance, those being Circle of the Moon, Harmony of Dissonance, and Aria of Sorrow. There is... Oh, wait, you can switch your block. Oh, I didn't know you could select block on that. Okay, you know what? I'll tell you what we're going to do. I will show off the levels that had extra paths. I'll show the paths we didn't show. And then we'll go on to Akumajo Dracula as far as that. Let's see. There's Dracula X from Super Nintendo. It is not the same as Rondo of Blood. That's also one that's pretty damn hard, but also one it's pretty interesting. Let's see. I bought one we talked about a couple years ago, that being Castlevania Harmony of Despair. It is a cooperative Castlevania game. I bought it for the PlayStation 3. I have it on 360 as I got as a freebie from Games with Gold years ago, but I actually did go out of my way and buy the PS3 version because, unlike the 360 version, the PS3 version does have local co-op multiplayer, which that game's all about multiplayer, so the idea is that when the servers of that turn off, if they're not already off already, there's not going to be much of a point, and I don't think it has System Link support as far as 360, at least I don't think it does. I'll let down here if I'm wrong, and it does, but in that case, that's one I'd probably want people for that, though. Because that's supposed to be a co-op game. I don't know if we could show the Lords of Shadow games, honestly, because of nudity, which is visible. What else? There's Judgment. I don't know how we should scope Judgment. Judgment is a case where, in order to unlock all the characters, you have to beat the game 13 times to get the true ending of one character by beating the game with him 13 more times. I would do off-screen stuff for that one. In this case, going down here, we see those worms coming out of the sides. Oh, you see the tail of the skull dragon, yeah, the skull dragon, that's his name. You can whip it, doesn't do much. Wait a second. Actually, that sound, that pluck, 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 pluck. Actually, that sounds like the... I'm gonna go back and listen to that. That sounds like the beeping sound of like the C4 bombs from Metal Gear Solid 2. I don't know if maybe they had that on their thought as far as it. Metal Gear Solid 2 was out the same year as this. Oh yeah, but okay, that's the different path, basically saying, hey, go down this way. So it takes you the same path, it's just the idea of saying, hey, you're seeing different things. I'm trying to think, what other Castlevania games? Yeah, the Game Boy ones. I mean, Castlevania Adventure, boy, that's gonna be fun. Maybe not, doing that one. I mean, and, actually the one, Castlevania 2, Belmont's Revenge, that's a really good game, actually. That would be a good one. And Legends, which is also on Game Boy, that's on Switch Online now. Right, in that case, alternate the other side when that knocks down. Let's see. There are a couple we could pick as far as what you want to see next. I don't know what you want to see next, chat, as far as what's going to be. But we got tons to choose from. Let's think of other really unique ones. But yeah, we haven't necessarily shown Castlevania a ton, but it's also something that there are definitely some interesting entries. And that remake of Haunted Castle. We could also second chance Adventure ReBirth, though I think I'll say this. I think if we come back to Adventure ReBirth again, A, it'll be somebody as far as a guest, and B, I think I'll wait till they re-release that. They haven't said they're gonna, but I think eventually they do it. And in fact, I'll say this. Right now, as I'm gonna take the Skull Dragon down again, I'm gonna give him a pitch for what I think the next Castlevania collection should be. So Konami, for listening, turn up the volume. I have a suggestion that may be worth $1 million for you. And maybe they're thinking this already. M2 has developed all of these. This has been the Castlevania Anniversary Collection, the Advanced Collection, and the Dominus Collection. If you haven't bought them, go get them. They're all awesome. But, I would say the next collection, the thought would be maybe go for the 3D stuff, which would also be the Nintendo 64 ones, which would be Castlevania and Castlevania Legacy of Darkness, which is a game that goes for a lot of money, particularly Legacy of Darkness. Let me think also about Alternate Path Through Stage. That's not much, just because you're just jumping off the side. I'll show that as far as that. 6 is... The Floating Corridor is the same. The Torture Chamber, there's not much of a difference. It's just Dracula's Tower. I'll show that one then. Yeah, but here's the $1 million idea, I'd say, as far as next collection. That would be, I'll say this. And I don't work for Konami, so I can't get a sense like, oh yeah, I'm the one playing this. But I guess an idea of a suggestion from them. We always make suggestions as far as people in chat as well, but also we have. How about this? The Castlevania Remake Collection. This is gonna seem weird, but I'll explain it. So we are playing a game that is a remake of Castlevania 1 and a remake of the remake, technically, with this arranged mode. Basically, we take every Castlevania game that had a remake made of itself, put in one box, with a couple exceptions I'll put to as is. So, in that case, if we have Castlevania 1, the remake would be this. We Akumajo Dracula and this, basically, Chronicles would come. Pretty much. Then we played Rondo of Blood. That had, actually, that has a remake that we used. Okay, we used a release that is a remake of that. We're gonna go to the right on this one. That was Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles, which was on PSP. So in that case, it would be Rondo of Blood, the PC Engine Super CD ROM 2 version, and then that remake for PSP, which is really good. We gotta play that. That's a cool game. And a really good remake of that great game as is. Yeah, I gotta be careful if I'm gonna be showing off the paths, because everyone's gonna die looking at this. Actually, I guess I kind of showed it off already. It's basically just going through here. Actually, no, I didn't show it off. Alright, so yeah, okay, this is a... Oh, shit. Okay, this is like the lectern here. There's the, there's the, what was it? The wall meat that I couldn't get. Okay, so fine, here you go, standing in front of the pulpit, indicating this. Talk about that image as the armored knight guy slashing is not doing anything because he can't go through the wall either. So yeah, Castlevania Remake Collection, Castlevania 1, this game, which covers Akumajo, Round of Blood, Dracula Chronicles. I don't know if Dracula X from Super Nintendo would count, because it's kind of a remake of that. And I'll do this again, because I died. Also, because it ties to Symphony of the Night. I'd say Symphony of the Night. Also, oh no, I'm not doing block 1. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. So I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go walk and kill myself, as far as that. Right, and then Adventure from Game Boy, and then Adventure ReBirth. That's how we get Adventure ReBirth back, I'm saying that. And M2 made that game from Wii, so in that case, that's their idea. Alright, that's gonna fall, so alright, let's see how far we get just walking as it is. This is great, I'll have to watch the rest of the video. I have to get up 5 a.m. on alarm. Oh, I'm sorry, Dollyfin, you have to get up that early as far as it's... But thank you for showing up to the show and joining us tonight. Just to let you know, we're not gonna have a show tomorrow, because tonight is our week show. But what we're gonna do is we're pointing out, we're not gonna be on the show next weekend. We're not gonna have a show. But we'll be back for 2 weeks from tonight. I'm gonna have to squeeze together our second chances for the year, the remaining 2. So on Friday, November 14th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have Castlevania starring Mickey Mouse from Sega Genesis. Playing that one again. Also, Kiss a Castle, kind of horror-based. So I guess Halloween Block sort of not ending. And of course, we have Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights with you at the end of the year as our last live show. But yeah, that's going to be our next show. And then we're also going to have a show, by the way, that week on the Saturday. So November 14th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to have Castlevania, and the 15th is the Shadow the Hedgehog second chance. And we will have content going on the YouTube site next week for our Switch 2 Chronicles. A total of 12 hours with the content of more backwards compatibility tests. But however, edited and ready to go. Thank you, enjoyed it, and yay. There you go, we got a lot of good stuff coming up as is, even though it's like, yeah, we're gonna be off next week. Oh, that's fine. Wait a minute, I want to get myself killed. What am I doing? Wait, easy way to get myself killed on this level is... Okay, I just say that. Let the Fleamen come out of that hole. They just keep coming, they're not gonna stop, and we'll see also... How's the frame rate of this game get? Let's put that to the test. I'll eventually stop. But also, if you kill them, well, they just keep coming. So yeah, we're never gonna have that stop. Super. Oh yeah, thank you, Dollyfin. Glad you enjoyed, and thank you for ending the show tonight, and have a happy Halloween for the rest of the night as well. And a great All Saints Day, I guess, as well, as far as tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, going back to that idea as far as the remake collection, I guess that would kind of cover a lot of cases, and also a case of, I guess, getting, Rondo of Blood ported on consoles and not on the PlayStation systems, because you can get Rondo of Blood on, what is it? On, PS4 and PS5 in the Castlevania Requiem collection. Which is a nice collection if you've not bought it. Even if you have, a Rondo of Blood, remake, or the Dracula Chronicles, it's still a good release to get. And it's also a case where usually around Halloween it goes down in price really cheap. I don't know if it did this year, and since I'm on Halloween, they usually end whatever sale they might have for it on Halloween. In fact, I'll say this, I mentioned it to Chasm22 when we did Rondo of Blood, or right after we did it. And it was like $3. Oh my god, I gotta get this. Because you keep telling me this game is great. You saw it constantly in practice. I said, this game looks awesome. Yeah, you're right, this game is awesome. And it has, Symphony of the Night in it. As we're pointing out also, Symphony of the Night. Symphony of the Night, it is a retranslated version that's in both the Requiem collection and in the Dracula X Chronicles. And I guess then for that remake collection, saying Symphony of the Night, I guess that in a way that would count as far as a remake, and it's so tied to Rondo of Blood, it makes sense to include that. Which would also mean, I'd say, my suggestion saying, the PS3 version with its original voice track, including the great stuff of Robert Belgrade as Alucard, we're saying, I'm interested in this and other stuff. But then, of course, the way it was translated for PSP, and then here's the other thought, the Sega Saturn version. And mainly the Sega Saturn version we're pointing out of Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which was called Dracula Nocturne in the Moonlight. It did not come out in the US because it was a late one as far as Saturn. Saturn was done by that time in the US. It was kind of a quick and dirty port from what I've seen. It has a lot of slowdown, and it's a 2D game on Saturn. Like, There's no reason that should be slowing down, although there are a lot of 3D effects in Symphony of the Night on the PlayStation as is, so maybe that's something to do with it. But point is that that has an extra area that's still only in that version to this very day, and it's never left Japan, so get a sense of kind of bringing more stuff over. So that's my idea. So basically be the collection, and we a good amount of games, which is Castlevania NES, Castlevania Chronicles, which is also Akumajo Dracula. We'll show that off in a second as far as that, which is basically the end of what we're doing here. Let's see. Rondo of Blood, Dracula X Chronicles' version as far as that remake, Symphony of the Night, PlayStation, Saturn, and PSP, or PS4 5 from Requiem, and Adventure from Game Boy, Adventure ReBirth. I guess, what the hell, Dracula X, since it's sort of a remake of Rondo of Blood, sort of, kind of, but it's different enough, like this game is, that it would make sense for inclusion. Outside of that, I don't think there's other remakes of Castlevania that I know of. I think that would cover it. Or then the other case, I said 3D case, which would mean, and we can get out of this, so we'll go on to the next part of this for the original mode. That would be Castlevania from N64, Castlevania Legacy of Darkness, also Nintendo 64. It would be Lament of Innocence, Curse of Darkness. I guess it'd be the Lords of Shadow games. I mean, there's also Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate, which is on 3DS, and there's an HD version of that on 360 and PS3, or at least the 360 version is available on the new Xbox consoles. PS3 is still around, and they back compatible it for the other one, so you can still get it. And this is the intro, by the way, of Akumajo Dracula. Here we go. This is going to be interesting to see as we go. And I think that's basically it as far as the 3D case, although that Mirror of Fate game, that's a 2D game. I guess, I don't know, you toss the Judgment in there, I guess, as well? Maybe, although I don't know if that's going to be a license question when it comes to the Death Note case as far as the artist, and I don't know if the voice performances too, because I know it's a case where they probably have to get stuff going on as far as the way the voices are going on all of those, I guess as far as like royalties and things like that. But in that case, it would cover a bunch, and I guess then the next question is, I'll ask this question as we go, because we're going to see mostly the same what we saw, except me beating it, probably. For the original game, we'll show this. And they'll show the extras later. I don't know, what's new for Castlevania as far as Castlevania itself? I mean, Koji Igarashi, he has moved on to the Bloodstained games, but that's that new Bloodstained game, whose name escapes me at the moment, and I don't want to edit in what it's called, the new one. The Scarlet Engagement, that's the new one, it's out next year. And I've played those games, I played a couple of them. I played, Curse of the Moon, the first one, there's also a second one. And I played a little bit of Ritual of the Night. They're both really good. It's a case where, actually, unlike something like Mighty No. 9 or Shenmue 3 or Yooka-Laylee, with Yooka-Laylee's original version, we'll say this. It's a case where it's a throwback to an old franchise that is dormant that did it right. Or did it really right, in the case of people saying, wow, no, they got this. This is a really great game, as opposed to this. Fine, let's go the Simon Belmont way, as far as it's still the way for this. But those games are really good, and it's a case of thinking, well, I don't know if it's like with Capcom, the question what they do with Mega Man. Although in that case, after Mighty No. 9 came out, even though, as we demoed a little bit, Mighty No. 9 is not a bad game per se, especially in modern context with new systems that can run it better. As we're seeing, yeah, the old way of how of Simon Belmont looked in this game. I don't know if Konami's seeing much of an opening as far as saying, hey, we can do better than Igarashi on that one. Alright, but here we go. We're going through, and here's how it was on Sharp X68000. It's mostly the same as the other one, except his design is more how it looked on NES, but remastered a little bit or redone. The music's not the same. So, well, it's not the same in the sense that the sample of Stalker from the other one is not in this. But it does still have some of the same elements. It looks mostly the same. Let's go in the castle once more. But I also love the remix. It almost sounds like something out of, again, early Konami games. Actually, it sounds like stuff from, like, the Sega Genesis era. Fitting. I mean, it was the year of Tiny Toon Adventures Buster City Treasure. Some of it sounds like that, but I know that the people working on that game did not do the music on this one. Also, you're hearing the sounds of the Panther sound a little different as well. Ouch. But also, you're noticing another thing. I'm taking more damage, and there is no difficulty selection on this baby. And you're getting knockback when you get hit, so yeah, good luck on that one. We'll see how far I can get on this one. You do still have the same aspects of controls in the sense you're able to whip downwards. We'll see how this goes, and you're also going to see, yeah, this game is going to be really hard. Unless I do the thing I did before of saying I'm going to hold on to that, that herb. You know what? I might do that, honestly, just for the purpose of this. But the level layout is the same as far as it, so it's not really, okay, going back to that, I said before we did the show, in Flash and Warner when I pick up the Rosary, I said that Castlevania Chronicles is a remake and a remake of a remake, which is true. It is. Because this game, you'll get here, Akumajo Dracula. This is a remake of the NES game from Sharp's X68000. The arranged mode in this is a remake of this remake in the sense that it has some differences going on with graphics and audio, but, and it has extra difficulty options as far as things like that. And it is the easier of the two. Like, I don't know if I can beat this game. That's the way to go for starting. So that is true as far as the idea, although it's not exactly... It's not a remake in the same way that, as I said, I guess Akumajo Dracula itself is to Castlevania on NES, or that, I guess, Castlevania Adventure ReBirth is, in that it's quite different. Basically, in some ways... Oh, shit! Oh, that was lucky. Oh, crap! And then I got nervous and jumped off by my own elements. And still same deal on the wall over there where the Fleemen are, so don't hit the wall. But they put the Gorgonite there, so you think it was like, oh no, I want to get rid of that. And they put the candle there. In that case, basically go to the wall, turn around, whip it, and go. And I got lucky as far as that drop of the axe, which is actually pretty good for now. And you know what, since I'm here, get this. Basically go DEFCON 1, getting every single one of those pot roasts you can find. And also, if you don't know where they are, look around or look maps to find where they are. Or watch videos or something to get a sense of where they are. That's how I found out where the one in Block 4 is. But as I said, it's not exactly a remake so much as kind of an enhancement of that, but it does kind of fall under the idea. But I guess it goes to the idea of what is the idea of a remake of a game of any of the Castlevania games, really anything. Which I guess we can go into that, which is like Rondo of Blood. Rondo of Blood, it's two remakes, Dracula X from Super Nintendo and the Dracula X Chronicles version. They are very different, especially Dracula X. That was definitely different. But even as far as the one from PSP, that does have some different notes, has some different stuff going on in music, as far as that, with extra pieces of music that were not in the original game that are sampled in places or put for new areas. And I guess then the question, like, what is a remake, I guess? Whereas this one, as I said, this definitely is, but then the enhanced version, the arranged one, is a little different as far as it. But also one that, if nothing else, maybe brings this franchise closer, people closer to it, given how hard it can get. Also, one thing I guess I didn't show before is where the items going up these stairs. Hearts. More hearts. Yeah, we just get all the ammo and get in and get the double shot. Yeah, and even the item placement. The item placement is the same. You're also getting a little bit of a load of pause. Also, the aspect of how lives work. Same deal. It's 30,000 points for your first life and 70,000 after that for each 70,000. That being said, this is a pretty good remake as far as how it is, but it's interesting to think this, because I know, going back to Electfors for a second, who requested this game for us, and thank you again to Electfors for requesting it. It's a case where he said on the show, he said, hey, I think this is a better game than even Castlevania NES is, and there's something to be said about some of the things this game is doing over that one. But it's also something that even over the years I've seen people say, yeah, we don't like this one as much because of how difficult it is. I mean, admittedly, this game is really hard. You're going to see that very soon. I mean, I'll try to beat it. I mean, if I do, great. But I'm not going to necessarily guarantee it, even with all the practice I did. The case where even the people say, oh yeah, it's really hard as far as this is, like, oh, like, the arrange mode because it kind of gives us a better option. In fact, I'll say this. When we played Adventure ReBirth, going back to that one briefly, I said I didn't know if there's another Castlevania that lets you turn off being knocked backwards when you take a hit. I forgot about this game because I hadn't really put tons of time into it, really. But yeah, the arrange mode of this, it does let you turn that off. So in that case, you're like, oh, I don't like the knockback as far as this game, which is in most every one of these. You can play this game that has it, or that has that option to turn it off and turn it off. But also, I don't think, and something said this before, the idea of taking out a gameplay mechanic of a franchise like this. In a lot of Castlevania games, basically, people have been accepting the concept that you get a hit, you fly back. But then saying, well, what happens when you take that away? Of saying, hey, there's a way of getting rid of this. It's like Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem was a case where, for most of that franchise's existence, it's basically, you have to think so much about the fighting you're doing that any case of any of your teammates dying, they're gone for good. That is unless the main character dies, in which case it's a game over. In that case, I guess you avoid it, but permanent death, they call it. I don't know if I wanted to take that. If people didn't go for Fire Emblem for a while, ouch! Right there, boom. Backwards fall into the spikes. And then when Fire Emblem Awakening came out on 3DS, they said, alright, this is, we're giving you an option to turn this off. And hardcore fans of the franchise balked, saying, what are you doing giving this? But then other cases saying, well, you know what, people I know have mentioned come in, I think like first mentioned that, saying that was the first one I played. I was always intimidated by that, saying, uh-oh, I don't know if I'm going to be set for that. You know, when I played it, its remake of the first Fire Emblem, that being Shadow Dragon for the DS, which also doesn't have that, so you do have to play it that way. So I said, okay, play the way they give me. But then when Awakening came out, Awakening was, at the time, the best-selling game of the franchise by a mile, as far as the US is concerned. Even though the other ones did well, when they were on Game Boy Advance, not so much on GameCube and Wii, because they were very limited releases, those being Path of Radiance was coming out on Switch Online at some point, and Radiant Dawn was the Wii game. Those are games that go for a lot of money now. Even Shadow Dragon goes for a lot more than the $10 I paid for it back in 2009. It's like $50-something. Not bad, it's still a case where it is a little bit more money. But then people saying, I knew people who played that game said, I was so intimidated about the idea that I'm going to lose everybody if I get into a battle and make a mistake. But then giving you the option saying, hey, turn it off. And someone's like, well, that removes the challenge. Yeah, I guess to start, but then also the thought of, and I'm sometimes in this way too, I will definitely show this in 2 weeks when we play Castle of Illusion again, the idea that giving those options for people, saying, if you're not familiar with a franchise or a game style or a genre, saying, how about an option of saying, let's put on training wheels? The idea of bringing more people into a game, saying, and we'll show this with Castle of Illusion, going back to that. You have one option as far as difficulty, insanely easy. For children, if you've never played a platform game, I don't know how to play a platform game. What's a good primer? That's it. Beat the game in 10 minutes, understand how to play it, play to the idea of Mickey Mouse being for everybody, as I'll mention again in 2 weeks. Normal, saying go the normal way as far as what it is. It's not going to necessarily hold your hand, but you can say a case of, alright, it has got a fair element to it, and then the hard mode says, you know what, let's go through this entire game without any continues. Like, okay, now they're not fucking around anymore. And if nothing else, I'll say this. For that game, and I guess also with Fire Emblem, I guess with this one too. Getting that sense of saying, okay, getting ready of a game like this with that easier method that maybe goes against what it was before, but saying that then you can prepare yourself for like a backwards knockoff here, as we're going to have here, because in this case, you definitely want to go right, left, as far as this. Because remember, you slide to the side. That's also something that does not happen when you're in the arranged mode. And be careful of that as well. They're saying like, okay, now I'm ready. That's also part of the reason, sort of, I guess, you're seeing why I said we're saving this one till later. Because, yeah, that happens. And that is the checkpoint as far as at the bottom of this, so I gotta get a sense of if I can do this. But nothing else showing what you have to be nervous about with this, but then also getting a sense of, okay, knowing the pattern, know a pattern. That's usually a game like this. That's how Castlevania works, that's how Mega Man works, as far as we played Mega Man 7 last week. That's kind of how Castle of Illusion is going to work too. Ow, shit! Although being lucky enough that I didn't die from that. but then getting a sense of, all right, now I can do this, and saying that you want to challenge yourself. When you live with a game, whether it's this or anything, you're saying eventually, like, okay, I've done everything I can as far as an easier difficulties, and then saying, you know what, I've gotten so good at this, let me try it the other way. Eventually get a sense of, okay, now I know how to handle this. And speaking of knowing how to handle this, that's going to be the question of Skull Dragon here. He's going to be harder because of the knockback, but also something where I stand right here, that can help. In that case, if he knocks me back, he'll only knock me back that way, so I won't go flying off. So then I get a sense of how do I formulate strategy. Oh shit, that was lucky. Oh no! For when I have the aspects of having to deal with the fact of, like every other Castlevania game, mostly, you get knocked back when you get hit. Saying, okay, I can prepare this way, saying, okay, what's he doing with his tail for that, so he leans me forward, make sure I stay in enough of a distance so if I do get knocked back, I go over not too far to fall off and die. So if nothing else, I guess kind of that preparation for going further with a game and really building your skills up. That's what I noticed when I did practice as far as it. And that way, kind of doing a practice of a game, even like this, is very revealing to myself as well. Even a game I know, I mean, I've been practicing Yoshi's Island for the purpose of us just starting that game in about a little over a month now. But also getting a sense of certain things, saying, what do I really need to sit down and think about? I've said this sometimes when it comes to platform games, saying, okay, what do you really need to do? How much strategy is there really to a game like this? And it's going to be different depending on the genre. It's not going to be the same for everything. But then also saying, well, okay, I sometimes sit down and think and say, oh, I have to think about this. I need to understand where patterns are, where enemies coming from, what's the best option when the fleamen come down, saying, okay, I know I can use the whip when on the ground, when they get dropped, just hit them. Even if they're basically just flat on the ground, my whip will still hit them. So understanding that, saying, like, okay, can I do that? Do I need to duck? What do I need to do as far as killing enemies? Where items cases, can I take advantage of the fact that I get a rare drop, like the invincibility there? Where are the whip upgrades, which, by the way, when it comes to whip upgrades, you will eventually find them as you go through the level, as long as you beat everything as far as the cannon and all that stuff. So yeah, really that idea of evolution of the game, something I've kind of found fascinating. And also, I guess, in some ways for me, maybe the reward of saying, well, I'm doing the practice on the game and anything, and saying, okay, now I'm understanding these things, but also getting a sense of saying, oh, I gotta do it for a show, so I say, well, I will do it for a show, of course. I'm not gonna say, like, no, I have to do it for a show, like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. Like, no, I do want to do that. So, saying, all right, what do I do? What's the question of it? And that's usually how, I guess, nothing else. So we're kind of going through the same cases as it is. Basically, what's the scope of the process, really, to show of how I do it, but then also, maybe it depends on how other people do it for certain cases, especially when they know a game. That's also usually why I'll say, hey, when you know a game, basically giving a sense of saying, okay, how do you want to handle it? And basically giving a sense that they know best. Sometimes they might ask and say, well, I don't know for the purpose of how time is going to go, based on how show is, because maybe I've never played a game that way before. Which sometimes I've had to do that as far as games I know, saying, well, I don't know if that's the way I want to go, and I don't know how long it's going to take. And even for this game, surprised them as far as I am after like 2 hours and 15 minutes. Alright, so back to the mud again. In this case, I am going to go for the herb. I may as well. Ouch. Yeah, time that to get rid of the ravens. That's been kind of a fascinating thing for me, as far as this, but also the idea of when I've talked to other people saying, what are you doing as far as the game? Even when you're like, hey, I'm practicing the game, the thought of them realizing they kind of live in the game with me as far as it, but also when I see them practicing for something else as well. Alright, so right there. I guess it doesn't matter because he's going to go down anyway, he's going to come back, but right now I just want to get over here, get my herbs, and be ready to go. Well, shit! Alright, I screwed it up. I mean... Okay, I'm dead anyway. I gotta be careful because I'm on my last life, and so we're probably gonna see game over coming up soon. Like I said, I'm gonna go as far as I can go, as far as where I got in the practice, we're pointing out for this part of it. It was the end of block 5 I got to. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try and grab... I'm going to get the herb. That's, I think, the way I got to go. I'll see how far I get. I don't know if I can promise getting past block 5. Because we saw how the she-wolf was, or the wolf woman. Take your pick as far as the name. That's the part I couldn't get through. At least the Ravens, one thing to point out about them is that they will kind of stop when they get close. Ouch. And when they hit you, they will just disappear. So it's a kamikaze mission when it comes to them. There we go. Just get rid of the toad. Yeah, just keep walking. Because remember, when I get to the end of that, all the enemies go away. Right, back in the ice area. This is where I'm getting nervous. Not because the boss is hard, because the boss is not hard as far as the wizard. We showed that, but... I just don't know if I'm going to be able to hold the herb out enough for, like, 2 levels. I did as far as the other way we did it, but for this... I don't know. Like we said, I do have Infinite Continue, so if I want to spend the next 3 hours trying to see how far I can get for this, or beat this thing, we could do it. Ow. But I'll gauge that. We'll see how it goes. But nothing else being able to enjoy the great atmosphere. Perfect for Halloween. Yeah, nothing says Halloween like Castlevania, although clearly there are other games definitely that would also fit this bill. As far as the selections we've had for our Halloween block this year, I've been really happy with what they were. In a lot of cases, what all of you said you wanted to see. Because for this year, actually thinking about it, the only one that was my choice was... actually, none of them were. Well... Oh, fine, none of them we played fully were. The only one that was, as far as anything, was when I did preview a couple weeks ago when we finished Medieval, of saying, let's look at Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and Echo Knight. Everything else was actually from other people, because we played Medieval, that was on Laughing to Death's request. We played, yeah, we played Shadow's Covenant, we finished. That was a Castlevania 2 and Shadow 64's idea as far as playing the game, and I fell in. Okay, I guess The Wolf Among Us would count. Okay, so The Wolf Among Us is sort of my choice. I just timed the finale to be starting this out. And Mega Man 7 was sort of my idea, but it's a case where I know Electverse wanted to see it again, and I was going to do a second chance. Okay, that's the second chance of picking, but it's one he wanted to see. And this one, which Electverse wanted to see too. And Scooby-Doo Night Under Frights, that was Dolly Finn's case, so yeah, not really much as far as other cases of that. Ow. In this case, I don't necessarily care if he's draining my magic or my hearts. I'm also in a good place of getting him here for everything. Okay, go over there and start shooting your fire so that I can get out of the way. I got him. Yeah, even as far as this one, as far as you time that, remember, when you hit him, he goes away. It's like the wizard in Castlevania Bloodlines. So not too bad that way. But yeah, you're right. All the stuff we've done really has not been something I said, oh, I'm picking this. Really, for the most part. So in that case, great ideas we came up with, great ideas all of you came up with, saying like, oh, let's show this, let's show this. And that's also why I love doing the requests as far as what we do, but also saying, great choices for Halloween. And of course, I guess I didn't mention this yet. This thing, all right, here we go. Now we're playing Akumajo Dracula's way. We have to get the Bone Dragon out of the way to start. He takes tons of hits. He hurts with the fireballs. You can knock him out with the whip. Don't bother. I just want to get that damn thing out of the way as quickly as you can. He can drain a lot of your health. When I first was doing this, I was in the case of saying, well, I'm just going to die to him. That's what happened. So, alright, that's good. As I said, great suggestions for them. And I didn't say this before, but as always, we have our Halloween block shows, which are going to be linked below when I edit this, of course. So, a lot of great stuff as far as what's come up with that way. Well, Another ideas we'll have for next year, I guess just to go into that briefly. Not much of our Halloween block next year is completely written in stone, as opposed to last year. Actually, last year, I kind of had an idea. I don't even know there, honestly. By the time it was over. More or less. I mean, yeah, the only one I know we're doing next year, and I believe Crusader64 said he wanted us tying in for the Halloween block, is Kodelka for the PlayStation. I don't know when we start that, but we'll have a part in October for that. Which I guess makes sense because every other Shadow Hearts game has been featured in the Halloween block somewhere. The first one we did part 1. Oh shit! Why the fuck did I take that? Crap. Oh no, I wish I had the herb. I remember PS3, there's no such thing as a rewind, so in that case you have to live with your mistake. And again, I don't know if the herb would help me. I'm probably gonna die before I get there anyway. We'll see. Or maybe I can get another lucky drop. Yeah, you're seeing there, it's taking 4 bits of my health away. And as you go along, as far as Akumajo Dracula, the health damage you take is much higher. There's like 2 bits on level 1 and 2, and I was on 3. I'll check the video and say, did I have indications when I got hit on the last 2 levels of how much damage I took? But for this one, it's 4. Next level, it's 4. It's insanely high. From anything. It's from bats, it's from Medusa heads, it's from knights, it's from the spikes we're gonna have coming up. It's from anything. Basically, you have to avoid every single hit, pretty much, and say, like, oh yeah, when I see that bat, like, oh, usually you think, well, that's not bat threatening. Oh yeah, it is here. I mean, at least I got the double shot. Actually, depending on the weapon, I might want to hold this, honestly. In fact, I think I'm gonna, because if nothing else, it means that I have a, distance option for Medusa. Sometimes you want to think that when it comes to saying what sub-weapon do I want to get, and also when I'm going through a level, what sub-weapon do I want to hold on to. Okay, you guys in the next level, I'm going to hate you guys. If nothing else, give a sense of how hard is this game really. Yeah, this part. Okay, I somehow got through it perfectly when not now, I didn't. He's coming back. Also, I know sometimes the ghosts come back, and I don't know what always dictates that. But I've had cases where I go through this, and they don't come back when I kill that one. Ow, I'm dead. Alright, so bye-bye to my knife. And the reason it's bye-bye to my knife is because of my checkpoint. In all the cases where the checkpoint's a good thing, and alright, there's one in the. Okay, yeah, that's one that went in the stone because I killed the bat who had it, so that was a good case as far as a nice item drop, but I couldn't take advantage of it. I could still pull this out. It's not a case where you can't. And nothing else, I'll show you some of the strategies that I was thinking of using before I said last time. Oh, by the way, I got the, what is it? I got the herb I can use. Ouch. That's not the strategy. That sort of is, but also I didn't walk specifically enough. It's basically going to be getting rid of, since I have the holy water, it's basically going to be how am I getting rid of the stained glass monster. Let's get rid of them. You can hold the action here, they're easy to get rid of that way, but without it, you gotta do this. Ow. Usually the skeletons are no trouble, but in this case, they're gonna come up there, and I can't do anything about it. Now we'll just go off on the side, you're good. Okay, so I can use the strategy I'm gonna use, or I was thinking of using, and holy water is the best way to do this on the stained glass monster. I don't know if he has an actual name beyond that, but in this case, throw that. You can goad him to getting close to you. You can also kind of get him stuck, or if not, have him go there. Just have him walk into it. Sometimes you kind of inch it. Yeah, as soon as he busts, just walk right down here. And down here. It seems like it's wasting time, and you're on a time limit. That's how you avoid every single shot. That's how I did it. And I think that might be the best way to go. At least if you have either holy water, or if you have a weapon you can hit him from a distance for. Otherwise, you have to do what I showed in the range play. Or the range part of this. We're almost there. There's a double shot. There's a rosary. Flashlight warning. Boom. Now, above anything else here, especially you want to remember where the pot roast is. I didn't want to practice and look as far as what are other people doing. Oh, wait a minute. You did do this. Okay, honestly, maybe just me, but the holy water is not that useful against Medusa. Same method I said before, which is basically whip and walk. So whip, walk away out of the tail, and when she's going to do the jump, the other jump, she's somehow not hitting me. I don't know how that's happening. Crouch and whip. Ouch. Oh, okay, it looked like she wasn't even hitting me with the tail. Get back. Ow. Alright, that is game over. I'm out of lives. When we do get game over, it is infinite continues. We're pointing out, you do have to start at the beginning of the block again. So that means we have to have another rodeo with the Bone Dragon. We'll try as far as that. I can beat this one with enough practice and with enough perseverance, but the knight's still young. It's ouch. Yeah, you're seeing right there, it took 4 bits of health off for the first case of it. So yeah, that enemy right there can stymie any run of this level alone. Well, already 2 hits and half my health is gone. Yeah, so already I'm in bad shape, but you can still salvage it. You have to be careful. And be lucky with an item drop there of the cross. That's actually really good. I can hold that the whole level and not forget that, oh yeah, the knife is in the candle coming up. Or not die, that's the other thing too. I don't want to do that. We'll be set. Crap. Also, the stairs are your worst enemy in this game because of the fact that the stairs will, you go so slow, oftentimes the enemies can hit you whilst you're walking on it, and it's hard to defend yourself, because it's worth pointing out, you cannot use your sub-weapons on the stairs in this game. You use the whip, but you can't use the sub-weapon, and I don't remember the NES version was like that. But it's also pointing out when you come back from a game over, when your score resets, it doesn't mean that your first life is at 30,000 again. At least you can use that to your advantage, saying, okay, go for points to get myself going with extra lives. And you start with 4 lives, as is in this game anyway, so there's something to say about that. Ow. No! In this case, I'm saying I just want to get rid of him that way, and then walk up the stairs. So I've got him there. There's always timing on the Medusas, and in that case, getting good luck with Medusa, saying, okay, there we go. The other ones are hearts as far as what are in the other candles, by the way, so for that, I don't necessarily need that bad. A whip upgrade. But, yeah, also coming down has its own problems, because it means that the enemies respawn. Some of the enemies respawn. The enemies that don't respawn, so we're pointing out, I may as well indicate those. As I mentioned, those fetuses that were in the laboratory, those don't respawn. The bone towers don't respawn. I'll take that because I don't have a sub-weapon now. What else? Those might be the only enemies in the game that are like that. Just keep going. Oh, that was close. Okay, sometimes they give you just barely enough room to get yourself going. So yeah, the margin for error in this game, more than some of the other Castlevania games I've played, is really low. So that's honestly, I think, above anything else, what makes this one as hard as it is. At least Akumajo Dracula as hard as it is. But also, if nothing else, it also means that this is, as I mentioned, our first Sharp X68000 show. I don't know if I'm thinking about this. I don't know if I have many of the games or know of other ports from that console that are available modern, or that I have. Even those egg console games, I got one of those to show in the off-screen stuff I got set for you next week when we're not here. Most of those are crap. Okay, I got the cross and died, so alright. Most of those, like PC-88 and MSX, I don't think there's a Sharp X68000 port in any of them. And even some of the collections I've been picking up recently, like, the Lamasoft, the Jeff Mitchell story, it's like common. It's I think a European developer, I think technically, and a lot of his stuff is on like old computers of the West, like Commodore 64 and Atari ST and Atari 8-bit and all that stuff. So not much in Sharp X68000. So I don't know how much more coverage we get out of that console or that PC, I should say. And it's worth pointing out, as I said, the PlayStation 3 is still the only port of Castlevania Chronicles. So if you want that, that's the way to go. Unless you want to get the limited edition version on the PlayStation. Which, I'll say this, it is expensive, $150, but it's not as expensive as Symphony of the Night in some cases. So, in some cases, I guess the idea of what reception of a game is maybe plays a role in that. But also, case where you think with only 30,000 copies in this country, it would be like Misadventures of Tron Bond numbers, and the answer is no, it's not that expensive. I mean, I would have thought it would be more for that very reason, but even still, it's a case where it's not that bad, but if you do want it, as far as it, PS3 is the way to go. And it's only on PS3, they've not ported this to PS4 or 5 yet. But if you have that, you can still get it for $6 on the console, so I'll at least mention that as I'm going through this. Oh, there you go. Alright, so I did just get out of the way of the blade on the bottom. Okay, so I guess now I'm getting a better sense of how to handle that. So go away, skeletons, we need you gone. Also, they don't always go the way you want them to, so you sometimes need to flush them out specifically. Also, sometimes based on they jump, they might jump downwards and be free for the picking on you. But alright, in that case, just hit me with the bone. So honestly, I don't know if I get to Medusa. So yeah, I probably shouldn't try and do a whip on that thing again unless I get a nice item off of them. So that way I'll say this, if nothing else, this game takes enemies that you sometimes maybe took for granted in the other Castlevania games. And because of the way they do placements and things like that, turns them into more threat, although that also could be, I guess, a negative thing depending on how you look at it, saying, well, hey, it's too difficult and it seems like it's cheap the way it sets it. Fair argument. I'm not going to say, no, that's necessarily a wrong thought to say. I don't know, I mean, even how hard this game gets for me, I don't get that upset about it, as far as, I don't think, or like, oh yeah, it's so hard that I feel it's a bad game. It's kind of a miracle, I guess, that that's the case. Although I will say, yeah, if you are going to be in a case like that, running the range mode probably is the way to go to start. I don't know, as far as Leckford's case, if when he ran this game, or says like, oh, I love this game as far as being a better take on Castlevania 1, if it's from the arranged version. Which it might be, although it's not a case where you're necessarily, you know, cheapening the experience going that way. That might be a case where it makes it just better going that way, honestly. There we go, come on. Also, you get him stepping right, because sometimes he won't necessarily step out of the way. You can throw it that way, and he basically won't move, so you have an easier way of getting him with the holy water. In that case, also just avoiding it. Because what happens is that he shoots out the stained glass at you, and it's really hard to avoid that. So I say, yeah, I just say screw it, I just jump down. It's worth going on there. And in that case, yeah, they don't come back quite yet. Although if I move over further than this and go back down there, they will come back. In fact, they just came back right there. They just I just said say something. Let's try Medusa again. I can do this. I was pretty damn close even last time. For some reason, I must be right off. Once you get her in the hand there, like, basically look right there, it's still gonna hit her. Ow. Just get back. It's like the lion tamer concept, I guess. Okay, maybe the... Okay, never mind. I was saying, hey, you know, maybe the holy water ain't a good case, but I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. Crouch down and get her. No, no! Okay, good pose. A good pose on Simon Belmont, but shit. Alright, that was close. That was really close. Especially being as reckless as I was. Yeah, I'll try this again. Yeah, I don't know if maybe also the better case would be just to, I don't know, restart the game. Fine, restart the game. It seems weird, but also saying, well, I get the chance of having that, herb again. Then again, I might get it from killing something. But also, it's worth pointing out, I don't know how the randomization of the item drops works in this. One thing I also don't know about this game yet is what's the speed run of this in terms of how long it takes and what strategies people use. Oh, that was lucky. Ow, but in that case, I got tripped up. Come on. But none of those was a case of kind of getting me in focus. Ouch. Yeah, okay, that's what happens. That's why you have to do that. Because usually, if you leave them where they are, you don't go up the ladder fast enough to be able to avoid not getting hit by the bombs they toss. I mean, honestly, this is, I think, the only Castlevania game I've played where those things are actually a threat for the very reason. In this case, I want to see if I can't get him into... Just him over here. Because he won't necessarily attack you if he's not in distance. There you go. I mean, I guess I'm hitting him a lot of times, so maybe that was working on Medusa. I'll try again. Because by the time I get over there, I'm probably going to be in a case where I'll be able to have mostly full health, if not full health, when I do that fight. Ow. I'll still be in good shape, even though my health is low. Because of this. Alright, so that's mostly full. Okay, I guess it's sort of working. It's in that case, I'm saying, well, I'm maybe not following some of my plan here, which was saying, basically, you could do the step and the walk. Or fine, whip and walk away. Basically, whip her, walk out of the way when she does the thing with the tail. And the crouch thing, I'm doing that okay. But honestly, you know what? I hate to say this. I'm just gonna say that bone dragon kind of got in my way. Honestly, you usually get a sense of how is your success on block 4 going to be in this game by how well does this go. If you can go through this without taking damage, or mostly taking no damage, that's usually going to be a good sign. Oh no. You lose half your health. It's one of those cases where you almost attempt to say, oh, I just want to restart the level, let him kill me, and redo it again. But I have other lives I want to have, so I don't want to lose them. In that case, also take advantage of the fact when you're on the stairs, those enemies can sometimes hurt you if your head's up too high, but in other cases they can. In that case, you also take advantage of the fact that, yeah, you have a little more of an ability to hit them. Good cross, that's nice. But whether I'll be able to hold on to it for long, that's a question. And also, will I survive the next room? The next room's up because I have to get through all those without getting myself hit. Because any hit I take, I'm gonna die. As far as I know, I don't think there's health recovery in here. That sort of was a risk, but it worked. And so did that. I was thinking maybe the axe can help just get through this stuff. Alright, there you go. It does cover most of the screen, so at least you can take advantage of that. Saying, yeah, that bat's hanging there, I can at least get rid of him. I'll tell you, when I was doing this on my practice and crap, I'm dead. That kind of happened, actually. Case where I was running the PSP as far as this to play the game, and you can't play this game well on the PSP because of the way that it's D-pad controlled. And you don't need extra, like, shoulder buttons and things like that for this one. It's a case where, honestly, for me, it was kind of sometimes hard to see, like, where were the bats, even when I had the brightness pumped up. And for some reason, my PSP... I don't know if maybe I need a new battery or something for this. But it seems like there's a lot of cases where I charge it, it seems like the battery dies, and then I turn it on, like, no, it seems like it's fully full, but then sometimes it's a case where it only lasts an hour, I don't know. And maybe it's a case where, it's not the expanding battery thing. And I take the battery out as far as it, so it's not that, but a case where maybe I need another one. Oh, there you go. Down to the cross. Awesome. The only thing would be better if I got an herb off of this. I'm gonna try and see if I can find something to explain. I didn't see this when I was looking around. What's the aspect going on with how it determines random item drops? Oh, I think it's the same as the NES version. I think, because when I was doing stuff with the NES version, just as a frame reference to this on my own time, I said, or I realized that I was getting random item drops from enemies in that game, too. So I think that they just have it going the same way as this. Actually, maybe that's what's going on. As far as, like, why does the ghost come back? It might be because I'm going to get that, heart... Well, okay, no, it's not, because it's not here. Actually, maybe that's the way I do it. Okay, that's not quite the way I do it. It's just the bat didn't come. I said, well, let me throw that away, so if the bat comes by, I can get rid of it. Just get him poked. Ouch! There we go. And you have to fall down as far as that. Don't be afraid to do it as far as making that whip them. You do have to be quick. Otherwise, you get really lucky and they jump down, but it does not happen much. And for this one, just stay on the right, just whip them, and you won't get hit. And for this shouldn't be too bad, because what's going to happen here is I just stand here and I get him going. Jump down there, please. There, he's down. Hey, he's done. Same deal, just go down. Like, yeah, they're coming down. But, yeah, only one shard got to me. And even then, it was easy to avoid. I mean, in some ways, it's kind of been fun just to kind of figure what the strategy will become with a level is in this game. So, nonetheless, this game can be very rewarding as far as thinking that, okay, I gotta really plan my method of attack more and I got triple shot. That's really nice here. Especially with the cross, I think we're gonna win this. I'll do my best. Because you know what that means? It means that, remember, because the cross goes across the screen, fitting, I can stay over here. Just the left, just toss those things out. I got 3 of them. I got tons of hearts. Yeah, fuck this noise. Going. do that and she'll keep going back. I think we got this fight in the bag, but in that case, make sure don't completely rest on your laurels. You'll come out of eventually as far as that would... I was gonna say, okay, I got her now. And there is a little bit of a load. You're seeing that. That is something that is part of, I believe, the original and also this one, where when she dies, you got that set. Okay, thank God we did it. Not sure I can guarantee that as far as the rest of the levels, but we do have another life as far as this. We have 15 hearts. We'll see if the triple shot goes away. Hopefully it doesn't. And, yeah, let's see. Can I get through block 5? Well, stay tuned and find out. Alright, but I am getting tons of points. Okay, I guess it's hanging, so alright, we're good as far as how the triple shot is. And for this one, I mean, I don't know necessarily if anything but the herb would really help here for She-Wolf or Werewoman. Okay, so it does hold, awesome, so the triple shot does hold, good. Now for this one, doing that climb up, it's 4 points of health to anything you get hit by. And that does include the Medusa heads. They're here. You might want to take this path. There's also items here you can get. I don't necessarily have that much of a concern for the items. You also have to be quick as far as doing that. Whoa! Also, I don't know if that thing respawned because of how my jump went up. Well, you sort of did. I did. Crap. No, no! Okay, I'm not getting hit by the Medusa heads. I'll take that. Ooh. Oh, no. Yeah, because those turn at the same time. Those are there. Jump, jump. Also, don't jump too high because there's spikes there. This is the easy way to get up here as far as this one. Basically, you want to, ouch, minimize damage as much as you can and also take advantage of the fact that, oh no, you! Go away, go away. Don't want you there. Especially because they keep coming when I'm making that walk across the gear. Also, depending how it is, they sometimes appear right above your head. When they appear from behind, that's not bad, because in that case, you get up there quickly, it's a short walk up the stairs, so not too bad. So stay crouched, because even though the other bone tower is not visible on the screen, he's still there. Okay. Going good so far. Oh, no, shit! I mean, I can get another cross here, so that's okay. And honestly, the triple shot, I don't know if it's going to help honestly in the boss, in all honesty. There you go. Make sure you jump off of that right gear quickly, because I've had so many times happen when I'm playing, particularly this part of it, where I would, I'd keep running and, crap, missed that jump, number one. I keep running, I would run so fast, I'd fall into the spikes and die. This is not going well now. But as I said, if there's anywhere we're not going to get past this level, but I'm going to try. I'll give a good amount of time to give it a shot. As far as how far I've gotten, I got to the boss, and I didn't beat the boss. That's where I couldn't do. I'll give you every sense of like, what I had to do. Basically saying, get rid of the Medusa there. Time to jump here. Jump, jump, jump. Basically just do that. There is a hidden item if you go down that right, or the second, or the first right scale over there. Don't bother. In this case, I don't have time for it. I can't do it. And this jump can be hard if you miss that, although if you do miss it, use your mid-area control to get your ass moving backwards, or aiming backwards, because the knockback will push you towards where you need to go. Or, never mind, like that, and it just happened, so okay, maybe it's just not that, I just get knocked back because of where I am. Alright, we're done, as far as that, good. Honestly, this level's not that long. It's just that all the stuff that's in it Actually, because of the increased damage output, that's going to make it a lot harder. Also, there is another gear if I go and get that heart. I don't need that bad. In this case, you better be careful and basically sort of take your time, although you can't with that timer, to know where the gears are. And also, there are the items over there. I'll show what they are. There's a double shot. I could try and get that. Fuck it, I'll give it a shot. Okay, I got it. Never mind. Oh crap, the Gorgonite's there. Also, so we're pointing out, the gears do not respawn, so they're down here and you fall and land on it, you're getting yourself hurt. Okay. Not bad. Yeah, you do have to make that jump very specifically. Also, there's the pork roasts. I don't know what else is there. We can take a look when I inevitably get another game over here. Or I inevitably get a game over, because I haven't gotten one here yet. Oh, right, that's the other thing. I forgot about that. So, my own advice not followed, which is, when you get there, there's that, not just the Gorgonite, but also the other wheel. And remember the two wheels here. First one there, whip them off. Second one rolls, jump. I'll say the fact that I've gotten as much done with this game in another 3 hours so far is actually pretty impressive. I didn't know it was going to go this smoothly. Same deal there, just whip the gear away. In this case, also be careful of... Now, in that case, you jump, get the Gorgonite over here now. Ouch. Crap, no, I'm dead. Yeah, I may as well show that wheel. It just stopped there. You can knock it off screen, but honestly, there's not a case for me to really be falling down. Get hit by that. In that case, I usually use either one whip to get rid of that one, or two. Also, you have the time stop. God, I wish... Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay, there you go. That's a problem. I did get the Gorgonite there, but... Yeah, the Gorgonite... Yeah, get rid of him. Even with just 2 hits... God, I hate these things in this game. I'll show what's in the other 2. Holy water and knife. So you have your option of weapon if you can make the jump over there to get it. Honestly, as far as just navigating this part, the axe might be the most useful. Remember, don't jump up there yet, because, yeah, the wheel's gonna go. You also have to be high enough in order to get it. Alright, there you go. At least the... Okay, that's the one, the Gorgonite, that does not respawn. Do that. Get rid of that. Now we're set. Okay. This is always the hard part of this area, because it's one of those things that you want to keep your health the whole time you go. It's also some of those cases where if you have full health going across this and you didn't get the pork roast yet, or pot roast I should say, sometimes you might want to go back down and get it, but it's also something that you got to be careful going back down to get it, because you might take damage from other stuff, particularly those gears, because they stay there. I have that case where I fall down right where I'm pointing to here, basically right where there is, where that gap is with the screws, and I fall down, the wheel's there, I hit it, and I get myself hurt or die. My health is really low. Ow! I forgot that one. But it's easy to forget it because of all the other things going on. Alright, let's see. We're almost here. It's gonna be a miracle if I can pull this boss off, but we'll try it. I'll try it a couple times. Like I say, oh, we do it once and then we're done. As I said, I also don't know if I even want to use my sub-weapon here. Remember, I did this last time with the herb, so I had health recovery. Even if I had it here, I wouldn't have enough to live through this. Like, she will kind of stop at some point when she does something, so if you can kind of go over there and hit her, you might be able to get a beat on her somehow. But yeah, she seems like... Well, shit, I'm crouching. First, like, why am I not moving? Oh, that's why. Ouch. Yeah, the 7 killed me. Alright, so there you go. Game over. Alright, so try this again. We'll try this for a little bit of time. I'll at least give a half an hour to this. I know it seems like it's a lot, but... And I don't care enough to go and get that thing with the axe. I was gonna say, if you miss that jump, you may want to just say, cut your losses and just get game over. Like I said, half an hour seems like it might be a long time as far as this, but I think that's gonna be a fair case. Like I said, if I can't beat this thing going on further, I will come back to this thing eventually. It's fine with me launching down. Probably for the best, I think. I will probably put like 15 months, and I can second chance this thing. Well, we did beat it the other way, so if nothing else, you are seeing that. So in this case, it's basically more of a pride test in my case. Or, I don't know, somebody knows this game really well, or is really good at this, and says, okay, I want to show it, I can do it. Maybe I should put Edwack in front of this. Actually, I don't even know what his experience with Castlevania is. In fact, I don't know if he even has it. There's another whip upgrade. Do I really want it that badly? No, because you'll keep finding it. Here's the way I get a sense of this level of how I want to handle it usually is I want to try and maximize all the chances I have in order to beat the boss here. So it means being careful just going through the first 2 sections and even the third one. Yeah, you know what? The holy water can be useful if we can grab it. Crap, I guess I can't. Alright, but yeah, if you want to sometimes just be careful running this way, saying, you know what, I don't necessarily care about anything else except just taking little damage or no damage. You might just want to do that. Alright, there we go. There we go. Oop. Also, going to the idea of this, I'll say this, because we are playing a PlayStation 3, or a PlayStation 1 game, anyway to PlayStation 3, it's tempting to think because this is a wireless controller on this console, there's some button lag. I don't know, I don't think there is. I sometimes get the sense that some of my jumps are not always registering, but I don't think that's this. Ouch. In that case, I don't care. Just take the hit and keep going. I mean, as long as it means I get to the end of this area, maybe I'm okay with that. Actually, where'd the rest of them go? Oh, maybe I killed the rest of them. Okay, might be able to maximize this just by getting the pot rocks coming up. Yeah, if I get hit by anything again, I'm gonna die, so I gotta be careful about that. Yeah, because even that, I'll tell you the thing I think I was thinking initially, wait a minute, is there a button lag case in this, which I don't think there is, again. No! Okay, good, got it. The only reason I thought that actually is that jump for the axe at the beginning of the stage. There we go. So I was able to use that effectively to get rid of the Gorgonite. Those are the worst things in here. I'm going to tell you that right now. You think the Medusa... Well, here the Medusa heads are not here. They're in the other section they are. But here, the Gorgonites are the worst. Sometimes it's hard to see them going upwards. Not that the vertical resolution is necessarily bad in this game. It's just in case that sometimes there's so much of the other things you got to focus on to. I sometimes forget, oh yeah, the Gorgonite's there, and it's too late when I realize it. I mean, it is my fault, yes, but it's also a frustration when I realize, wait, I forgot about this part. Okay, I gotta remember here, yeah, there's a Gorgonite here. So just jump right here, throw up, as far as that. Crap. I thought I hit him with the whip, but that didn't work. Remember where the gear is. The gear is just there, so just walk right here. It's gone, let it go. Go through this. There's no way in hell I'm getting through this boss though on one without taking damage. Give it a shot. Ah. I'm fine as far as missing that. Doesn't matter. Oh shit. Yeah, the one case I died to him, but alright, fair enough. That wasn't gonna happen anyway, so probably better not to force it. That being said, I have heard this music so many times over the past couple of days, just getting ready for this. It is a great song as far as madness, as far as this, I'll say that for sure. This is a really good song as is. Really. Yeah, and that jump is so hard to get because of the fact that the way that the tilt goes, you basically have to be right at the edge of that and have it set up specifically down so you have enough of a jump to get it, but also a case where you don't hit your head because that stops you. So yeah, they really made that tricky to make that jump. Get rid of, yeah, get the wheel out of the way. Well, get the Gorgon eye out of the way. I don't care about the wheel, honestly. There we go. Alright, so yeah, get that set. Yeah, you do have to balance on the one side to get it going, and then just walk as far as making it. But you'll usually have enough time to make the jump. No, I don't think I want that. I mean, it doesn't matter, really. Oh, shit, I forgot about the wheel. Although, it does show one thing, which is that if you whip the one wheel that moves, it basically changes direction. So if you want to get it going, you maybe reduce the chance that you take damage if you fall down. That might be something to do. You can also use the axe here if you just want to kill the bone tower from a distance, but I kind of got in the sense of saying, alright, I can get rid of the fire, so I don't care. Oh no! Also, in that case, it was the wheel that got me more. Got him. Let's try this again. I don't know how it's gonna go. Yeah, if only I could do damage from here. Hey, try and just do the avoidance. That didn't work. Alright, let's keep going. As I said, I'm giving it a shot as much as I can do. Eventually, I'll probably cut my losses. You're seeing how this is going. Although, we did beat the game the other way, so I can't necessarily complain. So it did show the whole game, if nothing else. It just didn't show it the Sharp X68 way. Though I'll say this, if it does come to a case where we can't, which I'm expecting. There we go, got a life. I probably shouldn't have grabbed that now. I could probably have used it. And also, one other thing, you can get the time stop here as far as the stopwatch, but it doesn't work on bosses, so if you're like, oh yeah, that stops that thing dead in its tracks. No, it doesn't, so not gonna help much. Yeah. And honestly, I said maybe the thing with the herb was the best way. But even as far as that, I don't have a whole lot of hearts to run it. Oh no, I don't want to go back down. In that case, I was trying to think, wait, am I going to be in a good case as far as the fireball, but alright, it was okay. I see that you can see right up there, the gold up there, right where the 0 is by the score. That's where the Gorgon eye is. You have to get close to turn it on, or maybe notice you. There you go, got him. Alright, I forgot. Yeah, it's gonna go up there, it's gonna go over here, and it's gonna go down. take some money, why not? There we go. Alright, let's try with the werewoman once more. This is gonna be fun. I mean, I'm at full health, so that helps, but I don't know. I'm not confident. I mean, if I can get her to quickly do the thing with the hands of the clock, it will be good. Or if I can avoid the stuff she's throwing and hurt her enough. I don't know. I mean, I am in better case as far as this. She's coming here. Oh, no. That was closer than I thought. That was with full health, so that helps. Yeah, so if I can keep full health going up here, that's gonna be really good. But even then, I think I got into a good pattern as far as her jumping back towards me, and I wasn't getting hit by everything she was throwing. It's so damn hard to avoid that stuff. Oh, no! Crap. I almost want to die just as far as that, just because of how I missed that. Then again, I might be able to salvage this just going this way. If I can take no more damage going up there, I'll be in a better case. Okay, you're seeing I have to basically memorize the level. I mean, it's like how Contra Hardcore was, honestly. And a lot of it becomes really easy, and then it's a case of saying, okay, when I get to the hard part, that's where I need practice. No. Okay, now I made a mistake as far as how that works. All the things is, oh yeah, I handled that fine before. I kind of get worse as far as some of this stuff. That's usually kind of how a game like this tends to go. Wow, he died really quick. I don't know why he died in one shot. Ow. That was a really bad thing. And I have to no damage this thing again. That's not happening, but let's see. Let's try this, see what happens. And she sometimes just stops. If you can get her to do that and not get hit, that's actually pretty good. But then she will then do something else as far as going over there and grabbing something. Nope. Crap. You know what? I'll just lure the Gorgonite over here. I've realized sometimes it's best just to kind of pull them away from where they are, or where the hot roast is. You know what? I think I'm also going to do this. I'm going to try and clear out part of this area before I go back and get that. That means that if I take more damage, then I can at least rationalize it by saying, let me go back and maximize the item. Ow, crap. Like that. Kind of wish I didn't have to use it that early, but either way, the idea is the same. keep going. Also, nothing else that shows how serious I'm getting in the sense of saying, hey, when I stop talking to a certain extent. So I will go back to one thing, as I was saying. I was saying, hey, you know, honestly, I don't know what Edwex's experience on Castlevania is. But since he was able to come to Sparkster without having ever played it and beaten it on the show earlier this year, I'd be curious to see like, how he handles something like this. I'll have to ask him, like, what's your experience with Castlevania? I honestly don't know if he has any. Actually, I'm trying to think also what one he has. I think he has I think he has Bloodlines. I don't know if he's played it. I know he's seen me play, so in fact, I think it was Bloodlines is the one he saw me play. Actually, he probably loves Symphony of the Night, honestly, because it goes to his love of Metroidvania. Ouch. Ow. That was not bad, given everything, honestly. But I was saying, yeah, he'd love those. He'd love those Metroidvania ones. He loves his roguelike Metroidvania-like games. So I think he probably would like those, in all honesty. Alright, back to the beginning of the level. I mean, it's a fair punishment as far as coming back when it comes to a game over. It's not totally unreasonable. And it's also a case where you have infinite continues, so the game doesn't stop until you say, no, I've had enough. It's not like Bloodlines, which has limited continues. I think that might have been a US-only thing again. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, so at least I'm in good shape, sort of, as far as this climb. Alright, axe, I can take that now. Not bad. Toss that, get rid of that. Oh, that was lucky. I was inches away from getting hit by the Medusa head. Alright, so not bad as far as the start. So, a good start so far, but we'll see. Whoa! I don't know, care too much about more hearts. Whoa! I throw that one in the back as far as it, which is kind of a... It's not that bad to avoid, but also in case, yeah, you know that they're doing that on purpose. Oh no! And yeah, usually also when you get hit from that, you don't have enough recovery time as far as your movement in order to avoid sliding off into the spikes. I guess so. In that way, I guess I'm kind of glad to show that being something that can happen, I guess. And honestly, most of the deaths I'm seeing are things that could happen from playing this above anything else. Whoa. I don't want to show the thing with the wheel if I can avoid it, but I want to see. Honestly, for a while, I never had that happen. I initially thought in my practicing, oh, I can't get hit by that, and then I realized, wait, yes, I can. Or I can't get a run through as far as running past it so fast that I die. And then I was, oh, yes, I can. Oh, there you go. You can make that jump without getting hit. It's just insanely hard to do it. Oh, as far as that, there's nothing behind that as far as that wall, as far as I can tell. Alright, so not a bad case as far as getting yourself started to go to the final room. Just make one more climb, or maybe two more climbs, I'll see. See if we can beat the wolf one. I mean, if nothing else is also showing everything I said about where the trouble spots on the bosses on arranged mode, where you have to avoid them in original, like what that's going to look like. So come down here and let's fight. Oh. If I get out the stairs, I can't throw my axe. Actually, yeah, I can't throw. Oh no, you can. Never mind. I lied. It just seems like oftentimes you're not going to get an opportunity to do it. Wheel come out? I don't think I saw it come out. Whoa. Yeah, let him come down. I don't care. Assuming he's gonna come down for me. I did run off pretty quick. Alright, there he is. Okay, now I'll take it. Almost there. Bye-bye, wheel, go. Okay. Just need to just stay there. And remember where the Gorgonite is here. I just have to remind myself, okay, here, you... Oh, good, I one-shotted it. Fantastic. Alright, I'm in good shape for this now, for full health. Let's give it a shot. Alright, Werewoman, let's do it. Also, when she's doing that move across, I think she's invincible. Ow. Alright, so I just had a good, pattern going on, I think, that one case. Ouch. Yeah, just wait, shit. Yeah, crap, I'm killed by the two. Alright. That was not bad, so we're getting somewhere. Ow, what happened? I want to look back on the video saying, what the hell did I get hit by? Oh wait, maybe he sliced at me? I don't know. That's whatever. You know what? I say, do I want to try and get this? I do, but it's also one of those things that if I miss the jump like that, if I keep trying too many times, I've had a case where I say, well, I keep missing it, and then I'm so low on time, I'm not getting enough to keep going. And you're seeing right there. Okay, that's what I meant when I said, hey, when I'm walking off of that and I hit the jump button, it feels like I missed it. I think it's the idea that I did walk off right before. So you do have to be pinpoint precise. Honestly, I don't care enough, and that's kind of showing, I think, for this reason why. And as I said, the sub-weapon, unless you have the herb, not going to make a difference on this boss. And honestly, getting up there, I think, is a better case of saying, you know what, I'll just use the damn, okay, so I guess it's one hit with the axe if I hit it right. Okay, in that case, just kind of getting up there, using the axe for that, might be the way to go. Okay, I didn't get the pot roast, so let's grab it. Okay, you're seeing right there. There's the wheel, the one I just sent down. It's continuing to go up and down the stairs. Now that I'm full health, as long as I hold on to that, which, again, I know the pattern now. That's the idea of memorizing, saying, okay, I know what to do here, 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 and here, so that I can be ready when I get to the wolf form. And then when she does that, saying, okay, what's she gonna do? How can I prepare for that as well as I can prepare? Okay, remember that. Keep forgetting that part. I almost forgot it. There you go. Alright, there's another life. Ooh, double shot. And I don't know how much it's gonna help on this boss, but I have it, so I'll take it. Okay, so if we are gonna have a good case coming to this boss, this is probably the best case scenario. This kid just wait. I'm basically whipping her before she comes out into her form, say that if I can get a hit off her, because I have, like that, that's good. If I can do that. Well, jump, there we go. So I'm getting somewhere, sorta. Also, when she throws something, it's usually a case where you can't move out of the way. In that case, I ducked by accident, which I didn't want to do crap. So it's a case where it can go really, really well to start, and then a case where it can completely nosedive really quickly. Based on the way this is, it's 4 hits and you die. That's how this is gonna go. Yeah, he probably must have been slicing at me as he was dying. That must have been what happened, but I said I'll have a look when I hit it. Sometimes when I don't know, I'll say, oh, let's look back. Benefit of recording, saying you get to look back and say, what happened? It's time for the axe. Yeah, didn't want to take it now, but as well. Not take a choice. Also, I'm trying to think if there's going to be any sub-weapon to be most useful. I don't know if it really matters, because I can toss the cross across the screen, but you might still be jumping too much. I can do the same with the knife, same problem. The axe, I can sort of hit her in the air, but I have to be close enough so that she's in that distance. The stopwatch is useless because it doesn't stop her stuff. I mean, if this was NES, it would be useful, but also she's not in NES as far as this boss. So honestly, the axe is probably your best option. What you can do here, I'm getting actually pretty good at that, saying, okay, I can go through this entire this entire room without taking damage. But then saying, alright, what's gonna happen when I get to the boss? Okay, there we go. So again, full health. Let's see what we can do. And as far as avoiding her junk, that's always the hard part of it, as far as what she throws. I mean, I could wait. I want to see something. Alright, hang on. Yeah, I'm not even doing anything. Let her go. I'm gonna try something else. I'm saying, let's throw something else in there. I want to see what she do, and also, does it aim for me when I'm on the ground? If I can just wait her out, it might also be a strategy to use. Maybe that's my problem. I'm moving around too much. Now, crap. I think that might be what's happening. So you know what? I want to try that then. So, basically, don't move when she throws something, and then just jump out of the way, because I think it might go to where you are. Which makes sense given how some of the other stuff in this game goes. If I can use that, and then get her down well enough as far as saying, oh, she just picks up the... Because, okay, I thought it was health-based when it comes to how she picks up the clock hands. And then starts whipping you. Because then what happens is that she just uses that. She doesn't do anything else. Yeah, tempting, but I don't need them. I can fight her without them. If that's an option I can use, I want to try and use it. And that'd also be a case where I'll say, I might take another game over as far as just try that once more, and at that point, if I can't do it, I'll say, well, let's just show off the rest of the stuff. At that point, I've done everything I can. I've done everything I think I want to accomplish, which is beat this game in one way. We did a ranged way, like everybody does, but still, did that, and then emphasize this. And the other thing I'll also do is when we end, I'll also go over the music, and I'll actually let the music play for all the areas that we end up not showing. So basically, here are the original Sharp X68 editions of all the music. And I'll upload background music. Shit, no! Why did I turn around? Although if I'm doing a check on this pattern, it doesn't necessarily matter if I don't take damage. As far as coming up here. Because I'm saying I'm going to try to avoid taking damage when I'm fighting. I guess also wait till the fire goes off. You think, like, wait, you might have enough distance to make that jump right before the last one goes off screen. Don't risk it. Just wait. Okay. Let's try again. I have a plan, if nothing else. I think that's how I did it the first time as far as just the normal level. In that case, also, she's too close. Oh, no, now she came back, so... Alright, she's just coming back by to me. So that was different. This is her moving. Alright, well, let's try one more time. And then that'll probably be the end. At that point, that'll also take us to a nice 4 hours about, more or less. Yeah, a bit short of a show as far as tonight. But also a case where I'll, fine, I'm giving you 12 hours worth next week, as is. Just to let you know, as far as how it goes, for what we got on schedule. We'll talk about that a little bit. Alright, there's whip upgrade. I'm just trying to get the items on here as I'm up here, because why not? Ouch. Yeah, but don't jump too high on the spikes. Low. Because it's like the spikes over the, like the ice, thing in, Block 3, ouch, where, you can get into a case where it doesn't look like you hit the spikes, but you do, and then it's still an instant death. Actually, I might not even get out of this damn room. In fact, I'm not gonna get out of this room. Because, yeah, we're just hanging out in midair. Actually, you know what I'll tell you what I'm gonna do? This is gonna seem really petty. But we're gonna jump into spikes a couple times and die. Actually, you know what? Let's show that jump being made there. Show what I need to do, since I don't care about that right now. You basically have to have them stand in this way, and make that walk off. And you basically want to do it basically while you're walking. So you make that jump. If you don't, you're gonna have that happen to you. Yeah, a nice whip upgrade. There you go. That's how you do it, and that's how you get the axe here. So in this case, I don't care about that, because pretty much I said, I need full lives going into this boss again. So that's that, and then we'll take the check. Alright, so let's go. Alright, one more go. This is going to be the idea of it. I think, as I said, I got the strategy. I think I have it. So it's about executing it, really. But nothing else, it's flashing warning. it's gonna be about... Actually, no, it's halfway through the game, as far as it... So, I beat the game full way in range, and I got halfway through it, actually, over halfway, on this version, as far as the original. So I don't have regret right now. Ouch. Oh, well, okay. That was interesting. Saying I can just go down that way, just kill everything on the way. Oh, no. Well, maybe I'll show the actual hard way to get up there. Why not? Yeah, when they stick the knives out, that actually is harder to avoid as far as this than you think. The hard part here is the fact that the Medusa head's there, number one. And also because you have to balance the other side, and they come from each direction. That was lucky. It's always this area right here I get really lucky with my Medusa head whips. Hang on, I just avoided getting hit. Alright. Okay. Yeah, the easy way to do that, as soon as you land on that first platform, just jump. And then you should be able to make that other one. This, I'm gonna try again, but... Okay, I was doing it too early. You basically have to have the mace ball swing back toward you before you do that. Basically, as soon as you land on that, just jump. That's the way to handle that. Okay, here we go. So, come back. There we go. Just missed, but okay. The backwards fall helped there. Actually, it's easier to make that jump that way in the classic mode than it is in the range, simply because of the fact you have backwards falling here. Otherwise, you fall straight up, and then you go down into the pit of spikes. Okay, here we go. Climbing time. Let's go. Now I gotta take that, but that's fine. Now, just get through this without taking a hit. But I just know what I have to do. That's the idea of how you have to handle a game, especially like this. And I guess it's a different case, we'll talk about this, of difficulty a game like this, or this game in particular, compared to something like Mega Man 7. As people said, Mega Man 7 is one of the hardest classic Mega Man games. I mean, it's harder for different reasons, although it's also a case where, like that one, I haven't played this nearly as much. So that might have something to do as far as difference of difficulty, although I guess with that game it's also a little more difficult because of, in some ways, how that game goes, what challenge you have to go, what methods the game gives you to make things easier. This game doesn't really give you a whole lot of methods to kind of mitigate too much as you go. I mean, there is the herb power-up as far as that, but you also have to hold on to that between levels. It is a skill of being able to manage that. That's where that gets difficult, isn't it? You're not done yet, huh? Right, I did hit that again. Oh, shit. I don't need full health going in. It's nice to have, but if I can just avoid hits and shit. That's fine. Oh, no! Well, okay, that's fine. The wheel isn't there. As long as that's the case, and there comes the heart. Let's have that set. There we go. Bone Knight having that set. I don't care. Let him go. Like I say, it's nice to have full health going in there if I can, but even a lot of my other attempts, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. I mean, I'm kind of close on some of this. And the idea is that, weirdly enough, because I'm a moving target, that makes it easier for it to hit me or something. And so in that case, I was right underneath. So in some ways, I think it's, yeah, being able to not move, but also in some cases knowing when to move. There we go. So I could try that. I'll say this, if I do get through her on this set of lives, we'll continue on. If I don't, we'll just continue the art gallery and the rest of the show. At least make this just for old time's sake. Not really. I'm just waiting for it to come over here. I mean, I guess also going back to the difficulty difference between something and Mega Man 7 again. That game does not have a time limit the way this does, so that's something else that's a bit different too. In that case, I'm not jumping up high enough to get the wheel to spawn. There you go. Or to come off the wall. Because that's kind of what it's doing. I don't know if I emphasized that enough, but you're seeing right there where the Bone Knight is. See right there where the candle is to the right of that. Or right above it, it's dropping off. And then to the right of where it is, that one's coming off and doing its roll. Alright, we'll try it on the lives we have because I'm about to get another one. Alright, so I have 3 lives to keep trying this. Oh, it's not close enough. There's nothing else I can get rid of the fireballs. There you go, good. I just had enough distance with the vampire kill to get that thing. It helped a lot. Right, there's double shot. Okay, no, it was not a good case of it. Oh, fair enough. As long as I didn't take damage, I'm okay with it. I never tried the holy water on her before. Why not? Okay, I only have 1 hit with the holy water, so I don't have enough, actually, I'm trying to remember. I think it's 1 heart for the holy water. I don't want to go back down to get more. Let's go again. Okay, it sorta helped. Okay, so, alright. Answer is, when she's far away, I may want to jump out of the way, but she's like right above me. That's when I want to get my movement going. I am doing it in a rhythm. Ow. Crap, I didn't jump there. Come on. I say, yeah, just waiting for her. Let her do what she's gonna do. Oh, there you go. Okay, I might be able to pull this off. I might. I'm not gonna guarantee that. God damn it, I'm so close. That's the thing, I was so close to that time. Because when she gets the thing on her hand like that with the part of the clock, that's all she does. She doesn't do anything else. So if I can get to that point, we'll be set. At that case, having a sub-weapon will be good, or having a sub-weapon that can hit from a distance will be good. To the point where I might try to get these. Is you have to down, just, keep missing that jump, or I don't know. I need something to hit her from distance, and I also need enough hearts to run that. Actually, to the point where I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I see the Gorgonite coming out, that's fine, let it come out. Send you off, so yeah, keep rolling along. I know the Gorgonite was up here, I saw it come by, but there it is. Yeah. I'm saying, do I make that jump to try and get this thing to get... No, I don't, because I keep missing the jump, so don't bother. In this case, I'm gonna hold enough hearts so I have something to hit her with. If I can get her to that point, then we're home. And I have something to hit her with distance from. Oh, okay. I did it now. Let's see. Not that. Not that. Yeah, the cross will work. It's either the cross or the knife. One of those will be fine. In this case, refrain from using it as I go along, although I don't really have a reason to use it. In this case, just keep using the whip to get rid of the organize. I don't have time to get up there, even what I got, but... Okay, I didn't mean to necessarily use that, but it's fine. Ouch. No, I didn't mean to do that either. Okay, there we go. One hit, I'll take that. Because I get the sense that maybe it was not based on health, because it seems like she did that, grab of the clock hand. Stop doing that. The point where I'm basically going to get every single candle I can to grab stuff with, because there's not another sub-weapon amongst the, other candles. I know that. So if I can get to that point and, have a bunch of crosses, I'll be set, and we'll win. And since that'll be as furthest as I've got, or I've ever gotten in this fight, or in this version of the game, the dream lives another day. Shit! Why'd I do that? Okay, so that's good. We got some stuff going on here. Ow. Oh, shit. Yeah, it wasn't happening anyway just because of how my health was. Yeah, if I can do that again and actually get up to the top without dying, I want to make that happen. We're gonna give her another shot as far as what we're doing. I'll take that because I don't have anything right now, which is fine. Oh no, didn't want to take that now. I haven't taken damage, so it's probably okay. It's such a tight fit getting in there, though. That's the other thing about it. I'll try once more, and if I can't get in there, we're going on. Yeah, right, because that's what happens. You basically jump too high. And this is also, by the way, not a game where when you hit the jump button, you can feather it to jump lower. You always jump at that height, no matter how hard you hit that X button. So... And also, when you walk off, you just drop down straight like a rock. So it's not a case where you can use that to your advantage either. You have mid-air controls, but not mid-air fall controls. Yeah, in that case, I don't want to take a hit. I'd rather fall down than take a hit. That's how much you don't want to take a hit doing this. Not high enough. Oh, crap. Yeah, I really don't want to get up there, do I? I do want to give her another chance. And if I get up there and we give another chance, I can do it. We'll do it. If I don't get up there, I guess I'll try again once more for this level, and then that would be the end. But I do want to try and have another shot. It was one of those things that maybe I'm just being too deliberate, just getting up there. So I see something. Oh shit, I forgot. It hurts you. Well, it hurts you to touch, let me put it that way, going back to the bone tower thing. Ow. Now I'm getting worse as far as this. You know, we're gonna try again. I'm just gonna run through the next set of lives I have. And then at that point, if we can't do it, we can't do it. At least not yet, but it'll also give us a chance to come back to this one. But I have been having a good time, even as far as how this has been going. I mean, it's gone well for certain things, and I'll say this, even as far as the way this boss has gone, it is further than I've gotten before. So I'll give credit that way. I do get the sense of my skills improving, and I'm thinking, what is the way to handle this boss? That's what you have to do with a game like this. So if nothing else, it shows that perspective as well. I think if this show is, if anything, it's showing off the idea of what does the experience of gaming really mean, in generalities, but also as far as personal case, you know. And for this game, saying, okay, what do you have to do as far as making something happen with this? And yeah, just don't get up there, otherwise you're gonna die. Oh no! Alright, whip upgrade, I'll take that. Oh, there's a flashlight warning, if I can get it? No. Alright, it's too much in the ground. I can't hit it from here. Oh no! Keep making that mistake now, too. I said the only thing would be better is if we get an herb. I don't think that's happening. I think maybe I got lucky getting it as far as when it came to the other thing for range mode. There we go. Finally got up here. I mean, it's fitting, I guess, if nothing else, that I'm trying so hard as far as a level like this and doing everything I can for it. That's kind of how the Bloodlines play was. Honestly, the point where I did something I usually don't do, which is I did a lot of editing out of stuff that was like dead air. I won't on this case, as far as it, because shit. Yeah, I won't do it on this case because, if nothing else, this is going into kind of what the thought process was. And showing some gradual enhancement, and I did beat the game as far as this one already. So in that case, that was just to kind of go through that, and also the big difference with that game is that I hadn't really prepped that exactly. It was 5 years ago when I just started this as far as for fun, of saying, well, for fun in the sense of saying that I'm just going to kind of jump into this, and do I necessarily need to prep too much? And honestly, with that show, that's when I kind of realized that, yeah, I think I gotta for certain things. Ouch. And then when it came to viewer requests, I said, alright, I definitely will do that for those. Oh, there you go. So that's how you do that. Okay, so I at least showed how do you make that jump across the mace. The way you do that is you basically have to jump right when it's straight down. Yeah, I don't want that. So that's how you avoid it without taking damage. Otherwise, you use backwards fall to get through in this version. Okay. Since I already have the cross, I'm just going to hold on to that. Yeah, in that case, don't hit that as far as that candle. Or if I do hit it when I'm far enough distance and let it go away. I'm going to do that. I'm also going to wait there saying, okay, I'm not going to try and get that set. There's the Gorgonite, there's the pot roast. Yeah, you're seeing I kind of have just a pattern. It's like, okay, do this, do this, do this. It's basically like an itemized checklist. And in a way, it's kind of what I do for the practice, saying that, okay, I've been playing through this and saying, okay, what's working, what's not working, what do I do here, what do I do there. Okay, there we go. That was good. I just made that jump. Turn around. Also pointing out, even though you do have the backwards falling when you get to take a hit, that does not apply when you're on stairs. Shit, I keep forgetting that part. So in that case, if you get hit whilst you're on the stairs, you'll not be knocked back. So that's a good thing, at least. Okay, I don't need to use the cross here. I was kind of curious seeing what it do. Okay, so it did take him down a decent amount. Okay. So, new strategy, as I mentioned. Even with the low health I have, try and avoid her hits more than anything. Get her in a point where she has the clock hand. But do that, that also can help. Whoa! And also try and throw that. Okay, is it? I don't think it was doing damage. In that case, alright, it didn't work. I'm still getting a pretty decent amount of time out of this game as is. So if nothing else, that's the idea. And also, when I'm done as far as this, either if I beat her or if I get next game over, I will also, edit in how long I spent on this. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to have too much to edit in, honestly, for this section. Or, honestly, for the show, really. So depending on how it is, I don't know if I'm going to fast track it like fast track last week's show. I just knew I was able to get that one out quick, as it was, and I kind of wanted to. It's just to make it so that I could just maximize all my time to this. The question on this one is going to be what's the thumbnail look like, but that's all is what I can think of when it comes to editing. Particularly when it shows that I'm working on, because it's a case where I used to just do title screens. Sometimes that's kind of boring, and I said, well, I can make it a little more active. Like I did last week with Mega Man 7. I was like, well, I just did title screen the first time I did this, and the last time I got another life. I can just go nuts. There we go. And also getting thumbnails for those things I'm doing for the YouTube site next week. That was also fun to put together. Because since it's going to be Switch 2 Chronicles case as far as what they are, just to give a little bit of an indication of that. It meant that, oh yeah, I can put some stuff together of some of the games we're going to look at. Okay, so, let's try this again. Another rodeo with you. I feel like I've done this like 100 times. Okay, did hit her. Ouch. Ow. Don't forget, because I was right underneath her. When you're right underneath her, that's a bad sign. That's why you have to be careful about. We got 2 more chances. If we can't get her in these, then yeah, I'm gonna cut loose. Oh, by the way, if you're thinking, oh, I can avoid the Gorgonite, no, you can't. You do have to fight it, because when you move this over to this side, it'll then see you. So at that point, it'll come towards you. So you have to fight it no matter what. Yeah, okay, that was risky going for the money before that other cog dropped down, or wheel, or gear. It kind of, I call it all 3. It seems like I kind of just go interchangeable between what they are. Okay, there we go. So we got our full case of that. Health's full. Ow. It's always the worst when you get hit by those things, just because I often one of those cases where I think, well, no, I shouldn't be hit by those. They're easy to avoid, although they're harder to avoid than you might think. Because sometimes their reach is further than it might look, and also a case where they might turn around and then slice at you. Okay. Like I said, I'm gonna try to avoid everything. But when she's there, whip, whip, whip. Those are jumping across the screens real quick. That does not hurt you. Oh, you can also whip them out. Probably a bit late to mention that, but I'm so focused on not even bothering. I say, who cares? Can you take the thing on the clock, please? Oh, okay, that worked. Ah, crap. I was actually closer with that than I thought I would be. Especially for that not necessarily being the strategy I was thinking of employing. Alright, one last try. Okay, and this time I'm also going to keep going and try not to take any hits, and if I do take a hit before I leave, where I'm at the top, I will then go back and get the pot roast. We need one more good shot on Werewolf, or Werewoman, I should say. She has a couple names as far as what she goes by, so I think, as I said, it said either She-Wolf or Wolf Woman. Grab that. I have gotten up here without taking damage. That's good. In that case, I don't care necessarily about wasting this because I have enough ammo for it. And that's money, so I don't care. And that I'm just gonna toss. I don't care. Okay, last try on she-wolf, werewoman. Or wolf-woman, I should say. Can we do it? Let's try. It'd be great if this could be it, and if it is, if I can do it, well, we can go on. I'll go on a little bit. Ow. The way I'm going about this, I don't think it's going to be that way. 'Cause I'm saying, let me see if I stay back. Like, she's down right below me. Crap. Alright. The pattern's there. I almost had her as far as how it was, but as I said, I'm not going to prolong this anymore. It was not a bad attempt, but yeah, nothing else that shows exactly what you're in for. If you're playing for Akumajo Dracula, I will do save. By the way, as far as what save does, it lets you save at the beginning of the last block you completed. It also, I believe, puts a number next to it as far as how many times you died. And also, we're pointing out, if you do, I will show this briefly. 8? Seems like that's lowballing it. This is for my practice. But it's worth pointing out when you beat the game, or if you beat the game, like the NES game, it will repeat the game as far as how its difficulty goes. It basically lets you play through the game multiple times. It gets harder each time. And it goes up to 8. Same way it did on NES as far as the original Castlevania. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the special options. Take a look at the art gallery to start. A lot of the stuff is from this. You can also get a sense of hiding the window. I'm going to hit that, and then X is next, and previous on square, and exit with the circle button. Let's put that through. So we're going to get a sense of the nice artwork that comes with this game. Some for this one, so that is the sort of the look as far as Simon Belmont for Akumajo Dracula, but just kind of going more to the arrange mode look of this, with the red hair going backwards as far as that. Maybe it's because it's also on a red background. It looks like it's more of the blonde hair the way we saw as far as how this is. Now, the NES game does it. There's Dracula, who we saw as far as this game. There's the idea of how the box art of this game looks, and we'll read the manual. That's the other thing. I just gotta remember that. And a lot of stuff for Castlevania Symphony of the Night, as it is. So there's Alucard as far as that, which I did have as far as theme for PlayStation 3 when we started the show tonight. There's Alucard there as far as just his default black jacket. It does look nice. That is, of course, he stripped everything else at the beginning of the game, which was demoed a couple weeks ago. And there he is saying, I'm interested in this. Yeah, I'm interested in it too as well. We'll definitely come to that game, no question, as he also found that vial there saying, oh, that's going to help him out. And also remember, we haven't shown this with that game yet, but you have the familiar system, and you also have the transformations, because you can transform into the bat, you can transform into the wolf, and then also you have the familiars that are coming around as far as helping him out. And those are the magic you can get, including stuff like Dark Metamorphosis, which I do love that. We'll get to that when we get to Symphony of the Night, which that's going to be quite a play. I want to prep that one a lot for everything I want to show, because I love that game, and we're going 100% on that one. It's going to be multiple parts on that, I guarantee. There he is with the shield and the sword as far as how he goes. Throwing the fireball, so yeah, there you go. He does have some of the magic he learns. And there's Richter Belmont going to the star of the beginning of Castlevania Symphony of the Night, but also of Rondo of Blood that we played, and Dracula X from Super Nintendo. And there he is as far as how he's looking. Looking good. Him sitting on the throne, I guess, after he kicks out Dracula. And there's Marie Renard. How she looks for Symphony of the Night is not exactly young girl look that she had as far as Rondo of Blood, because the idea is that we did see in the intro of Rondo of Blood that since it is retelling, or the intro of Symphony of the Night is retelling Rondo of Blood's story, we did see it the other way, but when you see her in the game of Symphony of the Night, when you're going around, she's looking for Richter because he went missing. She looks like this. And there she is as far as that, and Alucard's going to run into her for sure, as is the case. I guess that's her as far as, I guess the funereal look as far as her, I think. There is, I believe, that's the librarian from Symphony of the Night that we'll get to. What can I do for you? And other stuff, because he'll sell you some items as far as things for a little bit of a fee. There's Succubus as far as how that is. It's worth pointing out in the Japanese version you're seeing there's airbrushing here of her breasts. They're visible in the Japanese version. For our version, they said, no, we're putting an airbrush to this, so you're not seeing them. Just to give an indication. There's the ferryman, who we will see when we get to Symphony of the Night. I keep saying Rondo of Blood. I mean, we had the case of going down the boat as far as Rondo of Blood, but not exactly the same way. We're going to love seeing the ferryman helping us out when we get down to the caves. I can just imagine that great music again, thinking back to that. It's so good. And there is Richter looking at that. It's like, hey, here I am. There's Death as far as how we saw him at the beginning of Symphony of the Night. A little bit of an idea of how he looked in Chronicles here, sort of, but not exactly the same. And there is Dark Priest Shaft. We're going to see him when we get to that again. Oh, actually, no, we saw him in Rondo of Blood as well. We'll see him again when it comes to Symphony of the Night, in a different context, perhaps. And there's Dracula. What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. Have at you. And we'll definitely get to that as well. There he is again, looking good. And there you go. There is also the box art for the Japanese version of Symphony of the Night from the Sega Saturn, that being Dracula X Nocturne of the Moonlight. I believe that's the name of it. And that's the last of your art as far as how they got it. And this one, we have an interview with Koji Igarashi. There are subtitles for this, but I'm going to mute it. I'm going to also turn off the audio for you. And in that case, I will pull mic. I'll be back in a few minutes.
一番有名なところですと、キャッスルバニアシンフォニー・オブ・ザ・ナイトの、ディレクションとプログラムっていうのが一番有名だと思うんですけれども、日本国内の方ではですね、ときめきメモリアルっていう作品がありまして、それのシナリオなんかもちょっと書いちゃったりしたりしてます。一番好きなのは悪魔城伝説が一番好きなんですけれども、その他にこれもまた日本国内だけでの発売なんですけれども、悪魔城ドラキュラ X 血のロンドっていう作品がありまして、それもすごい好きな作品の一つです。その元になったタイトルなんですけれども、パソコンのしかも日本国内でしか発売されてない作品なんです。当時パソコンなんてのは持ってる人いませんので、今の時期になってもう非常に移植希望が高まってきていると。しかもこの作品の評価が非常に高い。自分で今遊んでも非常に面白い作品ですので、これをファンの皆さんに遊んでもらえない、海外の皆さんにとってはですね、全然見てもいない作品ですので、これを今復活すべきだなと思いまして、今回このタイトルを選ばせていただきました。キャッスルバニアの第1作目のリメイクになります。ストーリー的にそんな劇的なものはないんですけれども、ドラキュラを倒す宿命を負ったベルモンド一族の末裔のシモン・ベルモントが聖なる鞭を手にドラキュラを滅ぼしに行くっていう、もうすごい単純なお話です。ファンなら誰でも知っているお話だと思います。で、ゲーム性なんですけれども、その1作目のリメイクということもありまして、ゲーム性はその流れを受け継いでおります。ただプレイヤーのですね、操作性が非常に格段に良くなっております。具体的に言いますと、ジャンプ中の軌道が変えられたりとか、鞭が、ジャンプ中にですけれども下方向に打つことができる、プレイヤーの操作性が上がっていることで、非常にまたゲームもより面白くなっているというようになっております。僕の頭の中ではですね、次作りたいなというのはもう決まってるんですけれども、それを実現できるかどうかというのはですね、皆さんの熱い要望に もうかかってると言っても過言じゃないです。今回の、インタビューの中にちょっとヒントが隠されてるかな。優れたゲーム性っていうのがまず大きいと思うんですけれども、それに加えたその濃厚な世界観っていうのが、一番大きいところだと思います。そこに加えてですね、サウンドとグラフィックの非常に高いクオリティっていうのが、皆さんによく支持していただける大きな理由じゃないかと思います。実は発売時期に関してはまだ皆さんにお知らせすることはちょっとできないんですけれども、今企画を詰めながらそのゲームの下地になる部分を今作っているところです。非常にあっと驚くようないろんなことを考えておりますので、皆さん楽しみにしていただければいいなと思います。で今回のスタッフはですね、非常に豪華なメンバーを集めさせていただきました。具体的に言いますと、キャスルバニアシンフォニー・オブ・ザ・ナイトのスタッフであるとか、悪魔城ドラキュラ X 血のロンドのスタッフであるとか、僕が知っている限りこの人はドラキュラに絶対必要だという思う人たちが集結されてチームが作られております。はい、一番その大きな理由としましては、アクションゲームの寿命の短さっていうのがポイントです。ゲームって非常に高いと思うんですね。その分長い間楽しんでもらいたいなと、どうにかしてアクションゲームを長く遊ばせるっていう方法を考えたかったんですね。今までのキャスルバニアっていうのは、ラウンドをクリアしていくタイプだったんですけれども、そうではなくて、城の中を探索型にすることによって長い間遊んでもらおうという考え方で、今までのキャスルバニアシリーズとは大きくものすごく変わったところだと思います。それとですね、アクションゲームはやっぱ得意不得意があると思うんですね。その得意不得意があるっていうだけで、同じお金を出してるのに非常にアクションゲームが不得意な人はエンディングまで見れないというのは、そのお金分だけ楽しんでるとはとても思えない。そこで成長することによって、そのアクションゲームがそんなに得意じゃない人でも最後まで楽しんでもらおう、そういう考え方を盛り込んでいった結果がシンフォニー・オブ・ザ・ナイトっていう作品になりました。あとストーリー的にもちょっと今までのキャッスルバニアよりも凝ってるとは思うんですけれども、キャッスルバニアシリーズっていうのは歴史的につながっているように作られているんですけども、実はその根幹的なところでつながってなかったりとか結構するんで、そのあたりをシンフォニー・オブ・ザ・ナイトの中では歴史的につなげてまとめることによって、やっぱりそのキャッスルバニアシリーズの世界観っていうのを奥深いものにちょっとしようかなと思って作ってみました。
Okay, so there you go. That's the interview we had with him. That definitely was interesting to look back at, particularly going back to 2001, because he did mention a couple things there of saying, sort of talking about this game, saying that he really liked the idea of this and said, hey, this was only in Japan. How we get this out of only Japan and off of a PC platform like the Sharp X68000 and bring it to people as far as to kind of get that going. And also, since this was 2001, as far as when this game came out, the idea of him kind of thinking about idea of where he Castlevania was going to go, which is interesting thinking about that as far as like what was the next one after this. The next one after this, as far as what his team was, that was Harmony of Dissonance for the Game Boy Advance. But I think maybe he was also hinting his way towards Castlevania Lament of Innocence a little bit. And I have actually, I'm having my hands. I picked this up when I had the mic muted. I picked up my copy of Castlevania Curse of Darkness. I have the Xbox version. Everybody I know has the PS2. And this is the cheaper way to go on this one. But he did write and produce this game as far as this one. So his thought of saying, like, hey, he wants to kind of give players their bang for their buck. And then also the case of saying with Symphony of the Night in particular, and also with especially Harmony of Dissonance that came in after this, saying the Metroidvania concept, saying all the other Castlevania games, the one we played included, okay, basically the case of going left to right, a great case, but then also saying, how can I get a sense that people want to keep coming back to it and there's going to be a lot of longevity, which I guess kind of led to that. But he also said amongst his other favorite games that kind of were a little bit of a reflection of that, sort of where Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse for the NES, which had multiple playable characters, and also Rondo of Blood, which we played as was, which at the time, it's worth pointing out, this was about 6 years away from its US release on the PSP in the Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles. So in that case, kind of getting that game out as far as, but also the idea of where was this franchise going? What are people really attached to it? He's not with Konami anymore as far as this franchise, really anything, because he's doing the Bloodstained games as I mentioned, but also kind of interesting to look at this of what it is. And also his idea of saying, bringing this game out, what that was like, getting sense of enhancing over what we saw on NES. And that way, I think there's something to be said about how that goes, and that this game does have a unique aura to itself, even against me struggling with the parts that I did against it on NES. And I said, what we're going to do is next, we're going to take a look at the manual. Also, my controller battery is not dying, but slower, so I'm going to plug it in. I have it set for a couple hours. Because we're going to read the manual, because remember, this game is now $150, so since the PS3 has this, take a look at that. There it is, rated teen for violence, blood, and gore, and I guess we're going to count the Japanese version, partial nudity. Alright, so here you go. Same deal. We're going to be doing this anytime we play something from PlayStation 3 this way, because I think it's worth going to. And I get the sense people like doing this, giving a full actual reading of this instruction manual, running with your PlayStation game console. And hey, since this game's $150, probably worth doing this. And it also, just to go on that, for the games I think we've played where we have had the digital manual and didn't look over it, which basically were the Mega Man Legends games. We get to the Misadventures of Tron Bonne for that one. I will have... I don't know how I'll handle that. Maybe I'll have an off-screen show where I do that with Nocturne as far as that one when we get to that. And then have the manual reads of the other two as well, just for the purpose of the reflection of that. Okay. Yeah, but this one, it is showing how it goes. As far as here's your PlayStation 1 controller. But of course, PlayStation 2 is already out. So you could run it on the PS2 if you wanted. And if you do have it on PS3 as far as the disc and put it in there, it'll run no problem. Or get this version. I'll go on that one and get the final thoughts. And talk about stuff with the controls, which is mentioned. Yeah, he mentioned... Koji Igarashi was mentioning, hey, in this game you can change your direction in the air when jumping. So do you have that going on, along with using your sub-weapon for that? I don't... Oh, okay. I was going to say, why do they indicate use attack item twice? Because you can use either circle or square for the purpose of that. Circle, square for the whip, jumping on X button. Oh, okay, you have a soft reset. We didn't do that. Press start and select twice to reset the game. And confirm menu selections with X and circle to return to the previous menu. In the Japanese version, I believe it probably was reversed, because that's usually how PlayStation tended to go in Japan, in the sense where the circle was used for confirmation, and then X was saying, like, no, go backwards. Okay, so story, as was mentioned, is a lot like how Castlevania 1 was, but the idea that it does take place in Transylvania in medieval Europe. There was the legend of Dracula that children at bedtime, of course, perfect for tonight on Halloween, have believing it to be untrue, but it's like, oh, maybe not. The voice of good keep a watchful eye over the lad, protecting all who live here. But even to the constant vigil, the forces of evil prevail every century, and when it happens, human beings with evil hearts who saw at the beginning chant unspeakable prayers, and the Prince of Darkness, Dracula, is thus resurrected on face of the earth. And each time he is, his power grows stronger and stronger, which actually is a pretty interesting thing to kind of go into, with the explanation of people saying, hey, he always comes back. And why is that? The idea is that he keeps coming back. Anytime he comes back, he always gets stronger than the last. He was revived in this manner years and years ago, but his ambitions to plunge the world into darkness and evil were crushed by Christopher Belmont. Remember him from, from Castlevania The Adventure. So they're referencing that and Adventure ReBirth as is indicated. So that was years and years ago. Following Dragon's demise at the hands of Christopher Belmont, and including by us from 3 years ago, the countryside slept peacefully for a century. But then one Easter night, so I guess this is an Easter game disguised, technically two, they celebrate the holiday and the return of Jesus with a splendid carnival, but the old monastery in the edge of town follows darkness to hold a black mass to revive the count and give him eternal life. But a human sacrifice of blood over his remains, as we saw, and as they did, the thundercloud enveloped them, and a bolt of lightning pierced the monastery, and then Dracula's back. But of course, the success of the Belmont family bloodline, Simon Belmont, determined to rid the land of the terrible evil, and using the whip left to his father, the vampire killer, he ventured Dracula's castle, fates the Count alone. Alright, there you go. So there you go. There's your plot. And getting a good case as far as the setup as far as this as well. Okay, in original mode, you only do sound tests. We're going to go to that when we're done here. Gameplay is divided into 8 blocks with 3 stages each. I guess I said 4, I was wrong. A boss enemy awaits at the end of each. When you defeat the boss, you get an energy sphere, get it, you go to the next block. In case of getting stuff of health going on, of course, you come in contact with a trap, you fail to lose the block within the time limit, you lose a life. When you get a game over of all lives gone, you can use continue, or you can save and then whip, of course, going into that. Hit the candles for items, give you bonus or power for special attacks, and it's running on your hearts. Of course, again, that perspective, like, hey, here's the screen of what you're going to see, saying everything that's here of player's life gauge, the boss's life gauge, any item you have as far as your sub-weapon, hearts, lives, time, score, stage number, and all that stuff. And the modes. Original mode going into the Sharp X68000 version of the game. And range mode with Simon Dracula with new looks to themselves, and the difficulties made easier. And when you beat it in range mode, you get time attack mode, which is what I unlocked. Just run all through all 8 blocks with the fastest time you have. And of course, you can save and load from the options screen, as is the case. Actually, what's that about? Oh, right. Okay, this is one of those PlayStation games where you have to have the memory card in slot 1. Actually, I've noticed this with certain games on the Dreamcast as well, where it doesn't always read the memory card of the VMU in the case of the Dreamcast if you don't have it in the first slot, which is sometimes a weird case, but in this one they're saying, no, you have to have it in slot 1. So if you don't have something set up or you don't have the virtual memory card on the PS3 set up for that, yeah, you can't save, so fix that. And of course, cases of loading and saving and all that stuff. Let's see, actually it says here, it allows you to continue the game at the beginning of the current block. Right, okay, that's what trigger flip is. I think I said it before, but just to reiterate that, it basically makes it so that if you want jump button on square and circle, you can have that, and then whip on the X button. Start, select, enable turns on the functions of start and select. Actually, what did select do? I want to go back to that. Because I think it said as far as what it did. Actually, I don't think select does anything in this game. You know what, I might... Oh, except for the resetting. Is that all it did? I don't think it did anything else. You know what? I'll boot up the time attack and let myself die. So does select actually do something? I don't think it does. Okay, and then of course the stuff with background music, sound, saving, loading, and yeah, the range options of difficulty, number of lives, and if you have time on or off, and display option, and the interview stuff, and the art direction, of course. And the items, the pocket watch, I call it the stopwatch, but sometimes these are named differently. And this is reflecting how the NES game was in terms of what the items were. You have the dagger, or the knife, as I called it, the axe, the holy water, the cross. That's what I call the rosary as far as it. And the reason, like, why is the cross? Because remember, they used to call the cross, as far as the weapon, the boomerang. They did indicate that on the NES because... At the time, Nintendo was kind of concerned about having religious references in their games, including The Legend of Zelda. That was kind of a question on that one, even though that game was designed around Christianity being the point of it as far as the main religion of Hyrule in that game. But on the basis of that, they said, okay, references to this. I guess Nintendo didn't either want to be exclusionary or proselytizing, or maybe both, or the idea of how things were, or they were controlling stuff with content, which Nintendo did do for a while, as was the case anyway. So they call it the boomerang, but usually the idea is that nowadays we do call that the cross, and then the other thing, the rosary. Yeah, extremely powerful. It turns you after it hits a wall or another obstacle. I mean, it's not wrong as far as that either, because it is a boomerang. It does come back. So not exactly incorrect, but technically it is a cross. The hearts for increasing your hearts by 1 for the tiny ones, and the big ones for 5. Invisibility is an invisibility element for a few seconds, and it also means you do not get hurt if you hit an enemy. The chain whip, you have 2 levels of that to increase the power of Vampire Killer and the money. With red bags with 100 points, blue for 400, white for 700, and you can also find hidden ones as well. And the meat, which we did get for health recovery, double shot for using twice consecutive for your sub-weapons, and a triple shot for using thrice. There was the one-up, I think we did see that. I think there's some point tonight where I hit something and it dropped down. I think it was like later in the game we saw that. As far as when we ran through the arranged mode. So that's a possibility if you see that. I didn't. And the herbs, which if you have 10 hearts, it restores health. That's very useful. And of course, the map of everywhere we went to the monastery, the the underground aqueduct, the red brick cathedral, the clock tower, the courtyard, the floating corridor, the torch chamber laboratory, and Count Dracula's tower. And here are your credits, of course. Iga, of course, the short perspective of Koji Igarashi as far as producing of the game. Masayuki Umasaki, who I mentioned, who did the direction. Stuff as far as the art design. Ayami Kojima did the character designs as far as this. They updated the music by Sota Fuzumori and Hiroshi Izuka for the rearranged stuff. Of course, going to aspects of the original staff as far as who did the music and all that stuff as well. Special thanks to everybody at Konami America also for helping as far as getting that released, and Konami Computer Entertainment Tokyo as far as the development, and also did the CG stuff for the game as well. And you do have a limited warranty for 90 days, for a 90-day money-back guarantee, but nowadays it's probably not in factor, and there you go. So going back to 1960, the original from NES or Famicom as was in 2001 for this. So there you go. That is your case of Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation. So now we're going to take a look at, I want to see the select thing, if that was actually right. So you know what? We do need to go in the original mode for this, because I need to do the thing with the sound test. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do easy. We're going to skip this because we didn't see it earlier. I'm going to go into that file I had at the clock tower. Yeah, we'll go there. Why not? Since I have start and select enabled, I want to see what happens when I hit select. Does it do anything? And if it doesn't, I'm just going to walk in the spikes. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's doing anything unless I do the reset, which... let's give that a shot. Okay, there you go. So you hit select, start and select twice. Does the reset to go back to the main screen. Which is good because they need to go into sound music. Okay. Alright, as far as the music, just to go, that one, we also put the audio up because I can have that set now. That's in the intro music. This is something loopy on the file screen in this. The version of Vampire Killers fired Thrasher in the Cave with a Witched Child. Let's see. By Tower of the Gears. We heard that enough to last a lifetime. Yeah, we'll play Moonfight as far as this. I'll also play all the other ones. I'll let them go enough as it is. Yeah, I think that's going to be close to the end as far as our look at Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation, ladies and gentlemen. I had a really good time doing this one. I'm sorry I was not able to beat the Akumajo Dracula part of it, but you did see what the struggle was. We did beat the game. I had a great time going through. And we can justify a return to this one, as it is, for the purpose of that. But that's one of those cases I will do the contra-hardcore thing. I was like, we're going to practice a long time as far as that, so I know everything I have to do. But I'm getting close, if nothing else. And you think like, oh, is there a code for this thing? I don't think there is. You know, just for the hell of it. Let me take a look at that. It's also, part of this is going to be for letting music go, and also taking you out of Halloween as far as it for the end of the night. But... yeah, the night, I guess, is still young as it is for the purpose of Halloween night for the weekend as it is. And also, it's worth pointing out, for next year, we'll have a Halloween show because it's on Saturday. Because, yeah, why not? At least I think so. Unless it gets to a case later where it's like, no, I'm going to come back on that. But it's going to be a bit of a question. Okay, yeah, just looking as far as the codes to this, there aren't really many. Just something as far as typing on the name screen. If you type in Nomis, it says, makes it so you have one bar of life when you start the game, continue after dying, and begin playing after loading a save game. I don't know what that means. This is what GameFAQs is saying. That's indicating the Sharp X68000 version. And, well, let's see something here. Okay, well, selecting original mode, hold LNR, and you can change music played in the game. Unlockables, what you got. It says something about the Konami code on the title screen. You know, I want to try that. We did hear that. I'll also play Tower Dolls, HE for the Killer, and the theme of Simon Belmont, and then that. We'll do that in a second. I want to actually go back then to the title screen then. Up, down, left, right, circle, X, start. Okay, extra option. All right, this is date of... Oh, the release of the Japanese version. It's saying there it was May 24th, 2001. I don't know what that does. Display more normal trim. I don't know what this is going to do. Yeah, I don't know what extra... Oh, you said the date, but... Hold on. Oh, no. What was that? I don't know how to do the trim. Let's see. Oh, did it do anything? You know, I want to go back and see what that was about. Yeah, I basically put in the Konami code. We actually have not played a game. We've done that. Up, down, left, right, circle, X, start. Okay, I don't know what that does. It says trim. Not sure what that means. Or in this case, hold L1, R1 while selecting original mode. Okay, sound module settings. All right, we're looking at this. Oh, okay. So you can change the type of the sound module, I guess, from the original game. So you can check FM synthesizer, Roland LA, Roland GS. It's from the original version of the game. Doesn't affect on the console functions. Let's do FM synthesizer. People say they love those FM synthesizers. That sounds exactly like the main games. You know what? I'm going to try another one, which is... You can do this apparently in range mode, too. Let's try that. Hit L and R and start. Let's try Rolling LA. What was that do? Okay, let's take a look at the time attack then. Okay, there you go. So that's another way of listening to music, actually. Yeah, in this case, okay, I guess then, in that case, you could probably play the original... You play the arrange mode with the old music. I guess a reflection of the Sharp X68000, a lot of PCs, you can change what the speaker method is. I'm gonna play through this a little bit to see how does this sound. Alright, this is actually kind of cool. I didn't actually do much as far as the prep on this part of it. No, go away, guys. Alright, so let me just do the unload on this one. Okay, so I can change that. So alright, let's check the one at the bottom, see what that does. Yeah, this I didn't necessarily plan, but I'm kind of curious about this now that I'm just seeing it here. Now, all you do is hold L1 and R1, hit start, and I'm going to try the Roland one. Okay. Let's hear how Vampire Girl sounds. Alright, there you go. So there you go. So you're getting different cases of this. Alright, that's neat. Alright, so I guess I will get 5 hours of this game, as it turned out. And all because I said, hey, I want to look and see if there's code. My point was saying, well, I want to look and see if there's codes for the purpose of making the game easier. Saying, like, oh yeah, I can just, like, do a stage select. I was like, no, there aren't, which is fine. But I found something cooler. It said we could play the music differently. There's definitely some unique instrumentations going on for this one as well. I mean, we're gonna play this one to end, but I'm also curious what it sounds like on this font. I'm gonna go back to the normal one. Yeah, because you can't hear this music in the game. I want to hear what the interpretation is to start on Load background music. I love this music so much. It's worth pointing out what this is, because it's the one piece of music on this soundtrack list that is not available to hear in this game. Because what happens is that when you do a load from the Sharp X68000 version, it has this piece of music to it. No load methods of this release have it, unfortunately. And it's also a song that I wrongly said when we played Castlevania Adventure ReBirth that the music of Stage 4 was something loopy. No, it isn't. It's this. It does sound pretty neat, but is it? I think it sounds better the other way. And I love the way it sounds in Adventure ReBirth. That is the best interpretation of the song there is. And admittedly, this song has been in a bunch of Castlevania games. And they just did it for the purpose of saying just for loading music. There's some other games that inserted it in, including, Dracula X Chronicles is a version of this. But the one I think that is the best is in, Adventure ReBirth. And they put it to a level. Usually it's not tied to a level in any other versions of anything Castlevania. Although, as I mentioned, Dracula X Chronicles does have an element to it as far as words. But actually, even when I was playing that to get the unlocks going on for Run with Blood before we played it using that, I didn't actually know where it was. I'm going to briefly indicate this, and then we'll listen to the other songs with the FM synthesizer sound. Actually, this sounds really good. I was going to say, because if nothing else, it's maybe a fascination to me. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this. Because I know we haven't played a whole lot of stuff from the PC yet. I mean, a decent amount. Nikki's been the one who's really helped that. But one aspect of that we really haven't gone into is we go into ancient stuff. This is going to be eventually when I do like my ancient PC game show, where you have cases where you could set the sound settings for like your Sound Blaster sound card going back in the day as far as like PCs and things like that. You could set it so that it would basically play for a game maybe with a different audio method, or sometimes play the PC speaker method for that, depending on what your settings were. So it was a case where sometimes it would sound better, and also because a lot of stuff might have been MIDI based. In case that based on your MIDI card, it would be a case where sometimes it would sound different, maybe better, depending on how you had it set up. So this is kind of almost like a reflection of that. Okay, so that's a brief indication. That one's getting the treatment played on everything, as is Vampire Killer. But as far as the actual stuff for it, I'm going back here without hitting L and R, or L1 and R1. Basically hold that and then do that, and then that alternate screen, which, as I said, the crop thing or the trim thing, I don't know what that is. I'll see if maybe there's a difference on this intro compared to how it was when I didn't put that in. For putting the Konami code, or variation, basically instead of up, up, down, down, left, right, BA starts, and on PlayStation, you hit circle and X and then start for the purpose of that. Alright, so for the songs we didn't hear, going back to that, Tower of Dolls, this would be the case if we got there. I love this aspect as well, but as I said, we're going to end on low background music, but whilst this playing, I guess I'll go into final thoughts on Castlevania Chronicles as it is. This is a really interesting release, and it's a fun release, even though Akumajo Dracula itself is really hard. It is the hardest Castlevania game we played on the show. It arguably is the hardest one ever, honestly. I don't know necessarily, Chad, you agree with that. It's not fucking around, so you can't either. But even if you were prepared the way I did everything I could to be prepared, it's a case where, yeah, sometimes it's just insanely hard. To the point where it's been a case where I know people have said they don't like this game. I know some call me Johnny. He's like, fuck this game. It's like, I don't know if I can go that far on it, honestly. Because it is still a fun case as far as Castlevania. It's hard as hell, though. That's the idea. Maybe that case of, is a hard game necessarily a bad game? And I get the sense that this game is sort of kind of fair to a certain extent. And it's not necessarily hard for an arbitrary reason. It's kind of hard in the same way that a lot of the Castlevania games tend to be. Like with Castlevania 1 on NES, maybe 2. 2 is for different reasons, I know. And 3. Remember, 3 they made harder for us. And a lot of it is because of damage outputs. It might be one of those cases where... Okay, I don't think that the Japanese version of this was actually different in terms of what that is. We're going to run Etude for the Killer. Because remember, this is porting a Japanese game. This is still the only re-release of Akumajo Dracula from Sharp X68000 in this country. After all this time, 24 years, this is the only place you can get it. I don't think they said, oh yeah, we're going to release this here and we're going to make it harder. It's not like Castlevania 3, where that's a game where that was for the Japanese market and they released it for the US market. And Konami tended to do this a lot, saying, let's make it harder for the US to either combat rentals in some cases, or just saying, well, no, let's go as far as making it hard. Not just Konami. There's other companies that have done that before. I mentioned Treasure did that, or Sega was involved with that with Treasure for Dynamite Heading when it came to that. When it came to Devil May Cry 3 for the PlayStation 2, that was a case where when they localized it for us, the first thing they said, we have a difficulty selection on the Japanese release, but for the US, for that Dante's Awakening when it first came out, hard is the default. That's all you got. And they released the special edition the year after that that had the selection of difficulties going on with that. But, so I don't think that happened with this one. But it's a case where, yeah, it can be pretty unforgiving as it is. So you really have to kind of do what I showed, if nothing else. Even though I couldn't beat the original mode of this, I showed what the method is. You basically kind of have to sit down, you have to think about pretty much every little detail, and basically, in a way, memorize the level design to a certain extent. And the levels aren't large, so in that way, it's not that insane of an ask. It's kind of not similar to we did Contra Hardcore. I didn't necessarily get a sense with that one where I said, like, oh yeah, I feel like this was unfair. And honestly, I'll say, even all the deaths I had, it was my fault. I can at least acknowledge that. Instead of saying, like, this game is feasibly impossible as far as this game, and even a lot of other cases of people online. Some call me Johnny, even the Angry Video Gamer himself said, I couldn't beat this game as far as going the other way. I had to use the arranged mode, which made me feel a little better, in a sense, saying, okay, it's not just me as far as this, but even though you could argue, yeah, this game is impossible, it's something where I still, like, yeah, I do still want to keep trying, even though it's still going and going. I wasn't saying, like, oh god, I've had enough. I just said, well, I don't want to necessarily prolong this out longer. I don't necessarily want to be in a case of saying, oh, I'm going to keep banging my head against the wall completely as far as this, but I mean, for the show, but I mean, there's a case where we've done it, but also how we do that. We are able to justify it with more discussion stuff. But sometimes a case of saying, well, alright, I did it the one way as far as the arranged mode, I'll have to cut ship there and say, alright, otherwise we're going to be here until like 5 a.m. Like, I can't do that. So, I had to get that element going on, but I still had a fun time going through as far as everything was. So, I would say, as we'll hear the version of the theme of Simon Belmondo as far as this. It is a nice remix of this track, no question. And I know we haven't even played the game it's actually out of yet, as far as where it came from. That being Super Castlevania 4 for the Super Nintendo. I don't know when we do that one. But, having said that, with this game, I had a fun time. It has a lot of unique things into it. It has also unique aspects of its codes, as I realized, for the purpose of playing around with its audio. It does look pretty great as far as the kind of thing it is, and also has really good music, the way that Castlevania does. It is a unique reinterpretation of the NES game, which I think is something interesting. Because it would be one thing to say, oh, we just take the NES game and give it better graphics, or enhanced audio, which it sort of does, but then they said, well, let's twist some stuff around, let's rearrange some orders of levels as far as it, let's give some new concepts, so it feels like its own unique product. It makes for a really indelible and fun game that on PlayStation 1 costs a lot of money if you're going for it physically, but if you have PlayStation 3 at $6, you might want to go get it, because who knows how long the PlayStation 3 store is going to stay up. The fact that it's still up after almost 20 years is pretty impressive. And it is saving you tons of scratch. I would say, for that reason alone, it's definitely worth it. I would say, honestly, going the arranged way, if you're one of those people who played Castlevania, you're like, I don't know if I can handle some of these earlier ones. Maybe in some ways this could help that, although this is in some ways maybe harder than some of the other ones I played as far as the early ones. I will say this, after I went back and played some of the earlier ones on my own time, while also doing the practice of this, I said, it was kind of helping my skills for some of those, like with Bloodlines, and sort of with the NES game, although unlike the NES game, I actually beat this one, so maybe not completely. But it is some nice elements there. It's like, hey, if you don't like the being knocked back when you get hit, this and Adventure ReBirth, which still doesn't have another re-release of itself to this day as I'm recording this. They're the only two Castlevania games I know of that have this. So, in that case, that kind of helps it that way. It does have this great atmosphere. It's a great one for Halloween. Nothing says Halloween like Castlevania, for sure. It fits for that. The music's amazing. It does control well, as far as both methods of it. And it is a lot of fun. If you've never played Castlevania before, it's not a bad one to get started with. I don't know if I would recommend this to be the first one, but it's not a horrible choice as far as that. And if you are a Castlevania fan and you haven't played it, I think you should give it a shot, no question. And it's a good one to have as far as maybe we can get a re-release of this. I'm hoping. Konami, call me on the Castlevania Remake Collection idea, or M2. I think you got $1 million idea there. Or other stuff when you get to Castlevania for a new game or another collection. I'll be there, ready to go. And next is... that was the boss battle music. We heard that a lot. And then... Right, You Goddamn Bathead. That is the name of it. I wasn't joking when I indicated that. That is for the final form of Dracula. Which, honestly, I don't know if I let him live long enough to kind of let this music go fully. It's got a nice techno beat, and it's a nice case of itself. And that's always sometimes we come to Castlevania for, the atmosphere. And I'll tell you, sometimes I talk to people who haven't played Castlevania, sometimes just listen to music. Oh, wow, this game sounds really good as far as how its music is, and that kind of gets their attention of saying, I want to play the earlier ones. In fact, people mention that to me with Portrait of Ruin for DS. I mean, fitting, I guess, the idea of Michiru Yamane's music as far as that, and also Yuji Koshiro's. Like, that's a great soundtrack, no question. And even Nocturne with Castlevania Curse of Darkness. She kind of heard the music, oh, I want to take a look at this. She bought the PlayStation 2 version. In fact, it was like almost a year ago. She bought it, and actually when I was out with her, they had the Xbox version. Let me get the Xbox version, because it is cheaper on that. A little. It's more on the PS2, although it's come down a bit. And this game we definitely can do as far as that. Yeah, I would say that this game is... I don't know if I'd necessarily say you drop the 150 bills on the PlayStation version. But if you're a collector as far as that, it might be worth that. If you have Castlevania, you might already own it. But if you don't, I'd say at least download the PS3 version. I think it's worth $6, no question. Okay, so with that, I think that is the last as far as that. So the rest of this night, as far as the music, as far as our Halloween show, we're ending with low background music. I love this music so much. And if we ever get a re-release, I think we will. I still have hope on this one. Of Castlevania The Adventure ReBirth, I'll tell you. I end a show probably with that version, which is a wonderful version. I'll also have it on the link list as well, because it's really good. But this music's terrific. I think they just said, we just did this for the purpose of loading your game in the Sharp X68000 version, but thank God for the sound test, because it is right here. You also do the game over, which you heard enough, and then the music stops as far as turning it off. We're not turning it off. Okay. So with that, that's going to be the end of our Halloween show for 2020-25. Sort of the end of our Halloween block, but we do have one more unfinished piece of business, which we're going to be handling at the end of the year as our final live show. That'll be on December 20th. That's going to be with Dolly Finn, who's in our chat tonight. We're going to be finishing Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. We did start that in August. Based on how schedule was set, we needed to figure some stuff out, and also because I didn't want to come back to this one without her, because she requested it. And we had a great time doing part 1. We'll finish the game as far as that. That will be our final case of Halloween block for 2025. So Halloween might be over in about 11 minutes as far as when I'm recording this, but it's ending in December before Christmas. I guess that's the idea. I went to the store like this past week and seeing, well, the Christmas stuff's already set and Halloween isn't even started. We can do it reverse as far as it. As far as our next live show, it kind of could fall into the Halloween block when you really think about it, which we'll get into now because, yeah, let's talk schedule, because with tonight's show, this is going to be our show for the week, so we're not going to have a show tomorrow night on Saturday. We also are not going to have a show on November 8th next week. I'm going to have to be off, so in that case, I do have content for you, though. I technically have 2 videos worth of it. I'm doing another set of Switch 2 Chronicles videos. Basically, it's looking at some games running backwards compatibility through the Switch 2 from Switch 1, seeing how do they run. in some cases, some of these are going to be things that maybe don't need the Switch 2's help to be enhanced. And it's worth pointing out, I don't know if, okay, none of these have been cases where they've really been enhanced by Switch 2 or got recent announcement that they're going to be enhanced by Switch 2. Like with part 2 of that, where Super Mario Bros. Wonder is getting a Switch 2 version in February or in the spring. And we just learned the other day, Animal Crossing New Horizons is getting a Switch 2 version in January. It's enhancing stuff for the graphics, not the frame rates we're pointing out. And then adding some new features for that, but also adding a bunch of new features available if you have Switch 1 or 2. So in that case, our look as far as what the Switch 2 is doing native, that's outdated soon enough. The point is that it's still looking pretty decent as far as what that is. I don't know we're going to get that as far as anything that we're going to be showing for the videos we got next week. And it is videos plural because I said I should be able to turn this down as far as it being one 10-hour video, but I realized as much as I tried, I couldn't. It ended up being 12. So I said, well, I'm splitting them into 2 like we did with the finale of Shadow Hearts Covenant a few weeks ago. They're both going to go up on the YouTube site next Saturday. I guess I'll put them up at 2 p.m. They'll go up not as live premieres. Let's go up instantly so you can kind of jump to it because I have a bunch of stuff to cover. Stuff I've wanted to cover, stuff I know Chad has wanted to see at some point. And since we haven't done them for the show yet, I want to at least give a little bit of credence to them. Actually, I mentioned Devil May Cry 3. That's one of them, just to give a little bit of a preview. I also got some pretty big haters going on as far as that as well. And some other stuff, including one aspect of a recent release that has an element to it that I find a little disconcerting, admittedly, that nobody is actually talking about a month after it came out, almost. So I'm going to tell you about it, amongst other stuff. But it's going to be some interesting gaming perspectives, a lot of different games. Some I've actually never played before until I did the recording, as far as what it was. And look at a couple genres we've never looked at before as well. And it'll also be a case where that's going to be our last off-screen show for Switch 2 Chronicles for now. But next year I do want to do a live show with a bunch of games that all of you in the chat wanted to see, or the case where people I know they've asked for. I know some people want to see Miitopia, they want to see Sonic Frontiers, they want to see how Team Sonic Racing, amongst others, ran on Switch 2 natively. So we'll do that as a live show at some point next year. I don't know when, but I'll make sure we have a weekend for that. And anything you want to see as far as that, let us know, and we'll do it. I'll bring this up every so often when it comes to that, saying, hey, what do you want to see as far as back-compat testing? Maybe there's some games on Switch 1, you're like, oh, I wonder how this is going to run on the new system. Well, we can put that to the test. Maybe cases where they're obscure enough, like, who wants to see it? We want to see it. You want to see it? That also is a case where we'll let you see it, no question. But that's going to be our case as far as our show next week. That is going to be exclusive to the YouTube site, so we're not going to have a live show on Twitch next week. As far as our next live show, it is 2 weeks from tonight. It's going to be on Friday, and we'll have a Saturday show the day after. But for Friday, November 14th, our next live show, it is a game that could fit for Halloween block, quite frankly. It is our second chance for Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse for the Sega Genesis. I love this game to death. It's a game we played 5 years ago for the show, but I was basically pulling out my own knowledge of this game and saying, I can just run this game on my own perspective. I said, let's talk the stories. Let's celebrate this game's 35th anniversary as far as this year's 30th anniversary to the day 5 years ago. This one's going to be about a week before, more or less. It is a great game for Sega Genesis. I cannot wait to show it off, and we'll also figure what we do as far as the Illusion games later on for it. And since I am using the Sega Genesis Mini 1, I guess I have perspective of anything else to show as far as it, depending on how it goes, but primarily for the show, for Castle Illusion, we're showing off all 3 difficulties. Practice, normal, and hard. Practice, normal, and hard. We'll see how far I get on hard. It's probably going to be repeated this one in the sense of running the original mode for Akumajo Dracula, where I don't beat it, but I'll give it a try. No question. But talk about going, turn up the dial as it goes, because first one you can beat in 10 minutes, which is really easy. Second one's a case where I know how to beat it, because I've beaten the game before, but then the last part is no continues as far as going through the game. Good luck on that one. We'll see how it goes. Even after having played this game for 35 years, I don't know if I'm good enough to do that, but we're going to give it a shot. And I'm going to celebrate this game again, because it deserves it. And then the night after, we're going to have another Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance is going to be our final one as far as how it's going. It's going to be for Shadow the Hedgehog. We're playing it on the anniversary of itself, 20 years to the day, as is November 15th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So 2 shows as far as 2 weeks from now. One on Friday, one on Saturday. The Saturday one is for Shadow the Hedgehog, where I'm using the Xbox version again, as we used last time we played it. I did unlock the expert mode. We're going to be going through every single one of the stages. We're going to have more discussions going on as far as voice performances and all that stuff. And we'll see if 20 years out from that game, is it a better game in the rearview mirror than I or maybe other people gave it credit for. We'll see, but it also will be the best you've ever seen it as far as how it looked and the tech and all that stuff is going for it as well. I'm definitely looking forward to doing that and basically seeing that maybe the expert mode makes it a better game based on how the design is. That's what I've heard, that's what I've seen, and we're going to give it a test as far as that. We're going to go the whole way. We're going to have a great time doing that. Then week after that, we're going to have a Friday show again, as it is. I have something coming up on November 22nd, so November 21st is going to be our pre-Thanksgiving weekend Disney show. It's Dolly Finn's request, so it's going to be the viewer request. That's going to be for Pinocchio for Super Nintendo. I'm looking forward to playing that and going through a classic Disney game that I didn't play growing up. I played it since. I've been doing practice of this every so often for it. It is an interesting one. It does follow the movie really closely. And it is kind of underrated. Putting it on myself, I'm going to give it a look and see what's going on as far as Pinocchio, his adventures of becoming a real boy. And then the week after that, on the 29th of November, our annual Thanksgiving showcase is set. We have the listed Xbox Live Arcade Showcase Volume 2. We have a bunch of games. This is something that AJ42 wanted to see. Particularly said, I forgot last year to mention Penny Arcade on the Rain Slick Precipice of Darkness. I'd like to see this. You got it, my friend. We got that coming. We had the Fancy Pants Adventures that Nikki wanted to see. We have Black Knight Sword. That's going to be something Christian 64 I think would really like. Got some stuff I know I want to show. I want to show Jet Set Radio. I said, can we show this? Yeah, we can show this. I have NBA Jam on Fire Edition. I have to make up the Dolly Finn somehow as far as putting her in front of NBA Unrivaled last year. And we got actually a bunch from Sega, as it's turned out. As far as stuff from Konami... Actually, I got 2 from Konami. One I did mention earlier this year, that being the remake of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Turtles in Time. Okay, I have 2 from Konami, but I got some pretty big hitters, and also because this year we are running games that have backwards compatibility with later Xbox consoles. They're still delisted as far as the Microsoft systems, but they were made backwards compatible, so they are in play. So it's including some big names, and cases where a lot of them are going to be available actually on the PlayStation 3 as it is. Actually, a lot of the Sega stuff, I think most of those, with a couple exceptions, of ones that were on PS3 and 360, Sega forgot to delist the PS3 versions. And good news of this being an independent small show that's not sucking the teat of Amazon and Google as far as that, is that it's a case where you'll probably be able to buy these things on PlayStation 3, even after I mention this now and when I mention it in a few weeks when it comes to doing that show. We've got a lot of gaming goodness. We got 36 games to go through, so we're starting early in the afternoon, probably 3-4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. As far as guests, I'm figuring that one out, seeing who am I going to have on that. Is it going to be a case we're going to have guests? I'll let you know when I have a better sense. And then we get into December, where we're going to have 3 shows in particular as far as them live, and they're all going to be Saturday for these. On December 6th, we've got the start of Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island for Super Nintendo. That's a gift to myself and a case of I'm not missing 30 years of that game. I started practicing that one to get that going. We are going to go through every single level, get 100% off of everything over a couple of months. I will show off the extra levels for the Game Boy Advance version when all is said and done. And that's going to go into the new year as well, as far as how that is. But part 1 is on the 6th of December, and then the week after that on December 13th, 7 p.m. for each of these as far as how it is, at least for those 2, is Magical Tetris Challenge for Nintendo 64. It is one of only 3 games Capcom made on the console, and we've looked at most of them, except the Resident Evil 2 port they did. This is a Tetris game with Mickey Mouse in it. For the purpose of our element, I took this as far as a request from Electverse, because we talked about it, saying, hey, this is a good game, we'd like to see it. And we're kind of treating this as sort of a return to the Magical Quest franchise. It's not directly tied, but it is Disney. It's magical as far as how it is. It's really good, and we're going to give it a love. As also the first indicated entry of our annual December Tetris show. We're going to play a Tetris game of any kind that's even connected to Tetris in some way, even if it's just like a name, like Tetris Attack. It's not Tetris specific, but they put that name on it. It ties, so at that point it counts. We've done one of these every December for the past couple of years, and so we're making this an annual tradition. And it's going to be first indicated that way. I'm looking forward to playing this game. It's a neat one, an underrated one for Nintendo 64, and our first Nintendo 64 game in 2 years. Since Tetrisphere actually was the last Tetris case as far as it on that console as well. The last game of anything on that console. And don't worry, we do have stuff going for the 30th anniversary of Nintendo 64 next year, including Super Mario 64 that Gemini 96 is going to play for us, amongst other stuff they got cooking. And then for December 20th, our last live show of the year, is with Dolly Finn, as I mentioned. We're going to be completing Halloween block and the year with Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. Time on that one to be determined, but we're going to be going through that game. For the rest of the story, I will off-screen unlock all the concept art by getting all the Scooby snacks on all the areas, and also getting all of the monster tokens. So we're going to go through the main story with while we're running. And then we're going to look over those, and that'll be the finale of that game and the last show of the year. That being said, we will have stuff going on. I'm trying to figure stuff of one more show that I'm going to have as far as YouTube upload that's not the end of the year compilation, which of course is Super Old Game Saturday Sings. I've got that almost ready for the purpose of that. I can't wait to cut that record for the purpose of our annual end-of-year show on December 31st. It's exclusive to the YouTube site. But also, I gotta figure this. I gotta talk with Crusader 64 and Chasm 22. I'm seeing if we can get a recording going on soon of the Bestiary and also additional thoughts of the ending of Shadow Heart's Covenant, because we did finish it a few weeks ago, but because we ran 11 and a half hours, I said, we were going to show that. I know they said that, so I said, I don't want to let them hang in as far as that. Say, no, we don't do it. So I got to get a sense of what their scheduling is like, when we can meet up to do recording. If we do, and I'm able to do that, I will upload that on December 27th on the YouTube site as an exclusive for you. And then getting into next year, we'll have Yoshi's Island continuing. We'll have our scoping sessions segment starting next year. We're going to take a long game. We're going to take a look at it. We're going to see what's the best way to handle this for either full treatment or cases of, I don't know, giving it a representation. Because as I said, I don't want to have a limit on show saying, no, you shouldn't show a game because it's really long. No, I don't think that's right. The only case I don't show a game on the show is if we are not allowed to show it. In cases where I wouldn't be doing that anyway, like the Guy game. I mean, I can't show that game. I don't have it. If I did, I would be technically committing a crime. And if you don't believe me, go back to Too Many Games from last year, not this year. And it literally is a case that said, we gotta do something about this. So in that case, we can't show that, and I wouldn't be doing that anyway. But usually I don't want to put limits on the show within reason. So that's a weird case as it is, but usually speaking, I said, no, we're not going to limit that. So we got some big stuff going up as far as what we're going to be doing for that. Those will be live shows, as we're pointing out. It'll be also up to all of you in our chat to give a sense of how do you want to see some of these games looked at? Because I know it's stuff that you've mentioned to me. We had that case going on with Persona 3 FES. I know Electris wanted to see that. I said, I'm not going to tell him no. Edweb was basically, you tell him no. I was like, fuck you, with all due respect. I'm sorry. I know it sounds wrong to say that way. It was like, I take that very personally, and I think Edweg knows this because I've had people on the show I've had to ban who've said specifically, I wouldn't want to watch most of the stuff that you show on the program. I said, how dare you? My chat said that specifically. They want to see this stuff. I said, what am I going to do? Tell them no? Like, no, I'm not going to tell them no. So in that case, I'm a little sensitive to that, with all due respect, so I apologize, Edweg, as far as that. To quote the movie in Bruges, I retract that statement. But that being said, still a case of saying, well, I'm not going to put limits. I'm not going to say, no, you don't get this. I want to get a sense of, well, I want to understand this too, and bring it to all of you. I mean, some stuff maybe is going to be too much, like Final Fantasy XIV. We can't easily play that game to its entirety. But we should at least cover it. We should figure something. But they said it'll be up to you to say, what do you think we should do as far as maybe you got a good idea about what the right way to look at a game for the show is. How would you want to do it? So if nothing else, I'm giving you that control in that way. I'll show a bunch of games as far as how that is, like with BlazBlue, Calamity Trigger, Persona 3 FES, as I mentioned. Stuff I've wanted to show, like Skies of Arcadia and Okami and Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and many others. We're definitely looking forward to those as we're going to have them going. And then the only other stuff when it comes to that, I'll be looking into viewer requests as far as what I'm going to get set for everything people want to see. We have our annual Fool's Day show that's going to be for Digimon Racing for the Game Boy Advance. Definitely curious to see about that because I don't know if it's a bad game. What I played seems like it's fine. But maybe it's a question. Maybe because we're looking like, could this possibly be any good? I was like, no. I mean, we'll figure it out. And then also in May, we have our compilation show that's going to be for Midway Cartridges 3 for GameCube, and we have a bunch of Nintendo 64 Midway ports to show off because there are only 9 games in the collection, and it's kind of slapdash. So I said we're going to balance that out. And then other stuff, as I mentioned, we have Super Mario 64 coming at some point. We have Suikoden, which is coming up in July. Is the thought that Kazu22 wants to do that. We'll have Kodelica for PlayStation and all those other stuff for Halloween block. We'll figure out what that is. We'll definitely get some stuff going on. And of course, always viewer request at least one of a month. I will count some of those scoping sessions as the viewer request, though, just to give an indication of that. And other stuff as well. I'll figure that out, and definitely looking forward to that idea of it. All right, so I think with that, it is no longer Halloween, but I had a great time for the Halloween program for tonight, and it is technically Super Bowl Game Saturday now. As if I had such a great time doing Castlevania Chronicles, we could come back to this as far as beating the actual game for the original mode. We'll see that. If you want to see that, let me know. We'll definitely do it. Next time we come back to Castlevania, I guess it'll either be with Castlevania on NES, the Gemini 96 will control, or something else. I don't know. We'll figure it, and we'll talk it over the next couple of weeks, months, or I guess years as it is, because we're in this for the long haul, as is always the case. Okay, so with that, thank you so much for watching the show, everybody. Have a great rest of your night. Hope you had a great Halloween. I guess a great sort of Halloween going on. I mean, there's some stuff going on outside, so I guess there's some, midnight mischief going on. We'll have to see what's going on with that. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I will see you in 2 weeks on November 14th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our second chance on Castlevania for the Sega Genesis. Remember, next week on the YouTube site, Switch 2 Chronicles Part 3, 2 parts of it. Till then, keeping awesome, have a wonderful night, and stay spooky and safe out there. Take care, everybody.